after all this time away from your families, competing together.
Yes.
Do you feel like Loud has become a bit of a family?
Oh, yeah, for sure. We are a huge family. Yes. I mean, spending so much time together, it becomes a family.
Okay, yeah, it has to. Who's your favorite child then?
I would say, as a father, I have no preference.
But you have a favorite.
All my children are equal.
Who's your least favorite then?
Everyone.
All of them your least
Yes,
favorite?
yes.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Here, yep. You don't get... Back to you guys.
Spoken like a true dad. He can't pick his favorite child on that team. And I gotta give it to him though, because Doug, every single one of his teammates have had incredible bright moments this year. And if we look at the way that they handled the pistol rounds against Fnatic as well, it was just a masterclass. It was beautiful.
And I think that oftentimes can be the distinguishing factor between a good team and a great team. For teams that have really strong execs and
Fuck, I am muted.
I mean, you talk about the fact that they're only, what, 12 rounds?
Thanks,
in half,
nerd.
That matters so much. So if you have a team that can consistently do it, much like EG did at Tokyo, and continue to feast on those opportunities, you're going to have a lead. You're going to have an advantage in situations where you can't normally plan on that.
And they were also really good at not dropping the thrifties, converting some of those bonuses in that series. Their starts were sublime. When going up against Fnatic, who is known to actually start games pretty well, like I said, I don't want to get too excited here with Loud, but it feels like they're back in that VCT Americas form.
Yeah, Yosemite's pretty solid. I like him.
The pistols, the consistency with those pistols against
Angel as well.
Known for also being really good at pistols as well. Not to mention that out of all the maps they could have picked into Fnatic, they went with.
I am loving the villain Demon 1 personally.
Against them, and you can see that it was a great choice.
Yeah, I mean, you even think about the opener where they had Aspas aggressively push into mid off of the smokes. They set him up so well, and we've talked so much about Aspas, and when he's good, he's freaking great, and when he struggles, what kind of happens to Loud? Aspas has to be good for Loud to be good, and I think that narrative is changing a little bit, but there's still a lot on Aspas' shoulders for him to deliver.
There's definitely a lot on his shoulders, but I actually think the person we're not talking about is Fraud, the coach, right?
Yeah, sure.
Their initial Ascent game at this tournament, I gave them a lot of criticism for it. They were running a Breach Fade.
El Diablo is a one-trick pony. He's washed.
Against DRX on map 3 of that initial series. You saw here against Fnatic the tried and true default Ascent comp. And I think it kind of caught Fnatic a little bit off guard. I don't know if Fnatic expected them to comp switch like that in the middle of the tournament.
Yeah, I think they definitely didn't, judging by the result of what ended up happening. I'm glad you guys mentioned Aspas as well, because he's finally in form again, and he's going up against a player on the opposite side, Sean, who is also really in form. We're going to get something versus Aspas. I am so excited.
I am so excited because, I've seen Aspas do some insanely creative things with his jet util. It's like he has 4 dashes in a round.
Aspas trying to earn himself a paycheck right now.
When he's picking, he won't pop his dash until he's used his Cloudburst and his updraft. Typically, something on the other hand, which you're watching on screen, he is just a mechanical goat. I have rarely seen someone destroy people the way he has throughout this event.
And I'll be one of the first to admit it. When we were first talking about something and how he's going to perform on this stage, I was apprehensive because he hasn't been on this stage. He hasn't played under these lights, and there is a little bit something different to it. But I think he showed, like, he was kind of settling in the first series, but he's gotten more and more comfortable in that last series against something, or from something.
You talking about from Crazy Raccoon? Raz is getting recruited to the army.
And he just goes ballistic.
Like, he has, like, mandatory service he has to do for his country. So Crazy Raccoon's backing out of ALGS's
He's spoken a little bit about it. He was a bit nervous entering this tournament, especially on stage.
Playoffs.
But when you talk to him, he's super calm. Reyna is one of those agents where it takes all the decision-making out of you. You're just reacting on the fly. It's not so... Jet, you know, Jet, you have to smoke dash into areas. You have to plan your updraft. You have to determine what the Sentinel util is that you're going into.
Oh, gotcha. But yeah, he has to go serve his country.
Yeah, I mean, he is something, all right? Let's send it back down to my favorite talk show featuring Mimi.
Welcome back to a short discussion. I'm about to be joined here by my second guest of the day, noted magician and freaker of minds. It's the one and only Mind Freak. Mind Freak, welcome to the show. Thank you so much. Take this for me, please, sir. I wanted to start off by finding my chair and sitting in it. And second of all, by asking you. Yesterday, or the last time you guys played, you said in the opening interview that you wanted to be remembered as the first Indonesian player to win a global VCT event. What would that mean for the people at home supporting you if you could achieve that?
I mean, it would be nice for me and the people in my country, because like I don't think like anyone ever do that before, so I think it will be great and nice actually.
Yeah, it would be. And you've spent a lot of time in LA already, and if you guys keep on winning, you'll continue to do so. What do you miss most about home right now?
I think probably my bedroom, I guess, because I don't know, I just like my room. Yep.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Mindfree, thank you so much. Best luck in your game today. Back to you.
So relatable as always. But I want to talk about the style mismatch in this particular head-to-head of Loud versus PRX, because we do have a leaderboard here when it comes to how fast or slow each team is on their plants. And if you guys take a look at this right now, it's absolutely interesting because Sean, PRX are the fastest team to plant, and Loud are the slowest.
Yeah, you cooked up this leaderboard here, so this is so sick to see. Because
that's an interesting stat to keep track of
between these two teams that we're going to see today.
Because it doesn't necessarily mean that Loud can't play against a fast style on the defensive side, right? Like just because they play a slower, disciplined offense.
Clearly know how to play certain maps better than the other.
Yeah, I think the maddening thing about playing against a team like DRX is it's not a surprise, right? Like you know what you're gonna get, you know that it's gonna be fast, you know that it's gonna be in your face, and they're still getting the best of these world-class teams, right? So when you know what's coming, right, you can think all day about how you want to play in against it and how you want to set up things to slow it down. If you get hit in the mouth like that and it doesn't matter, that's got to be one of the most frustrating things as a coach, as a staff to have to deal with.
Yeah, and Doug, they're not just fast on their attacks, they're super successful as well. If you, I mean, we have this lower third here. They win an enormous amount of their attacks by round.
Yeah, I mean, they're just they're aggressive, they're decisive, they're consistent with it. And I don't remember who it was. I want to say it was Devi in one of the B-roll segments where he just said, we kind of play like idiots. And it works. And all of them do. And if they can continue to put up success like that, yeah, man, it's not broken. Keep doing it.
Yeah, and speaking of PRX and how successful they've been, Sean, let's take a look at your Shell Illustrator.
Oh, thank you.
I'm calling it now.
So
about how successful
this is about a million pieces of util happening in 1 second. So you're going to see a cascade coming to top mid. You also notice here that this Viper wall cuts across top mid and A main twice. The Raze gonna paint Shell into tiles off the bat. So now we play it here. The Sky
do they know where they're at?
Lear to get out mid, Lear to clear tiles. Look where this, guys, look where Devi's dogging from.
Damn.
In tiles as a defender. They get another kill, they back off. There's a cove in mid to protect from any kind of darts. There's a second cascade that comes in. Jing comes off of Cat. The high tide comes in for them to back off.
Are the Pacific and Chinese players really the only ones that run Reyna, Moon? I feel like I haven't seen anybody else run her.
So this is them putting the fear of God in you and then not doing that exact play when you expect it. Something immediately rotates over towards B. There's a one-way orb waiting in case the other team were to rush. Something I'm going to draw attention to right now is this cove in the B site that Forsaken throws preemptively. It would protect him from any dart scans coming into B, which is insane. I've never even seen that before. He gets close. Devi flashes for him. They get a free kill here in main. And then right off of this, you can see Devi's ready to dog Forsaken in, but there's a counter drone coming. So they cancel that at that moment. Forsaken falls into the site, and watch this high tide that's about to cut across the entire map. Jing is also simultaneously pushing mid. What an insane couple of rounds.
Well, and I think I want to go back to the point that you made about the Cove, because I think that actually matches up really nicely against their series against Loud. Loud were the innovators when it came to compositions. They were the first to push Harbor Viper. They were the first
to
do
I am
like that.
so
and now
sore
it's
today,
PRX who are doing it, because when was the last time you saw Arena Harbor on Ascent? It just doesn't happen.
Never.
Yeah, both teams, they are on great form, but I want to see what the fans said. It's time for the result of our MasterCard fan poll. Earlier, we asked you which of today's 4 teams has the best shot at making
PRX,
the
huh?
grand final. And
by
everyone
a
pretty much,
landslide.
yes, give it up,
Damn.
guys. Paper
That's
Pound
insane.
all in,
Not that I'm
the venue
surprised.
today. You guys surprised a lot of of people winning the way of PRX?
No shot. I have them in my bracket winning this thing.
I think it makes sense that they went as hard as they did. I'm surprised by some of the others. DRX and EG getting no love.
Honestly,
I'm surprised EG get no love.
I'm not surprised, and I was so confident that this was going to be the result. I even, what's the word? Preemptively, there we go. I preemptively made my drawing because I knew that PRX were probably going to win that poll.
I made my drawing too, Jens.
Well, okay. That's I feel like that deserved a zoom in. And Doug, what about you?
Doug.
I kind of forgot, so I'm just going to take the sign.
Ah, okay. Well,
I came up with myself.
Number one Potter fan.
But there's a lot.
How is he the number one Potter fan? I'm the number one Potter fan.
Everyone is fighting for a spot in the top 4 and our upper bracket final. It all comes down to Loud versus PRX, DRX versus Evil Geniuses. Day 12 of Valorant Champions starts right here and right now.
That was a preview for Loud vs. PRX. We've got Agent Select's going to be coming up here in a minute. Let's get it.
Playing in front of fans, hearing our name here in USA.
It's been a minute for North America to truly have a team to root for. But they do now.
I just want to make
That's
sure
gotta
that
be pretty cool, though.
We can achieve those trophies, and we make sure that Europe, Asia, China, anyone can lose to NA.
DRX.
That was a clean 202. Anyone remember the maps?
We had Fracture. I 1v4 on Fracture.
Next round, boys. What are we doing?
그리고 또 도쿄에서 또 그런 팔등이라는 스몰을 당했잖아. 우리끼리 서로 화이팅하고 수행하자.
We are going to destroy DRX. We 2-0'd them in Tokyo, but they're not the same team as Tokyo.
일단 지난번보다 저희는 훨씬 세졌다고 생각하고 전 세계적으로 우리가 제일 잘하는 팀은 아닐 수 있지만 제일 열심히 하는 팀이다라고 저는 생각하고 있었습니다. 지금부터 이제 인정받아가는 단계라고 생각해요.
DRX, we're sending you back to lowers like we did in Tokyo. So good luck. You're gonna need it.
They're the second game though, right? First game's Loud PRX. I do believe. I'm pretty sure.
When I play in PRX, I feel like I play with my friends, with like my family. After joining PRX, I always laughing on matches, always take fun, enjoy to play Valorant. It's like teams, they help me, I help them back, you know.
Eu acho que o eu de agora é bem diferente do ano passado, porque com a entrada de 2 novos jogadores que são mais novos que eu tive que assumir um pouco mais do papel de liderança também. Mesmo tendo estado no mesmo campeonato que eles, muitas vezes a gente nunca jogou contra.
I feel great playing versus Aspas. Insane player.
Eu acho que jogar contra o Something vai ser muito legal, porque ele é um jogador que tem muita mira mesmo assim.
Aspas, I'll show you why my jet is different. So we show from PRX and Loud.
Sou grande amigo do Jing e queria muito jogar contra vocês. Finalmente, espero que a gente tenha uma boa partida.
For this matchup, PRX is going to be the higher seed. So would you like Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So Loud, you'll be Team A. We'll start with your first ban.
We ban Fracture.
Fracture, your ban.
Haven.
Haven. And map number 1 from Loud.
Lotus.
Lotus. Side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. And map number 2?
Split.
Side on Split.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, next set of bans starting with Loud. You have Ascent, Bind, and Pearl.
Bind.
Bind. Okay. Your ban, you have Ascent and Pearl.
Your ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. So map number 3 will be Pearl. Loud side on Pearl.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, let's run back through this. First set of bans, we have Loud with Fracture, PRX with Haven. Map number 1 is Lotus with PRX on attack. Map number 2 is Split with Loud on attack. Next set of bans are Bind and Ascent. Map number 3 Decider is Pearl with Loud on defense. Good. All right. Good luck to you both.
Loud. PRX.
This is for a spot in the upper finals. Loud on their pursuit of defending their title. And PRX, the ones that have never won a global trophy. And the exciting thing about this is that they're both on form. Sean, this is going to be great.
I got goosebumps already into. I mean, this is such a good matchup, and Loud coming right in and picking Lotus.
Just way to grab a drink and
slow down the pace and really put it to PRX. You know, PRX has been known to run double duelist on this when something was playing, but we haven't seen them play Lotus
in a really long time.
In a really long time. They could bust out a crazy comp right now.
And I do think because of that, because we know what Loud can do on Lotus, and because we haven't seen it from PRX in a really long time, I really think that Loud have to win this first match. Because as you go down the list, as you go towards Split and then Pearl, it doesn't get any better for you, dog. Like, PRX, you know what kind of commodity they are.
I stepped away for like 2 seconds.
I think PRX picking Split, though, that's another map where the teams might actually have similar comps. I know Loud has a lot of experience playing against the double duelist on Split in VCT Americas. Here at Champions, they've opted to run a Breach. Didn't really work out for them against DRX. But then, like you said, Pearl, this is a map historically both the teams have been very successful.
I guess I did miss it.
After Harbor Viper, I don't think I've seen that same style at Loud anymore.
Lotus, Split, Pearl.
In a long time too, and it's interesting because we saw glimpses of it earlier in the tournament where they did.
I must have just missed it when I stepped away, huh?
Oh my goodness, it makes sense. They've gone back to what's good.
But I mean, PRX, they look unbeatable there.
Yeah, they do.
They look crazy good on Pearl right now.
Yeah, and bringing it back to Lotus for the first map, of course, you guys both mentioned we haven't seen it from PRX since Tokyo, and of course, something did not attend that tournament. Right. They were running the Gecko, of course, with CGRS in the roster as well. So now with something back into this, what are you guys expecting? Is Jet, anything like that coming back out?
I think so. Based on how they kept their same comp on Ascent with the Harbor and the Reyna, I think I'm expecting here the Jet Raze pick coming out of PRX. And I don't know if Loud has much experience playing double duelist on Lotus. Like, this is it's rare in Americas to have a double duelist on Lotus.
Yeah, I think too, to even piggyback off of that a little bit more, the fact that something just continues to get more confident. I think back on that
I need to send
before going into the walkouts, he's going to show Aspas why his Jet is different. And PRX are just like the perfect combination of really good vibes, but also just a little hint of like, yeah, but I'm going to destroy you at the same time.
I mean, let's not forget though, Loud, they're coming into this series on Lotus after beating Fnatic, Sean, who did not lose on Lotus for the longest time.
Why is behavior trending on Twitter?
It was a domination, a 13-6. They destroyed them.
All right, Agents, let's see what these teams are playing.
I've never seen a team put it to them like that. And yep, here we go, the double duelist coming out of PRX.
Yeah, as you can see from the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Doug, what do you make of this?
Yeah, I think it's no surprise from what we're expecting out of PRX. My questions go towards how do Loud slow this down? Like, what do they have in their comp, Sean, that they can use to kind of stifle some of that aggression?
Well, I think you know, the Viper Killjoy will operate towards the C side. You know, there'll be Killjoy util on B as well. But Loud does such a good job of controlling long A, controlling.
All right, Agent Select for Lotus.
The Omen TPs.
Right.
They control that area really well. But again, The double duelist with an Astra Omen combination for controllers, this is very, very rare, and they're starting on attack where they can set the pace.
Yeah, and it's a Forsaken Astra, which we haven't seen in a long time. Only played it once before.
I say, I mean, it is definitely a stronger comp for offense
The agents are locked in,
with the double
and
duelist.
All that's left to do is send it over to your casters. Everyone, give it up to Bren and
Get the extra smokes from Astra as well.
Loud versus PRX. For semis matchup, man, what a match it's going to be. I mean, Loud.
Look at the fan they have going on those casters, bro. Blowing Bren's hair.
For this fantastic match, it's going to be high-octane gameplay, I'm sure, versus PRX.
Of course it is, and also our first opportunity to get to witness this matchup. They've been to championships before, and they haven't clashed. Who knows how this match is going to go? PRX yet to drop a map, but Loud have taken down Fnatic. Which team do you give the edge to here? I think
Loud seems to be in their best form.
Lotus.
I think PRX makes it interesting.
But Loud here with a very
But with the way that Loud's looking right now, I just don't think I can bet against them.
Instantly traded. Bringing him down there. Ball was offloaded. Door starting to rotate, but a smoke in their face.
Looks like they may be trying to rotate this thing over towards A.
Utility just being exchanged. Only the 1-for-1. Forsaken's caught his timing. Les has no idea to jump spot as well. He's not going to be ready for it. Forsaken pouncing.
Love that from Forsaken. He gets aggressive whether he's playing the Cypher or the Astra in this composition. And punishes Les. That jump spot, tons of pros do it. But it's not a great one. Something has fallen, though, on the Jet lurk. So it's a 3v3 still. Many opportunities. But there goes the IGL, the team captain.
Kawazine left to try and salvage it. Be brought down. 2 years. It's 1v2. Damage done to Mind Freak. But Forsaken's reposition is excellent. How do you...
Didn't hear his footsteps to the left.
Ready for this one. Smoke dropping
Damn.
away. It's the right click and the adjustment. Pissed around here for PRX. And expectations a little bit all over the place, you know, in terms of wondering where this map might be going, but already kind of averting it. Loud was so good with the pistol rounds in their previous series against Fnatic. It's one of the things that set them ahead of that team.
Absolutely. They were winning pistols, winning bonuses, getting up to spots where they had momentum and the ult advantages heading into the gun rounds too.
What has Loud looked like on?
And it was still a very already good signs. And I love the way the Forsaken path there.
We back, champ. Sorry.
He's going to be able to put down smokes and creep up along.
Bro, my internet's been struggling recently.
On jiggle peek in that angle. It's a very common jiggle peek in the meta right now. It doesn't do you too much.
Natural movement from Jing. Straight into the side though, clearing through into the back of it.
They got guns advanced, pushing it on A here.
The pistols themselves.
I like the cancel call, but they've inserted Jing.
Bloody hell, he's all the way deep.
Oh.
Donated the weapon, but not before receiving two. Space granted and gained now. Over towards
Gave him a weapon, but on the wrong site.
Start to come online. Less attempting to punish there, but will fall.
Tui's pretty far out of the action with this donated judge. Doesn't look like there's going to be too much he's able to do. I'm sure PRX would like it back, though. Forsaken taking a duel against Aspas with only pistols in hand. And Forsaken gets the better end of it. One of the things that impressed me the most, actually, watching that Loud Fnatic series, Brent, was how good the form looked from Loud. It was missing during Tokyo. It was missing, actually, during their opening match against DRX.
All right, so I said it during before we got interrupted.
Back-to-back winners of trophies. Tui's getting cheeky with it.
Yeah,
by the internet.
I mean, no one's near. He's just hoping that they run in to check it, throw some weapons away, but PRX were far away from it.
But my point about Loud's form, PRX are a bit different to Fnatic. The quality of players of our top 6 teams
during the season
across the board, all stacked rosters. But PRX are also super happy.
PRX was 5-1.
Fnatic said in their press conference
on
they ended up
Pearl.
being a little scared against Loud, and Loud wanted to take
1-1 at Masters.
Could you think of a team more happy to take their ones than PRX? If this game ends up diverting off the strategy tree, we could see some phenomenal individual clashes.
And here's a real form check. Early fight by something,
No
but has
Pearl
to back
at
away.
Engaging
Engaging away, conceding section of A.
And already Jing building up deep to his
Oh, they just don't play Pearl much, do they? I mean, they played it 5 times during Americas.
But Loud have control of Rubble, so it'd be tough.
leaving something posted, but Loud, look at this. It's a double face.
What a lovely play.
Really nice discipline.
Excellent reclear through towards
It's
B.
interesting that this is Loud's pick, seeing as Loud was like not very good on this map during America.
Contested, and especially with the Prowler information.
Definitely going to know now. Smoke's being propped up and dropped down. No Blazer leading through into the connector. Just in
Sorry, Lotus.
And I like that this is pulled
I keep
less
saying
over, less
Pearl.
goes to cover B. Leave C a little more open, and Loud have got a great defensive stack here.
Plenty of players ready and waiting. Aspas no nade to try and deny this plan. One still Jing in through the back, using the Ash to util as well, just to set himself onto the close angle. Plant going down. Jing was hunting for something. Slight kill there. An opportunity granted, presented. Mindfreak getting low, not enough for the kill. Close to the corner still. Damage definitely being done, but a player advantage all on the side of Loud here.
Was there thought process they didn't want to give something away going to Lotus?
No problems.
And Forsaken's used his Astra utility, now trying to take a duel over towards stairs. It looked a little labored, but he got Sadak.
Yep. Close down to the corner. They are cleaning up a few of these. Still Mindfreak alive, but just cannot reset the movement. Not in time for it. Loud survivor. 2 players left.
Because otherwise I'm kind of confused.
Damage, Ben, on the bonus round. Yes, it's not
if we're being honest.
PaperX, but taking 3 players down, knocking armor from both less and 2Es, and planting the spike. That's about as good as you can get without winning the round. Something is going to pick up the attack side operator in round 4. Okay. It's going to be one of these kind of games, is it?
What made them think they should pick Lotus against PaperX?
They don't want to slow down the beginning of these. A lot of information granted to them so far. They know that Les has been jump spotting when he's been playing towards A.
There are so many ultimates close to coming up. So Loud are going to fight with their Raise Fade combination over towards Mount. It looks like there's a Paranoia setup potential here too from 2Es.
Power to clear. Broken. No reveal.
You see teams running this 4-player over towards the C and B orb setup fairly often when the attackers are close to getting that ult online, because it can fight over the B orb and the C orb at the same time. But Forsaken's taking space on A. And that way, Jing is going to be able to move back over, get a showstopper. You have something posted up on stairs. PaperX have almost immediately found the gap here within the first 30 seconds of the round.
Pixel angle by Sadak. It's all about reaction times. Here's the orb. Don't know they're close now. Door opened up wide as well. Where do the stars get laid down? Drop down. No smoke. Something's still holding this angle for them, but it's being contained by Loud. Look, not really stepping over.
Who did they change the double duelist here? Was that?
And Aspas chose not to push out of B and get his ult
They didn't
online.
even change
He has
that.
nade. Oh, the vulnerable doesn't quite catch though.
Yeah, potentially would have been a kill there, but
and there was no smoke over towards Heaven either, and Device just allowed to bunny hop around the corner.
Tokyo. So why are they running double duelists here, I wonder?
Towards the back of the site now, dodging that horn.
Especially when they've always
not quite. Sadak needed to win that fight. Mindfreak now.
played so well on this
back,
map.
Fox in the pen. It's a 3v5. Good enough. Bring him down there towards the backside of things. Aspas. Divide caught unaware here. Still, it's something to the side. An exchange. The explosive with the showstoppers. And yeah, only 1 kill on one side of things. Something.
What a major round from PaperX. They managed to get into the A site without having to use Jing's showstopper. Somehow got away with murder in terms of Devi hopping around without getting punished. And Mindfreak being able to pick up 2 in this position. It is brutal that Sadak was watching that while still losing the duel. And then the showstopper v showstopper. Jing comes out on top with a lovely dodge over the top to hammer it home. PaperX now in full control of what's going on. Their economy booming, Loud's hurt. After a good bonus from PaperX does its damage.
Whoa, something.
Ooh, something is just slaying. Okay.
Pushing him. Yes, the weaponry is weak, but
got the shotty.
It's still going to bring him down. Tasty prize earned, but the reaction is there from PaperX. He's going to be trying to lead it straight through into C, close to the corner, inside the smokes. This is more than dangerous. Sadak, an absolute menace. Takes out 2 of them. Takes out a 3rd.
Wow.
What are PaperX doing trying to sneak into the smoke? Now it's all just left up to Forsaken, who does hit a flick without having too much damage taken. Still fairly healthy.
Now gonna have to worry about the pinch.
Coming around behind with the off.
Oh!
Wins his fight.
Well, there's one major threat taken down, and Sadak's only on 12 HP. This is still doable for Forsaken.
Plenty of time to work with on top of this. Committing the Cosmic Divide now.
He can really go just about wherever he wants.
Into the mix. Definitely obfuscating it.
And I love this smoke as well. A lot of players started using this just on the corner. Look how much Sadak's vision is obscured, not just by the ultimate.
Seconds left.
Back to the corner though, there's a weapon earned. 25 seconds left.
You would have to hit the headshot.
All fading. Here it is. Comes down to this fight. It's about to be taken. Sadak's tucked to the corner. Star, time. Planning, not in the usual spot. Can't be spammed. Sadak's just walking forward. On 12 HP. Drops down, fakes it with the pistol. Making noise, making them think that he could have dropped down, but still holding his ground. Sadak waiting for his teammate. Playing together with him. 2 is, but when he's this low, brought down to a crawl. 2 years. Got it with the reload. Excellent reposition. Can hear it surely with the footsteps. Still needs to land it. Here's the
He hears him.
well.
Oh, what a whiff from Forsaken.
Brings home the bacon. That's a round win for Loud.
Forsaken's to win there. He had the idea of where Tui's was. He just couldn't land the shot towards the end.
Unfortunate.
And that's a gift, honestly.
Yep.
If you think back before we were in that 1BX scenario, Loud have won the MasterCard Thrifty by PRX making this play. What are they doing walking into the smoke there towards Waterfall instead of clearing out the site? They've already lost a player over towards Rubble. They have a nice reaction into C. Why on earth would you take another risk when you're down a player in that kind of spot against the eco round?
Yeah, what should have been a sizable lead and advantage just cemented. Loud right back in it.
And what is this buy from PRX? I mean, they have got odds and ends all over the place.
It's weird. Nice for something, but Jing has been forcing for the judge most of the time. They are really running it down now, out towards C. Seekers.
I mean, I'm guessing you figure on
Top of the updraft, making sure that they clear most of it. Shorty dealing with Timmy.
Smokes, give him the SMG.
This is ridiculous by something. What are you doing?
Yo, what up, King? This is round 6 here so far, man. Been pretty good.
He had to do something. And the lockdown has just scared them all off.
At least forced out, but Forsaken can't win his duel.
Our 2 winners today qualify for them, or guarantee themselves top 3, which is pretty big.
And the 3 players from PRX have got a Bulldog, a Judge, and a rifle with no armor.
I'm still kind of confused on the map selection here.
Beautiful with the reset. Satchel's over the top in his face. Jing! Oh, giving him a taste
Nice
of it.
play by Jing.
Southeast Asian ranked gameplay. Right at you on the big stage.
Just got home? Hell yeah.
Caught a pixel there for sure.
But they are still holding for this one here. They can surely see the jiggle. 9 bullets left.
Oh.
To the side, 2 years. Shuts it. Right down. 1v4 for Divide.
Yeah, Weevil just headed back out.
Right over his head.
We were out for a little bit with family. Our family that lives up Pittsburgh way is gonna be moving back home.
Here we see the tactical timeout called. I think that makes
They got the
perfect sense.
kiddos, well, the one kiddo that's in school enrolled.
Slamming his desk a little bit coming into this one. You know, I'm sure
They got him moved down this weekend.
But with extraordinary force to keep his emotions under wraps. That's 2 rounds in a row there where PRX have
Come on,
made
younger
some very
daughter, I think are
questionable
going back
decisions
Monday.
to allow back into this at 3 apiece.
Dad and the
They're still
older
moving
one
quickly around
staying
the
with the
map. You know,
grandparents.
they're still making decisions. They're still finding a couple of openings. But they're certainly getting over-aggressive in some of these spots as well and taking a few too many risks.
Yeah.
I still think back to that anti-eco brand. You have something with this attack operator disrespecting the A control, ends up going down with his op, and then they go into C and try and walk into a smoke. It's just bizarre gameplay, maybe getting caught up in the moment.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much W gaming.
It is okay to sometimes let go of the W. That's what they won't tell you.
It's not in the rulebook, not for PRX though.
What a position this has put Loud in. They haven't really had to use many ultimates. There was a lockdown invested in the prior to shove PRX away from C.
You know what would be kind of cool?
Aspas set up with his second
And what
showstopper
Valorant
way ahead
should
of
probably try to implement?
And then Sadak.
Riot needs to build a tracker.
PRX might be on the weaker buy here.
And maybe this is the old head in me, but I remember like stat tracker on Yahoo and NBA, like NBC Sports and stuff, where you can kind of watch a game and it would like play out and move the ball along the field one way or the other, right?
Yeah, just smoked across here along with the flash.
Just imagine if it updated scores live.
Position, Rocket, let loose, sent wide though. No kills found there.
Stuff like that.
Let's connect Aspas.
That'd be so big for Riot.
Too many bullets raining his way, and the sheriffs. Oh, they sing.
Aspas hard committed to that one, and Kamanzin was caught trying to help him. Stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Here we go. Damage still being done, though. They're just poking themselves wide out into the open, not using the smokes to hide here.
So are you still in Cali then, or are you back home?
Sight gained. Not too many rifles salvaged, though.
Something's in a bit of a passive position as well. He's the player with the rifle that could make this round a reality.
Loud have already cleared out, at least towards rubble here. Diligence being shown, so this is one post-plan position that they know is going to be clear.
There isn't very much utility for the retake, though. Just one smoke. That blocks off the players in tree.
Trailblazer spots it. Jing's still holding close here. Shotgun flash to set it up out wide. Jumping shot right through the box. It's a 2v2. Has the nade, but he's tight close to the corner here. There needs to be coverage. It's not there. Divide now left to do so much more. Cannot hit the transfer.
Oh, and he's only just got it. I think he's got milliseconds left on this defuse.
Oh!
2-3.
No. Damn. Tough.
The tiniest of margins making all the difference in that round.
300ths of a second.
As PRX with absolutely nothing in this round, managed somehow to delay enough time.
That's insane. That is insane.
You can see that on the faces of the Loud players and mirrored its complete reflection on the other side with something.
Straight back in again though, look at this. Offloading the utility. Fight taken. The bullets are rattled and the casualty is mine-free.
But with the Astra still alive here, there are chances for Forsaken to still call this round and get them into sight. Aspas and Kawanzin have been re-clearing B with this high-low setup fairly frequently, and here it is again.
Set it up, it's all dodged, Loud! That's magnificent! Aspas and Kawanzin. You can see the idea from PRX, but now the spike's just been dropped straight through into the choke point. Divide. Too much for him to overcome.
This setup over towards B is immaculate. But if PRX start getting the read that this is happening, think about it. At the start of the round, you're getting raise fade utility over towards A rubble, and then you're seeing them on B. Barely 10 seconds
The
later.
back and forth, man.
So the more that PRX
And what's crazy is both teams are winning rounds for the most part pretty cleanly.
Just assuming that Aspas and Kawanzin have both rotated to B. Lotus is going to be a map about how you fight over rubble and how you open up the rounds, basically. How you manipulate the defender rotations. Ooh, Alex is not happy about that one. 4 apiece, though. PRX are still managing to claw their way through. And the Thrifty benefited them last time.
They might be able to do it again, but so far, Loud are really showing why this is their map pick. Sounds like down here with a showstopper. Prior! Sadak! Nasty businessman. Shuts down the ultimate. There was so much danger with that one. You know the consistency is there. Okay. Kill found. Rifle gained. A bit of an upgrade. Mindfreak, one more TP to escape. There's no more shots going his way. It has led Loud to a bit of a scramble. Look at the positioning of the players on the minimap all over the place.
Yeah, the paranoia is split apart. Aspas and Kawanzin, who've been trying to play a buddy system so far.
Do I want soup?
Forsaken continues to prod over towards C, but it hasn't pulled anybody other than less. Certainly feels like it could be a B hit with.
Can't tell if I want soup or not.
And the door opening, but Loud have read this perfectly. 3 players ready to defend A.
I feel like I do.
And that's where this is hit.
The positioning of Towers in here is fantastic. If he chooses to commit the Nightfall, Seekers need to be broken. There's the Horn, a pit. Potential is there, but Sadak thinks twice against it. Jump spawning around the corner. Les is going to hold it, and he will. Ripping up to shreds. No more past the choke point.
30 seconds left.
Huge ultimates used in this round. Forsaken with 5 health and 15 seconds. Has no hope. Has no hope. Zack and Aspas are spraying.
As soon as that goes up.
Smoke as well. The Loud defense is funneling PRX around the map immaculately. It feels like everywhere that PRX.
So when did they start figuring out this map?
Are already positioned there, ready to
Were they just saving this for something?
Set up towards B, or a Nightfall pushing them into less over here towards the breakable door. It's all been excellent from Loud, barring, you know, the loss in the pistol and the loss of the Thrifty.
Oh, we are jumping straight back into it again. I mean, just look at the positioning. The barriers drop down.
PaperX and EDG did this all the time as well, just clashing, almost team fighting.
Just feels like it ends almost.
It's not like they're counter-stratting, right? I mean,
later towards the back here, something that really just blinds it open as well, dodging all the util. Everything's being thrown at it. It's an absolute skirmish. A bloodbath occurring. Finally, a pause in the play, at least for the round for now. But advantage still for Loud.
And these pauses are where Loud have been going back to re-explore towards B and look for the lurker and see if there's any adaptation. So now PaperX look like they're getting the read just a little. You can see by the way that Jing's taking this space, he expects them to be there.
Almost lined up, 1 HP still surviving. And it is still that 2v2, Cosmic Divide.
Ying literally
into it.
1 HP in a dream.
Movement. Whiff there, but still less. Starting to get a jog on now, starting to get a move on. Lockdown. Looking to break this. Jing does
Literally 1 HP in a dream.
He's going to try for it. He's going to try for it. It's cut on the corner. It's so damn close. It breaks it. One obstacle removed. But Loud is still in this one. TP close.
Nice.
But Jing so survives.
Oh, he almost got it. No, he did get it. Wow. Damn. Sheesh.
How are PaperX being able to get these rounds? A pistol against Loud, who looked immaculate at them against Fnatic. A Thrifty that came out of nowhere with 3 milliseconds the difference. And then an ace from Jing. Perfection in terms of reading the defensive rotations, though. I really feel like they read into the back off towards B perfectly. I'm sure Alex's emotions were flipped towards the end there. They're allowing Loud to take rubber control at the start here, and PaperX are pushing more towards C. They haven't actually put that much pressure on Les throughout this map so far.
And here it is. Not slowing it down, pivot straight into C. Les, chance and opportunity. It's vulnerable up, I believe. Yeah, Snakebite to K damage, all kicking in with the turret. Finishing him off.
That's a huge amount of damage to both of the double duelists. And Forsaken hasn't been able to take any space.
It's a great Viper's Pit, actually.
Prowlers and the spam from Tui's was pushing him back.
That's such a good Viper's Pit.
Where do you take it from here if you are PaperX? I mean, this pit
The only play it's not covered
it's a thorn in your side. They don't really have map
is the
control
part that
anywhere
is
else.
elevated, so you have to go through it anyways to get there.
That's
That's brilliant.
Is for Forsaken to try and open something up. Knows that the players have been jump peeking that, and Tui's finds it this time. He's got info, but he hasn't actually called anyone around. Kawanzin's still spotting from the door.
It's Mind Freak on the look. A ping into the corner. This is being watched.
Not well enough.
Not well enough. Les is taken out. TV to disengage, and this is really just going to tether a couple of those players from Loud over towards C, not knowing which way this is going. I mean, PaperX also finding it difficult to really pick and choose the position here. They want to go straight into B with only 15 seconds left.
I say they should know it's coming into B, especially after.
He could seek to deny this. Potential is there still. 10 seconds. Plan not to deny.
Oh.
And closed on the gun duels. It's evened, but it's all Loud now. Reigning supreme, holding that heaven angle.
Yeah, once they heard the Omen smoke coming out and realizing it wasn't on
Does this one play out?
C, they should have known exactly to convert.
He was spotted. It's pre-fires. It's all
Push
cleaned
here.
up. And dropping down, Kawazine.
It's not the cleanest of rounds,
Making sure to seal it up.
but you win it regardless.
The return of Kawanzine to the big stage has been a delight. One of the players that had the most impact in that solo initiator meta that we saw when Loud were playing up at their best, but had a real fall-off in form throughout, I mean, the slump, essentially, for Loud. But I've been mightily impressed with what I've seen from him in the last couple of matches at Champions. I was a little concerned in this round when Aspas didn't use those 2 blast packs, but whoa, yeah. I think as well, more so.
He is always so mad, bro. He's so animated. I love it.
Specifically, the level of tension.
I mean, it's definitely there. Speaking of, I mean, I want to see Jing right now with the showstopper. There's going to be 4 players.
Shitty buy here for PRX.
Here it is. They don't want to slow it down at all. You can read it and weep if you are a PaperX fan. Jing falling there. Loud know they have the player advantage.
Mind Freak's waiting to collect onto Kawanzine. He's only got a Sheriff. But Forsaken has got to stop this. They're going for the pull play.
Yep, deep flash into the corner. Forsaken, he's still close here. He needs somebody to help him out here. Where's the Utah?
I like that at least we can jump right back into it.
It's messy and the bullets are running out. Nightfall, they're still close. Something! over the round. The knives expended out, but it is a 1v2, and he just cannot land the shots.
Loud finishes up on the half, 7-5.
Explosive from both sides. Loud trying their best to bottle the madness that is PaperX. And they still broke through 5 times, but Loud's defense was excellent there in that half. Trying their best to funnel them into the stronger spots. With Quarantine and Aspas being the big playmakers in my mind, everywhere on the map that they were required, and still quite a competitive half. We saw aces and thrifties and pistol rounds going the way of PaperX to make this one competitive.
It really did, absolutely. Well, we heard from something a little bit earlier. Let's listen in.
I mean, actually, on the stand, they play very good. They shoot us back. But after this, after first half, we chill a bit after this pause, like 2 minutes pause, when we change sides. And yeah, we start shoot back also and win game. And I think most of the teams just scared to play with Reyna because they think they just cannot take some space with this play. Actually, it's classic W gaming because I mean, I can play in Reyna. Team also can play with Reyna, so like why not?
Fair point, not gonna spot. I think Forsaken just dips back into the coves, gets the dink through, and Kiwi will be able to get that jumping right click across. Finds him as Jing though. Holds the line.
I don't know, it's different. I mean, it's interesting with Reyna, right? Because like her whole kit is so selfish.
And also I think Cloud will do the same thing. So they just play in Loud game.
I mean, that's kind of what you should be doing if you're leading the front, right?
On one tournament, on international stage,
that's something that something does, right?
International stage. I think overall just experience, you know, how to play on stage, how to play on international stage, and in another country. You'll play in PRX game, like W gaming, and yeah, we'll see who will win.
Certainly been explosive between these two teams, and you know, something maybe getting ahead of himself at times as well. He's not positive on the scoreboard, sitting at the bottom for his team.
He's a player that's talked about nerves, and I think people forget because he's so highly anticipated in his first tournament at an international level that he is still very much a rookie kind of player. He got pulled straight out of farming tier 2 to go into a team that's expected to compete for trophies. That's a lot of pressure for a guy who self-admittedly struggles with the nerves sometimes. We're expecting to see him warm up throughout the series. At the moment, Loud have been in control most of the time, and their pistol rounds have looked impressive. PaperX look like they're setting up for a bead trap play, potentially off the orb. But Action may end up coming into something sooner than he anticipates.
The dash is activated so early, as soon as he hears the smoke.
Yeah, incredibly early.
But this is just being held by Loud. It's going to be wasted.
I mean, it decides to contest. That's another first death for him. His 6th so far of the map.
It's just Jing trying to punish the fact that the Trailblazer was being broken. But Loud, I think they only shot that with one player. They baited like there was only one player there. There's all 5 of them waiting to receive, so Jing caught out in the open. It's a Horn though needs to be dealt with. Something, chance to shine. Has to respect the util though. Gets sent flying straight through into the back of the site here. 30 seconds left. It will take now. Reinforcements have definitely arrived. Here's the damage yet to be done. Smoke in their face is brutal. It's excellent.
Oh, he jumps over him. Shut up.
Right, but it's all jumping right clicks all day long. Enough surely to get the job done. Lined up. Forsaken. Inject some danger into it, but not enough for the pistol round win. Loud. Consistent in the last series with it. Again, another one here.
And you can just see the back and forth, the plan A, plan B, plan C from both of these teams as they try to create different trap plays around the map. One at B and then one over towards C. Loud making sure that they didn't fall into either of those. Found the first pick on Jing, who went over aggressive. And they've been able to convert these first kill rounds fairly effectively, barring miraculous stuff from PaperX.
Gonna see another brawl, Josh. On the replays, yes, but the barriers are already down. There's a lot of players ready to meet them over towards A.
Loud with the weaponry, though, just back off. They don't want to take these fights.
Got to spam that. Dash backing, something still alive. Do they really want to fight over this? Yes, they should with the weaponry. They should be favored, but you never know.
Pass.
On a dime. Damage is being done with these pistols. More than that as well, hunting for the chance and an opportunity, but it's only Forsaken as the last one left, and this will mean that Loud have a really solid lead in this series now.
We've seen quite a few rounds.
So has this just been in their back pocket? Had to have been. That's why. I mean, it's a smart pick then, if that's the case.
In an unwinnable spot.
This is the curveball.
By once
I
again
doubt
catching the
PRX
aggression from
prepared
PaperX.
for
They don't take the fight at the very beginning of the round when PaperX
Lotus.
is throwing all of their utility.
Let's look
They
for
wait
split
until
next.
That util has disappeared
That's our map that's
and use
up
their
next,
own to
right?
Clear the space. And I think that's a very good idea coming into this. PaperX are often going to be very obvious with which parts of the maps they're fighting over. They love throwing utility. They love going and brawling. And so either trying to react in the opposite direction or trying to catch it.
So
Seems
what,
like a very
8 and
sensible
5?
Let's see if there's anything cooked up for the bonus. Loud. Oh, hello. Team receiving the brunt of all that utility, and it does grant the space over towards
They pick
PaperX.
split based off of
On C and A.
Yeah, this is interesting
Loud?
because Loud are looking to try and re-clear through Mound. And how do Forsaken and Jing respond to this? One Prowler broken, and they back up, respecting the space.
Here's the second wave of utility, just being used to clear forward. So the game plan here is to try and get these orbs for Aspas.
And this is actually, because Loud are making so much noise and throwing so much utility over towards C, it looked like something, and Mindfreak wanted to poke out a little towards Rubble. But it's difficult. Where do you go? Just straight into spawn? You have to kind of wait until Loud commit to the C push before you can over-rotate like that. Kind of through the attacker's spawn.
Looks like the committal's really happening sometime soon. Let's retrieve the turret back. Jump spot from Forsaken is very good. Haunt in through the back. Pull, excellent. On top of Mound. Definitely coverage. Jing. He's left to do the most here. He was able to return the fire, but can he get another kill?
It always feels like
Oh,
it's such a tough corner to come around, man. Some teams do it better than others.
And noted at that. All the way onto the site. It's all theirs. 2 years. He's going to lock down the flank with the ADS Bulldog. Bad time for a reload. Something. A chance.
These
And
players
more
are
than
so
that,
weak.
They are weak. Definitely winnable.
Oh, hold on.
Backing away. Something.
Wow. With the four-piece.
Magnificent.
Damn it. That's crazy.
We were waiting for him to have his impact. Struggled a little bit in the first half, but my God, that's magnificent. That is unbelievable. The last player left alive in a 1v4. What is this? The sharp shooting onto Sadak and Cowanzine, and then the last two players have scraps of health.
No headshots, though.
He plays
Just
that
no
as
health
well. Just
left.
Perfect.
The dashes coming online so often.
Just doing enough,
It
you know
feels
what I
like
mean?
He has an infinite amount of them. The round itself, well played by Loud, always double facing on their way into the site. But they just couldn't manage to stop something.
Loud went out of util though. Send out their own paranoia. This is the time that they want to try and fight over it. What's the adjustment? Backing away.
Watch this round real quick, and then I'm going to throw Soup in. Actually, I'll just throw Soup in between rounds. That's what I'll
Despite
do.
there being no kills. They've set up Mindfreak in that 4 position.
9-6. I might as well just wait.
Have a chance now for the re-clear. Prowler is through and over. Smoke in the face.
Look how heavy PaperX fight over just keeping Mindfreak in this position. Almost all of the utility for both teams has been used just to keep this war of attrition in a complete stalemate. Mindfreak can something keep this space.
Yep. Jing and Forsaken pushed up towards C. There's really just nothing else to do it. Has to be just clearance, making sure they trade each other smoke propped up. This is so
With
cheeky.
a judge. With a judge.
They don't want anything to do with it. They don't want anything to do with it. You're going to be walking right back into the A stack once more because that space, you just gave it up early on. Horn's back online. It needs to be broken. It is. There we go. It's face together. Triple up. Forsaken. Here we go. Faster the rotation here. Something. Definite chance for him to do something.
30 seconds left.
But loses the duel. Didn't happen in the prior round at all. And
Oh.
Les finds another. Big shooting from the Loud players.
Come on,
Down those
Loud.
threats as they appeared. Oh, and here comes another
He's
one.
not messing around. I mean, there's no time left here. He's got him off the plant. He's buying a bit of time. Here's a showstopper. Has to be committed. Round to the corner. Kill collected. Follow up through. And Aspas to 4K. A 4-piece. Make them 10-6.
Got him a little 4-piece nugget there.
I was surprised that Loud even had enough utility to be able to re-clear Rubble at that point. It's late in the round. They already used a bunch of it to try and dislodge Mindfreak earlier. And then coming around here, they just all swing together when Mindfreak doesn't have a smoke up. Right? That's the big difference maker, is that Mindfreak was smoking that choke point repeatedly. And now all of Loud can just swing it together and support each other. The Loud coordination, the spacing, the team play has improved drastically in these last couple of matches compared to what we were witnessing. And something is looking to try and take things back into his own hands. Empowered by the 1v4.
Yeah, there's going to be a turret in his face.
Bro, he is just chasing his ass.
He's like a border collie nipping at the heels of Loud, just chasing them into A.
He has to respect it, though. Overstayers welcome too much here. The site's going to be given up. Plan for Loud. PRX surrounding them, not giving up heaven control. There's a nade. Clear them out, definitely. So, look at the damage that's being done, and it is crispy from Aspas. To hold his ground and survive, though. Can't quite land it, actually, against a lot of these shots. Drop down to 5 HP.
Aspas struggling on the shots.
Wants to try and take the fight towards them. Respected to a degree here. PRX, though, right back at him. Blade Storm, something! You're nasty with it. An inside tree, door rotated, 2 years, winning the duel out. Tap onto the defuse to buy.
Oh my god.
Knows someone's there, door has to be rotated, Seeker still in his face, it's happening, the defuse is broken. But time, potentially there, Mind Freak!
He's got it!
Enough has been earned. Holy.
Another Mastercard 50 from PRX.
Damn.
How are they pulling these rounds out? The double duelist ultimates did so much there. Aspas walked inside the smoke.
Because you got that and the showstopper, so you got what, 4 kills between the two? At least the 3.
I mean, one of the hidden jewels, honestly, of PRX's run entirely, and bottom of the scoreboard right now too, but Devi hit a beautiful headshot during the midst of all of that to be able to make things winnable. Loud are getting put into spots where they should be able to create enormous advantages and win out these anti-eco rounds, and PRX's individual form says no.
This time, well, definitely seeking to gain all that space. There's no waiting it out for the util. Right at the beginning, off the rip. It's all broken though, makes them worry. Yeah, with the rotation, starting to try and take that space up.
Huge ultimate here
by Mind Freak. So difficult, but yeah, lockdown. So we used to clear out the site.
It's uncontestable, unless Jing was literally anchoring on site and the rest of Loud are there ready to pounce. This is a free A. And the PRX retakes have been fairly decent, but that time, in the previous, they caught a player going aggressive and had a showstopper to come back in. Those tools not available.
Yeah, working into the pit instead. Cosmic Divide. Cuts it up through into tree.
Les has a great spot.
He's in the backstab position. He's got to try and do the most here in this real spot here.
Everyone on Loud is just shoved in a corner.
Unless, again, if he contains this fight out, Forsaken wins it still. All towards tree. Cosmic Divide's going to be fading, and the pit is really not being brought down. How does this get fought? How does this get taken? PRX are scrambling. The positioning here, losing time on the clock, is working so hard against him. It comes down to just random spray into the pit. Everybody
Hey, I didn't even miss the end of this round either. Let's go.
That is nuts from PRX. You can see it
PRX
based on the
might actually
positioning,
go come back and bring this back.
Divide was excellent from Forsaken.
Yeah.
He just seems a master on every agent he plays. And all of Loud were left cowering in the corner of their pit.
That's why I was highlighting the importance of Les's positioning.
He looked like he was in a spot to be able to make that round.
Because if everybody's playing tree control, yes, you have a pit there, but it can just flip just like that. Like we saw, I mean, something was just running and gunning inside it. Everybody was. That was their key to breaking that. But when you're all collected in such a small area, I mean,
the spray is going to work, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I also feel like you take a look at that replay, and Les is sprinting towards Forsaken and giving him the
and the timeout
to peek. I think he genuinely believed everybody on PRX was behind that Cosmic Divide and wouldn't be able to hear. So what a perfect position for Forsaken to be playing it on the opposite side of it, so that he could get sound cues to read into something like that. And now the shoe is very heavily on the other foot. Loud are going to have some kind of thrifty round. Their economy's in a bad spot for, as far as I can remember, one of the first times in this map.
Yeah.
Though the score is close, it has definitely been a story of Loud being in control and PRX finding the magic to be able to fight back. And now perhaps the tide may have turned.
Feel it on the wind. I mean, the map overall has been living up to the expectations.
Yeah, an epic clash between two top teams, a matchup that we've never seen before. We thought it would be explosive. My God, it has been so far.
I mean, we've been missing almost the beginning of these rounds as well.
Yeah, because they start and end so quickly.
Exactly. As soon as the barriers are dropped.
Here's that B trap play again.
Les pushing him up.
Watching with the op as well for that C.
Or not Les pushing up. Who's on the other side?
Battle on
Devi.
Loud were very good at dealing with this on their pistol round. They basically only have pistols again, 2 hero rifles for less than 2Es.
Want to note though, all that space towards A was given up for free, so PaperX. See Forsaken. Puts up the smoke here. Does he see the spam? No, the ult's just being picked up. And Given, this is so damn dangerous. Don't want to give away a rifle. The shots are definitely going to be going wide now. Does
Oh, he's so far. Oh! Got one?
In his face, still tucked to the corner. Definitely some danger here. Jing!
There's no way.
So much
No
damage.
way.
What is occurring? You can't see a bloody thing. What a decision. But just like this.
But why?
Over a rifle. Les already had one. Brought it into the rounds. Maybe they can pick up a few more. And yeah, there's one just planted there. Aspas has got it now, just like this, man. I mean, it was weaker guns coming in, but Loud.
The flash, Brent, it didn't catch anything. Divide doesn't think there's anyone towards A anymore. And the ultimate from 2Es, I'm not exactly sure what, I mean, I think that's just a check, right?
Yeah, clearing out.
So the Les might be able to get a bit of a walk through.
Means he only has to worry about heaven.
Divide has another flash, but he looks like he's going to peek it with his face. He's not going to see a thing. So it's only Mind Freak. Yep.
Salves on to be here. Plant coming through. Mind Freak. Flash. Repeat has been dodged. So Loud. So good with the covering fire. The coverage is there. 2 years. He's a monster right now.
Damn.
And a MasterCard Thrifty. Do not count either of these teams out.
I would say that is a round you really needed from PaperX. You got that far, then you let them get it Thrifty. A round they should have given up and gotten within 1.
Nothing.
I mean,
and not only do they win the round, but they walk away with 3 rifles.
I mean, Forsaken goes
which means even
there
if they lose this round, I think they should be good to fully invest again.
He gets stuck
Back-to-back rounds.
He has to call for his team to bail him out, and Jing decides to go for the aggressive version of bailing people out. And that's another one that's going to make you tear your hair out if you sat there in the coaching booth.
Yeah, entire map so far here. So pull in an aid, sets up PaperX over towards Rubble. A lot of faith in something just to make sure that he holds down Mound. Aldo avoided, gives him the Q. Nanoswarm actually misses there. There was a chance for something. Gonna rip somebody's head clean off.
Something spotted the Raze and the Fade player there. Aspas and Currency both seen over towards C.
Got fired. Loud one.
Hold on, chat, my bad.
Back away.
And this has actually pulled Mind Freak further away than he has done before over towards A. He's still going to be able to jump spot for info, but not really fight it heavily. And that's a pretty big difference. Usually PaperX has been trying to maintain that control.
Stack up alerts, we're still live.
Loud now creeping back into C, hoping perhaps that something with his operator has been shifted from this spot, but he stays firm and hit the shot. Aspas down to 2 HP.
Yeah, dropped all the way down. It was a warbang. No kill. It's unfortunate for him. Satchel across Nanoswarm as a snake bite. All hidden, near-sighted, and away. But PaperX seeking it as well. They don't want to give up this space. They want to be jumping straight into them. Divide! It's an absolute menace!
And now all of a sudden,
4K.
bro.
It's absurd.
That's the danger with this squad, to be honest with you, Brent. Anybody at any point can step up and have a monstrous round. Devi, arguably the best player for PaperX during their regular split in the Pacific region, was hanging around at the bottom of the scoreboard for a while in this map, but if he turns up, the squeeze is going to be put on Loud. Sadak has got a Bucky in this round with his attack side Viper. Never feels good. Something has dodged it. Something has dodged the horn.
Prime for the taking. A nasty shot.
Well, not his head,
Connection
but
onto Aspas, but now no time wasted, is it? Loud trying to take control of this one towards the back of the site. There it is.
He's so
Paranoia
bold.
used. Has to back him away here inside the smoke. Still tucked to the corner.
bro's got balls of steel.
The rest of his team with the tap onto the plant.
Here comes the pressure from behind
onto the
Forsaken
flank.
and Jing.
Trying to take Mount control, and something's still there. With the operator caught in the corner though.
Oh.
Eventually cleaned up and taken out. This is all over the place. It's a scramble.
Damn.
Defy once more. You cannot enter his sight.
Loud can't afford to be playing at this tempo.
Damn.
The faster the PaperX get, the more mistakes Loud are making. This one, just an excellent play by Something. It's reasonable that Loud would have some oversight there, but they weren't controlling towards spawn because the flank was coming through too quickly. And Loud couldn't control both avenues at the same time. They didn't have resources to stop something going for another peak, and they also couldn't stop the flank from happening. Loud have just won a Thrifty. They might need another.
Well, here we go. Nade at the feed, 2 use.
Oh!
Evacuation attempted, successful. Backing away, but still the util flying on either side here with the rifles and the rocket aspat. No kill claimed, but still PaperX can't afford to overstay your welcome because Loud.
Come on, Loud.
With a vengeance.
Big round here, boys.
The 3 rifles now and a Guardian, so Loud have made upgrades off the back of this. Picking from the carcasses of PaperX. Forsaken on a bit of an off angle here that may catch Aspas if they start walking into A. It's a fairly nice crossfire between him and Devi, who's just been a monster in these last few rounds.
Nightfall. Devi's out wide. Swing for so damn wide. Util and a knife out. 2 years.
Why is he got his knife out?
Not a clue. Reset of the movement. Cowzine stems the bleeding, stops the danger for but a chance and a moment here for something. Haunt though. Once more, Cloudburst.
They haven't heard it.
Surely.
Cowzine's not looking.
Oh. Jump spot. Shot fired, but now a rifle upgrade picked up. 11 bullets left here. It's a 1v2 though. Surely you don't win this one. Surely the setup is there, and yes, it is. Loud. It's 12 to 10.
And that's another half-by kind of round.
I mean, coming into it with scraps.
MasterCard don't get the shout out, but I mean, they've already had their money's worth in this one. Every time one of the teams has low eco, they're able to come out on top. And PaperX, I can understand why they would want to fight super hard, because the faster they're playing, the more pressure they're putting on Loud. It feels like the more mistakes they're actually forcing out of the Brazilian squad. And yet it's also leading to rounds like this.
I love his reactions, dude. Especially when they lose. Well, more particularly when they lose a round. I guess it's probably the better way of putting it. I'm gonna go grab my super real
chaotic
quick.
very quickly towards the end as the pressure seriously mounts. There's a moment of respite, a breather here. But Loud are up towards map point. Off the back of 2 low eco rounds. Otherwise, PaperX having great ideas on the defense side. Is it possible they could string 2 together? Absolutely.
Close to some ultimates of their own. Timeout called by PaperX here. 1 away from the showstopper for Jing. Knives online for something.
While still
money as well.
Yeah, they still have Op and Odin out to play. Yeah. You know, PaperX's economy is not hurting here at all. We're going to see some proper gun rounds to end this. Or possibly just one. A reminder, too, that PaperX have not dropped a map so far at Champions. We thought they'd get tested a little bit in the group stage against EDG, but they rolled through that series. Only had 1 overtime, which they ended up winning, of course. Loud on the verge of drawing blood for the first time against this SEA squad.
There will be a fight to be taken. It looks like Devi and Jing. Holding on to control of this one. Mind Freak. Mind Freak close. Prowler. Is there a paranoia going to be used to offload any of this one here? Yes, Mind Freak uses it finally. Connection onto the 2, but pushes them away. B main spots it out. That is a lot of players and a lot of information. Something.
He's just sprinting towards them with the op, trying to gobble up this space that he thinks is not going to be taken. This is a nasty way of getting value out of his knife and operator.
It really is, though, and he gets some good
We'll be clearing
info.
towards that area here. Odin spray. Forsaken, knowing now that they're disrespecting him with the util across wide. Locked down. Now placed out. This will be pushing back over towards the anchoring players onto B.
Jing still has nade.
Forsaken's got a node and he can spam this line to side angle. He's got the ping on it already. The damage narrowly avoided is being done. But still,
got what? One player a little bit?
That's
That's it?
for a rainy day, and that's just about now. No real commitment onto it, but now straight through something. He's got the knives in hand, and it's short work.
You know, Calzine's like, bro, relax.
Disengaging away, doesn't overstay his welcome. Door rotating, open it up. Still going to watch for these players back to the wall. Calzine none the wiser. It's up to less, and he is weak.
They know where he is,
Down,
right?
37 health. Forsaken can soundly stick this one now, knowing his teammates have got his back, jumping around.
Easy.
It is.
The PaperX players alternating, taking it in turns to have huge rounds where they make outsized levels of impact. I've been so impressed with the way that Loud have been double clearing through spots, but they didn't through this, their own Viper wall. And that was a major punishment from something who was playing in an excellent spot, just perfection with the Bladestorm and the Operator. Now Loud themselves end up getting squeezed a little. We're heading into the last round of regulation. Tui's has a Bucky, Sadhak with a Stinger, a Bulldog on less. Odds and ends, but they're fighting heavy over rubble, and here's something once more.
Something with the Operator, seeking to lay claim, at least one of the lives, no, avoiding all the damage their way.
He picked up a Judge. He's got a spare Judge on the floor.
Just in case. Spamming down this line though.
No way.
Something close to the corner, door rotating. This is an awkward angle for him. Has to drop the Cloud Burst. See Les hot on his heels, seeking to try and take that timing here.
Well, we're reconnecting in OBS. Let's see if this will reconnect. It will, and we missed a tying round. Love it.
This is what something adds. This is the level of chaotic excellence.
Okay.
Sorry, chap.
Injects into this on top of the normal W gaming.
Oh my.
You get all of this as well. And this is what PRX were missing, just a tad.
We'll go watch back that round
excellent run in Tokyo.
at the break.
We're headed into overtime. Rifles across the board. Nobody making any unusual investments here. But Les taking a much more aggressive position than we saw from him usually on the defense side. It was Aspas and Kawanzin with a bit of a buddy system. And most of the time, the defending team's fighting over rubble. This is going to feel different for PRX. And usually, when this spot was open, they took that space quickly with Forsaken or something.
Dash now active for something.
Looks like Loud's leading it.
And waiting here, targets. Definitely being acquired, but Tuya shuts that one down. Still has to back away here. Or will he have his team to help him out? Yes, Aspas. Dropping down towards the back. There's a pull in away. It's Sadak.
Oh, big double from Sadak.
In through the smoke.
Tui's gets one as well. Nice. Good round for Loud. Good round.
Another chance here to take the map away.
Switching sides. Match point.
Loud were in control early. For them, I'm sure it feels like getting back into a winning position. Something that they might be thinking to themselves they deserve. But you you only deserve it if you earn it. What a play by Sadak. Swinging through the smoke there, finding the timing. That's definitely a spot the PRX have not been looking at too much.
We're heading into a Loud timeout here for OT. Another chance to close out the map.
Loud's attack side ran into a bunch of difficulties. Both of these teams did. But PRX have traps all around the map. And sometimes they're going to be able to fight for A control in a way that, I mean, you like using the word coin flip, Brent. Sometimes it's just a big team fight. And we saw this all the time with PRX playing against EDG as well. A big team fight with 4 or 5 people on either side all committing to it. And it just comes down to the rifling, the trades, the overwhelming utility, the small micro adjustments in terms of what your read is on how they're going to throw their util.
Tiniest of adjustments.
So 5 seconds heading into things. Loud back on another map point.
All right, let's get it.
And you'll see very quickly from the buy that something has an Operator, Forsaken has an Odin. So this is different. Sadak as well, actually, with his own attack side Odin. Looks like he's going to be spraying that kind of down the line to where something would be looking to op, or anybody would be looking to push forwards if they were fighting aggressively over rubble.
It's a glass cannon.
This is interesting from PRX. They're going to fake rubble control with the nade.
They're going to make it feel like it. Look at the damage done. Something obliterated. Not brought down though. There is a heal there, but a smoke in his face. Still dash there. Active as well. Paranoia, or not the Paranoia, but the Prowler itself.
Well, now Loud have heard the aggressive utility and the off. So how does Sadak read into this?
He's so bloody active with it. Moving around the map here, just trying to get the wallbang angles onto it, but the door breaks. Loud funneling their way through now. The B site, open for the taking, but they don't have heaven control. Good nade. Pushes them away, backs them away, buys enough time here for Kawazin to get the plant off. Post plant is looking impeccable right now. Sees all layered up with a util here.
Trying to play this 5v5 on the retake.
Sadak's going to be really that last line of defense as well when this gets recleared here. Drop shot, missing wide. Sadak caught out, but 2 years is also going to be holding this crossfire. I mean, it's all going to be decided onto this. PRX! What are you pulling out now? It's absolutely ludicrous, but Loud seeking once more to salvage it, to save it, containing it all the way. Swapping out the guns, rifles in their hands, jumping in their face, it's a shorty play. The Forsaken dropping down less. Time was of the essence, and they just had enough.
I have no clue how PaperX were able to pull off that retake. It looked like Loud had excellent post-plant positions. And Les is over towards B main. They have a player ready.
No way.
And these shots that are coming through are just bonkers. How Devi reads that Sadak is there ready to support as well.
That's
and
insane.
how something exactly against that opening fight onto Tui's. They just crush the crossfire over there towards Rubble and Breakable Door to make things 13-13, and the overtime rolls again. Another timeout being taken.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like it should have been over just from that post-plant setup, but it is ripped to pieces. It's broken apart. The timeout forced, not quite forced, PaperX making sure they take it.
I would say if you got it, you might as well take it, right?
Nice and even with the OT, 13.
You'd rather take it and try and make sure you've got a good game plan here
on the defense half.
than like
In various different
lose your
ways.
fucking head.
The first team to crack an attack may end up taking this map. My God, what a performance this has been. And what a sign of incredible things potentially to come on Split and Pearl as we look a little further ahead. But for the here and now, PaperX have got to figure out what their game plan is going to be. They've been stumped a little bit once they get into these sites because Lauda being able to find ways of, you know, flanking around the back. We saw Sadak pushing through the smoke towards stairs for a 2K in the previous round. Aspas is going to pick up the op on Raze. No boombot.
Pushing towards B.
One satchel. I mean,
very unusual.
I feel like PaperX have not gone towards B except with a single player the whole time.
Yeah, maybe feeling like they could have had a read that now is the time that the pivot occurs. Direction. Odin spam.
Recovering it. Taking that back.
And once more, no real utility used over here from the defenders. So are PaperX going to try and take this space aggressively? They hide from the Prowler to begin with. This is going to make it very difficult for Kawanzine and the rest of Loud to get good information about what's happening behind this smoke.
Here.
And they have to commit so many resources to helping Aspas on B. They have two players and an alarm bot there. At some point, Aspas and Tui's are likely to fall off and just leave this to the alarm bot. But the question is, do they find the right timing?
Trying to fake it out. But really, not a lot of noise being heard. It has pulled rotations away. Loud, moving away from the site.
It's all of this bad information that Kawanzine is getting.
Gives it up, still playing. It was back to essentially the spawn.
What a way to throw something different into overtime. This is magnificent from PaperX. They're getting the plant down before Loud even know that they're there.
Yeah, not a single sound cue made until now. Into the post plant. How does the positioning get played now?
And they're,
this one, Aspas.
I also like that they've got Devi pushing through middle. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Devi's going to be able to fully pinch this.
What's he looking away for?
Oh, but he's way late. Devi needs to book his ass back over here. Like right now.
Lead raining down onto them. Loud.
Why are we
So
not
much
moving
to do
faster
now.
on that?
And time is definitely ticking.
Devi!
It's all being used up, dropping down onto the side here. Something off to the side. He needs some help a little bit. There it is. First one found. First one collected. Many more ready.
Oh! Go, shawty!
It's
over.
And praying. It's PaperX on that point.
They did it on offense. They said that that's what was going to be needed.
Timeout to take.
Good
Alex
timeout.
and the team cooking up.
Really well done.
Complete destruction.
PRX? Chance in this crowd?
All of the information that Kawanzine was trying to
Am I
get
hearing that right?
With the Haunt, with the Prowlers over towards A. The adaptation is just masterful. Recognizing that Loud in OT had not been putting pressure on their defense side towards Rubble. Sadak getting out called in that spot.
Oh my God.
We're going to head straight into the next.
We're already in it, yeah.
This is it, PaperX.
Horn has to be dealt with here. Something's holding, but the operator has to respect it. Use the dash to back away here. Sadak's crossed. Being cleared. 3 players close.
No, Sadak!
Ow! It's traded.
Okay, got one.
He did a double take there. He didn't realize, he couldn't believe that Sadak was in that spot. 4v4.
Door open wide. Boombot. Prowler in his face. Shot fired, but bullets received on either side. Aspas seeking to really just try and collect that kill as well. He was hot on his heels, and he has taken towards the back of the site. Control is theirs. But you got to try and cross this sight line, and something's still here. But he operated. He's got off of it. Just a moment, just a chance.
You thought, chump?
It's gambled incorrectly. No damage really being done.
Oh.
No way.
Trade out. Nice with Jing.
They're here to stay. Denied any chance. The spike really getting planned, and now it's a 2v4, and this is for the map. Exultations and cheers. The crowd are on their side for PRX to close this one out all the way through.
They are styling.
Satcheling, classic gameplay, running and gunning, lest you do not stand a chance.
Damn. Jing just on the hunt there at the end. Well done.
PRX continue their run of not losing a map so far at Champions. Loud are going to feel like that one got absolutely stolen away.
Absolutely, what an insanely electric first map we've just had, but this series is only just beginning.
It ended up being a lot longer game than I thought it was going to be. It was looking like there for a while. It was going to end up being rather
when you
quick.
Play an actual ranked game, it's 50
And
minutes.
then the
How
overtime.
much are you actually shooting?
Overtime kind of dragged things on. What do we think, chat? Woo! I can feel leg day. Oh, man. Imagine if it ends up being a no EU, no NA in upper bracket finals. That'd be kind of wild. What other big takes are there from the first weekend here, Chad? So Fnatic hadn't lost a series. I mean, I guess you could say no. I think we might do like an update video or something in between the 2 weekends. Maybe. Possibly.
Team doesn't have one set IGL in these super close, nail-biting games that come down to overtime. Do you think having that flexibility helps your team?
I think it depends. In today's case, I think someone else stepped up. Like Davai was calling the last few rounds, and I thought he did a really good job. In this kind of moments, sometimes, you know, when everyone shares ideas, I think it's very helpful.
Okay, well, best of luck in map number 2. Thank you very much, and we'll send things back to the desk.
What a fantastic start there for PRX. Who need IGLs when you've got W Gaming? Am I right, Sean?
Facts.
No. You need something. That's all you need.
W Gaming and like precise aiming.
Not even positive on his team. He was unstoppable.
Yeah, he played exceptionally well, but I do like what Alex mentioned at the end there. Device stepped up, and he had massive rounds. There were 2 rounds in a row, like a 4K and then a 3K that was outrageous, but also his calling late in the game. You do need a voice like that when things get really hairy.
Yeah, or you could do this, because if we take a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, in fact, I feel like PRX as a team, Doug is just the high-speed team, and this was crazy how many rounds they won like this.
Low-key, they very well, I mean, it might just become branded the PRX high-speed moment, because
1 HP.
They're consistent in that, him having 1 HP there, something had so many tee-off moments like this one. Dude, we were watching and went, those 2 players are weak. This son of a gun's gonna do it.
Dude, I'm so happy they put all of the clips. Like, we just kept on, like, running into these ones. We're like, all right, use that as the high-speed clip. All right,
just use all of them.
Just compile them all together. Everything we've got, just put them all in.
Devi getting that with the Spectre when it was 9-11. Remember, they were still down. They were pushing for OT at that point. Devi's calling and his individual playmaking got them to that point. Yeah, we can talk about something, and the stats look really good, but we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about the impact that Devi had on that map.
Well, my question for you guys is that, I mean, they only won the rounds that they won by doing stuff like that. Sean, do they get away with keep doing that for the rest of the series?
That's where I'm scared right now. I think this map was super important for Loud to take. Lotus is a 3-side map, and they could have dictated the pace, and they did. They had such a big lead at some point in that game, right? But the pace of PRX and the way they retook those sites, the mechanical skill coming in and the individual plays, Loud couldn't handle them. And when I look ahead into this series now, going into Split, going into Pearl, these are maps where actually PRX can thrive at an even more
I don't
successful rate
think
than what we just
we
saw
go
in
to
Lotus.
map 3.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are home and wondering, what is something's warm-up routine?
Like, I don't
Let's take a look in the
personally think we see Pearl. I think this ends in Split.
A warm-up routine at this point, but Sean, you know, he was just being the something that we knew and loved from the Pacifics leagues.
I mean, he could do
Loud
it all,
only looked
right?
like on Split. Well, that was during the season though, and this isn't quite the same team that they were during the regular season. I don't know, man.
So impressed with just his on-the-fly jet decision making, right? Pulling the judge out, pulling the shorty out, dash updrafting in someone's face.
Because during America's on Split,
he's so much
they
fun
were
to watch.
4 and 3.
You were the one who said it on the desk as we were watching. It was so funny and I think so on point. He's what every Jet in ranked wants.
It must have been a lot of close games because
he's just like shorty dashing through Cloudburst. He's just mad.
their round differential isn't very big.
Thinking about the rest of the series, Sean, I think you're right. I would be really concerned if I was in Loud's camp right now because Lotus felt like a map you needed to win and they just weren't able to pull it off.
Yeah, speaking of Loud, let's see what their coach Fraud had to say ahead of map 2.
Whereas PRX on Split were 4 and 2. Won both on their attacking and
I think it was just a little bit chaos, something that we have to just calm down our communication, be more patient, be more disciplined, and hopefully we'll turn it around for the next map.
right, well, hopefully that comes through. Thank you very much, Fraud, and best of luck in map number 2. Back to you, Ian, too.
I mean, they have to turn it around next map on Split if they want a chance here to make it straight to the upper bracket.
Chat, if we keep having issues with the internet, man, we might just end up doing the rest of the watch party in Discord. Which sucks, I like having them up on YouTube, but...
when it comes to attacks like Plant, averaging at 47 seconds, but on that map, they actually averaged 55 seconds. They were 8 seconds slower than what they usually are.
Even to one-up that into their attack half, to break it down, was 40 seconds per round. Like, they were just sending it on their attack half. And then on the other half, when they switch and Loud got to set the pace, Loud bumped that up to 56 seconds. So that just shows what you could do on Lotus. I don't think you can really do that on Split, though.
I do very quickly want to go back to this, though, because I think PaperX showed both sides, right? You think about the overtime round where they're just contacted into A. That's just not something you expect from PaperX. It's for it to be as quiet and as slow as it was like that. So especially on a map like Split, I think... Again, I'm a little bit concerned for Loud. There are certain instances where individual 1v1s didn't go their way that ended up being massive difference makers at the end of the day. So I don't know if you want to play with pace and aggressive, but if you do, you have to be able to win those fights.
Well, all right. Prime Gaming Agent Select. Mindfree back on the Astra. They're Forsaken on the Sky. What do you guys make of these comps?
This is the comp we expect out of PaperX. They have the default double duelist comp, but they do a lot of really, really cool things with it. They'll Viper pit mid and pre-grab all the bottom so no one can contest. On the other side for Loud on this attack half, what you have to be worried about if you're a Loud fan is how are they going to create this A pressure, right? Normally you see a Viper wall, you potentially see a Cypher. Rarely do you see a single controller with a Breach and a Killjoy. I don't know how they're going to do like mid-roundy type plays where they set up lurks on A ramp. It would get sniffed out really, really fast.
There's just nothing that you have to threaten that pressure.
Yes.
You're absolutely right.
But with that said, having the Breach, they can instantly take B main control. They could go a fast ramp control with the Breach. They could do something fast towards mid with the fault line as well. They can do fast plays up mail and then cut noise.
Well, can Loud bounce back and bring this to a map 3? Let's find out and send it back to your casters. It's Bren and Sideshow.
I certainly hope so. We end up seeing this one go all the way the distance in terms of the series, but yeah, Split's going to be an interesting one.
I don't think it goes the distance. I feel like Loud needed to win map 1, which is why, again, I don't understand their map pick, dog. Like,
on the fact that your attack side default as well, you can't really get a lot of the lurks off if you are playing Killjoy. You are really.
They did not play much Lotus, and they did not look great on Lotus when you saw them during the season. So I don't understand.
Kind of wrote the book, and PaperX took the book, tore out a bunch of the pages, scribbled their own notes all over it, and decided to play it at 5 times the speed.
Yeah.
PaperX is so fun to watch on this, and I'm sure they'll have some aggressive defense ideas.
It suits them nicely. Well, let's jump into it here. Map number 2 of Split. PaperX's map choice, nobody leading.
And it looks like there's a setup here to try and fight over garage control. Fault line off the rip over for Sadak.
Waiting for signs of life.
Both teams, actually.
Forsaken took fall damage at the beginning. This round, that's just distracted me. Okay.
Classic.
Yeah, happens to the best of us, apparently.
Can't heal himself.
No, we cannot.
Both teams are holding counter utility. Finally, Forsaken throws the flash just for information.
Spots it out there, Trailblazer. Tucked deep into mid. No player spotted, at least not in ropes. Loud are keen and eager to try and take that space. Oh no, the pullback star, 2 years. He does not realize this. Yep, there's a flash right in his face, enough to dodge it.
He got a dink on one. I think I got a dink on one.
Almost made all the difference there.
Pretty sure he did.
Okay, maybe not actually. Loud looking like they wanted to just absolutely beeline it.
And now they're gonna throw him off because you're gonna still have somebody here.
Here with the show.
Bless. Golly.
The form from Les has been unreal. He just deletes everybody over by garage as PaperX go for another exploration even deeper on that side of the map. Les was tearing apart Fnatic in their match. And he's been one of the most talented players in many of the tournaments that he's turned up to. I mean, these shots are just disgusting.
That's funny.
They know the round was salvaged. Yeah.
Well, Magic coming out from the Loud camp, similar to what we saw from PaperX on map 1. Same counter utility being thrown here. Sadak always ready with this fault line at the start in garage in case PaperX try and do anything aggressive.
Nade and a flash all combined together. It is a blender in the corner.
Yeah, PaperX are not going to be able to do that.
All right, so Loud coming out and trying to take some wind out of the sails here early. I like it.
But they're going to learn very quickly that you do not want to be running into that stun nades, stun pull combo. And that's one of the major threats that Loud has been cooking up. We saw them run it on Pearl as well with that Astra Breach composition that they were running. They have so many combo plays that they can work with.
Shot by something. I was thinking, you know, Loud, they did expend a ton of util there, just methodically trying to pick apart the B side, looking for picks, and PaperX, you know they're going to be moving up onto this angle.
I mean, the re-exploration is so fast, and the read is so good from Mindfreak and Divine, knowing that they wouldn't be still in garage after losing that player. They found the timing, but they still need something to hit another ridiculous one.
Inside the smoke! Ah, well, stray body shot. Not enough for the kill, though. Let's drop down.
Right there.
24 health.
30 seconds left.
Tuiz is very diligent, watching the flank here. Picking out exactly where to
Miniman.
He's just got his eyes off the prize.
What?
Miniman moment here. Grouped up now by Loud. They're actually sticking
Get
together.
wrecked.
3 of their players. Heal in order. Make sure you
get shit on, kid.
Do not let this one get messy. It's good positioning from them.
Devi's got his own Viper Wall to play with. The time is going to be a big enemy, and the Marshal even worse. With Devi not having any armor and being softened up from previous, that is a one-shot. And there go the Brazilian fans. I think they're right. I don't think there's any chance here for Mindfreak. He is indeed going to die.
Yeah. So to the spike.
Loud now have an excellent chance of being able to cook something up for the bonus right here. This composition has so many different areas that you can go towards. Yes, it does lack, as the desk was saying, in terms of taking that slow, cautious, and
the nasty paint shells there
that you really get from a lot of the smokers or from the Cypher. But what it does excellently is combine utility together to get aggressive up onto a PaperX player. And it looks like they're going to try something. I mean, who needs to take slow ramp control if you just take it right at the beginning of the round? Going to be fighting into Jing and Forsaken here.
Bro, they're going to be both pushing up here.
PaperX can do to withhold it. Facing the angles together. That's a pull.
Yeah, they actually are trying to play it slowly. As soon as that smoke came down from Tuiz, the pull answered immediately from Mindfreak on the other side.
Just making sure that nobody could cross, but...
Now crossing the A ramp. And these two of them.
Still have the information that Loud have crossed.
They still have the spike defaulted back a little bit to where they can rotate this thing to B if they need to.
Sadak flashes in mid. Something may get greedy on this.
Oh, you know he's going to swing it.
He wanted it.
The dash to get back, though.
Another flash that gives bad information, and Kawanzine takes off Jing's head. Only Devi left here alone. Sorry, Forsaken.
Forsaken. Back to the corner here, spotted out. Still Devi into the ropes. Oh, nobody meeting him.
But they're backing down.
Like, good exploration towards every
and now they're going to re-push onto A? Because they're going to think it's a rotation over to B, right?
Giving them control of the site.
Sean and Doug were talking about the difference in pace of these two teams when they were on their attack sides of Lotus. This is a very slow round by Loud. They've got 30 seconds. That doesn't seem to be a threat in terms of them actually getting the plant down.
Mindfreak's got a pull, though. That's how he chooses to use this one. Stun. Cut up close. 20 seconds remaining. Forsaken. Chance. Might get cheeky with it. Waiting for it. A bit of a tap on the plant. Pinging. To the back corner of the site. Anything to dissuade it? No, not quite.
Sadak now becomes a lurker on Breach, which is an unusual position for him to be playing. But Loud's post plant looks fairly solid. Yep. Sadak will now realize he has an excellent timing, having heard the drop.
Yeah, he hears the ropes. Yuto's being broken by something. Doesn't work himself into the angle, but look at it again. It's discipline being showcased by Loud. High-low crouch setup. Elbow. Containing it. Seeking now with the flash. That's a bit of a team flash, actually. Forsaken. Let's play with it. Mindfreak. It's a good job there to claim the 2, but he's got to try and isolate way too many fights and brought down. So
Loud starting things off on split. Okay.
Loud in control pretty heavily. This is one of the major strengths that they had when they were playing against Fnatic the other day.
But in a very different way to the avenue in which I was expecting it to go, Brent. I thought we'd see something explosive, some fast ramp control, utilizing that double initiator setups and the blast packs from Aspas, and instead it was slow, and it was baiting PaperX into going for those info peaks. They didn't get good information off Forsaken's flashes, and instead they had to body check, and Loud punished them for it.
extra weaponry for PRX, making sure that they deal with the dog, but it doesn't get broken.
Something sneaks forward off the back of it, trying to step in front of the
so
utility.
far forwards, actually. Boom, what? No way. Sound cues
Spotted.
were made, yeah. Either spotted or heard.
So, of course, since they reset their
Their minds. Easy kill to collect.
utility, PRX's buy sucks here.
Slow and diligent, clearing out all of these positions.
more than likely
and
gonna
waiting
turn
try
3
and
into
play a
4.
punish game much more than going fast, quick into PRX. This is actually how Lotus began with Loud's attack side, if you think about it. Trying to punish the pistol round aggression, seeing if they could find early fights, and force PRX into making the mistakes. And then it all got wrapped up into chaos.
Yeah. Mind freak, only with the stinger, not enough to really do much. Takes a ton of damage in the process, just trying to leave and evacuate. Drop down. Seiken and Jing. Surely they hear that. Nade rebounding, shots fired, damage done, and a kill collected. Louder in control.
Yeah, this hit won't matter though.
Firmly.
Yeah. I say what, maybe you get up and get to the rifle, but that's
4-0
it.
start is exactly what Loud have been looking for. And so far, the game plan looks really good. Especially when you see what PRX is doing. Something trying to take fights in mid aggressively whenever he can, no matter what the buy is. The reclears through garage. The way in which they want to face a main aggressively on defense. There are a lot of places around the map where PRX are trying to force fights instead of allowing it to come to them. And Loud are reading into that and punishing them for it. I think this timeout here, while it might seem a little early for Alex to be calling it, does make sense. Usually you can't get that much of a read off the pistol round and bonus round because it's just kind of buffered by a couple of ecos that don't mean too much.
I got a pee, yeah.
It's easier for us to get a read from out here when we can see the full mini-map and all of the different perspectives, but this gives you some kind of idea that Coach Alex wants to make an adjustment in terms of how they're playing the defense. And I think they will end up being a little more passive once something gets his operator online.
Seeing this timeout, wouldn't be surprised if Loud do just decide to increase the tempo. It's been slow going at the beginning of most of these rounds now. Perfect way to condition and lull your opponent.
Certainly. If Alex is going to make an adjustment to sit back a little deeper into the site, maybe Loud are going to be able to play quick and get onto an anchored player really early on. They'll also be keeping track of the economy and know that it is possible for something to have this op. But there are many different lanes around Split where he could be playing it.
Doing this against Aspas himself as well. Guy is a masterclass performance often. Playing the Jet in the past on this map, and what a way to deal with it. The damage was done. That was actually a leg shot with a no-scope.
That's ridiculous, though. Something is in such an unusual spot there, and the stun comes through immediately into his swings. I mean, that is not them trying to hold counter utility and waiting for some kind of cue. That is them immediately trying to punish on both sides of the map. Trailblazer on one side, stun on the other. Let's see if we can catch something with his operator immediately trying to pick on one of the extremities. It works a treat.
They played that so well.
Alex is going to have his head in his hands here because they've just come out of a timeout. One of the most, useful pieces of tools he has to be able to communicate with the rest of the team. Mind freak going for a re-exploration.
So risky. You're up against the double initiator lockdown in your face. Do you really try and take a peek? Timing off of this.
Oh, it's
all
sloppy.
over the place.
Oh, it's sloppy, and Sadak just cleans them up.
Yeah, there's just no idea or identity behind what they want to do. Free plan offered. Jing. This is a full investment with the rifles here. PRX have to do what they hate the most, really. Saving, backing away from a fight.
Divine, Jing, and Spawn need these guns.
Yeah, they gotta hold them.
While that's a good kill, it does give away their positioning.
This is Loud now, gonna be with 5 rounds, no matter what.
I'd like to see Sadak send it here. Maybe even Aspas as well. I mean, maybe they just don't think the Divine Jing are going to still be holding in this spot, but...
That makes a lot of sense.
Take a look at the replay as well, man. It is just ridiculous. Something's positioned on top of the box, too.
Yeah, it's insane.
What a situation to open up the round. Loud are playing the punish game perfectly here. And the Desk got a lot of doubts about this map. And the one coming up after this, Pearl, potentially. If Loud are indeed able to take this one away.
Caution here.
Because Loud have looked a little shaky here. They got absolutely dumpstered by DRX on this map. And their ideas have been hit or miss. Certainly hidden now.
Oh, yeah.
So it's just because Loud's a better offensive map or offensive team on Split because they overall, no, their stats show that they are.
Close to somebody's critical ultimates.
Something's going to try and play for the orb here off the back of the Trailblazer, it looks like, to get his Blade Storm online.
I'm so confused.
Swarms should definitely lay it down, cutting him off that angle. Not enough though, so Blade Storm earned.
On the other side of the map though, Sadek might be able to play for this one, and then they have a Rolling Thunder to get into B. Loud have been putting serious emphasis on B.
Lightning and the thunder.
It doesn't thrive over towards A ramp, as the desk was discussing.
In a corner, surely you get cleared out here. Nade.
They're not even going for the breach ult.
Yeah, not going for it. That's a really lovely timing on the pull. And it's PRX, a collapse under the choke.
One enemy remaining.
Everybody falling, 2 years included. So
there's a first.
First round on the board here for PRX. A necessary answer back.
Couldn't really tell you why Loud don't go for the ultimates in that kind of situation. You know, they're one away from being able to get the breach out online, the Cosmic Divide as well. Those could have been enormous tools for stopping these players in their crossfire spots. Maybe trying to bank on the fact that their timing was a little more obfuscated, but Loud failing to convert that ult advantage, and now have given PRX a chance to solidify their economy. This fight happening over A main early on, something was trying to get aggressive in this spot before.
Spotted out. And here's the breach shot finally. Collection onto the two players. But will there be kills following up? Answering yes, there will. The utility is magnificent. It's fantastic. Showstopper denied. Jing earning it with just the one kill here, but shut down. Cosmic Divide used.
Wait, no, I asked.
Oh, close to the corner. It's another hand nade. Aspas has heard them. Forcing them back and away.
Hilarious nade.
Vulnerable's there, now being forced out of him into the side.
Oh, he didn't see the one to his left.
Just for the one, Mind Freak. Consistency in bounds.
1v2. Divide last one.
If Divide gets the kill, his pit could make this a winnable round.
It's a 1v2. Less
spiraling.
Yep. Just holding close to the corner. And no angles given. No sight lines. Turret spotting him out. Divide.
Yep.
So much to play for there, but an impossibility.
So Loud take their ults and end up using them in the next to excellence. The breach ult catching those players that were further forward. Cosmic Divide as well, just creating a little pocket.
See, bro, I need to sit again, man. My legs are killing me, man.
He didn't quite think to check behind himself and watch for something, but PRX were baited into going for plays there where Loud were so ready to collapse.
Usually I'm all about standing, bro. My legs are
The punish
fire.
has just been excellent from Loud. Almost impeccable. Almost perfection. Something's going to try and take a pick over towards A ramp. It is difficult for them to smoke this off. But here they're using the Astro utility nicely from 2Es.
Crossed up. Forsaken. When the smoke fades. Chance for a shot in the dark. Here's the
we saw his shoulder.
Jump spot. Forsaken so lucky to get away with his life. Still crossed up though. Something did not intend for that one. Does receive the kill.
And Les was going for the swing, trying to punish something there for beefing the movement. Couldn't quite manage it.
They're probably just gonna have to rotate people over because of that pit,
Honestly,
right?
rare
Just run
situations in which PRX
through
have been
sewer.
able to generate the advantage early on. They're 6-1 down, but up a player in this round with a pit in mid, controlling most of the map. The only weakness currently looks like B, where Mind Freak is holding. And Forsaken's coming over with his Seekers just to give him a little bit of peace of mind.
Seekers getting caught ever so slightly.
But it still tells you that Loud are playing spread with 30 seconds.
It does, yeah. It does, definitely.
It's going to be so tough for Loud to get into a winning position here, but they are grouping up over towards
30
B.
seconds left.
Les has done enough there, I think, making noise. Flash didn't connect, though. Actually, that's re-cleared, and immediately you're going to see that rotation from Forsaken. Pushing forwards, Devi out of the pit, and yeah, none the wiser from Les. Just trying to regroup with the rest of his team, but it's given him exactly the information he needs. Mind Freak caught into the corner. This pull down. Satchels abound, and you're going to win these gun duels out, but it's all out.
5 seconds.
It's up to the final few seconds. You're going to try and stick this one close to the corner.
Oh my goodness. Great spot for Forsaken there.
5 HP off the initial jump spot. Took 3 Vandal body shots, down to 5 health with his light armor. Yeah. And that ends up making a lot of the difference.
Loud fans watching the game for now. No 7-1 in sight. That was avoided.
Is that some kind of curse if it's the other way around, is it?
Well, not quite a curse, mate, but I won't go there.
I mean, it wasn't
I won't go there.
It wasn't them that were up that time.
That's true. That is true.
Something playing with the operator over towards mid. They had the pit there previously, trying to deny Loud that
Boom,
space.
did I tell
Does
you
seem
I'm
like a good
casting
idea.
2K next week?
Force them into going for the burst execs. Oh, and something. Going for a risky peek through the smoke. That's now going to tell Loud that they can take mid control fairly easily, freely, without using that utility. And see Aspas just wandering up.
Just deep flank all the way through, man. I mean, Trezor is spotting it. Do they want to try and commit further? No, it doesn't look like it.
But PRX are re-clearing both sides of the map at once, and I think that's a little dangerous here. Something knows there's nobody over towards A, which means there should be people on B.
Yeah. So you can't really play into that main angle anymore. There's no safety there. Mindfree inside of his own smoke. In a tremendous world of hurt, unless he can get the bailout from the rest of his team now. Starting to flood back into this one. 50 seconds here. Satchel across and over. Aspas just faking with the movement. There's a shorty in your hand, something, but still, with the rifle fire, it's contained and shut down. Les still here, and it's brought into a 1v1. Timing granted.
Let's go!
That's unreal.
Les is just a
So I didn't understand the Loud pick for split for Lotus. They lost.
14 and 3.
And then I thought PRX was just going to come in here and roll Loud, and they haven't.
The question of, he answers, he delivers.
Kind of crazy.
It's just been absurd.
Yeah, the Pro-Am
He's
next
been the
weekend.
MVP for them in previous tournaments too. Looked like the best player whenever he has moments like this. But at this point, honestly, the specter of these low-level performances from Loud that haunted them in Tokyo and at the beginning against DRX, they look to have been completely banished. The form is right back there with the best times that we've seen Loud. Something's desperate to try and make anything happen over towards Garage. PRX are so heavy, pushing out the extremities on defense. They're getting all of this information towards A, and they did in the prior round too, but they can't convert it into good positioning to be able to stop the sight hits.
No way, Forsaken. Les fires a shot off, so...
I can't believe you would want to contest Les.
It's absurd. 14 and 3, yet still... Set the sights into mid, they spot out something. Okay, clear it out, just in case they push through into sewers. Lovely diligence there with a flash. But surely that should be a bit of recognition now from PRX.
The ultimates are awesome.
So it does look like PRX has a better attack side.
It's difficult for PRX to do anything about it. If Jing grabs a kill, the showstopper would be a massive tool and
Something's fighting this.
He's looking to try and contest.
There's 2 seconds remaining. There's 2 seconds remaining. Standing his ground. Can't get it off really there with the updraft. Okay. Brought down eventually, and they're just trying to help him out. Flooding back
Why would
into
you
the fight. Loud. I've got it all under wraps again. That is
I don't
ridiculous.
understand.
We see those kind of plays frequently at this point. People trying to get in front of the lockdown.
Like, it's such an aggressive call for being down by
getting into the sight off the back of it.
5
and
at the
then
time.
The rest of the retakers use that player as bait. But here, both teams understood that so well. The rest of PRX are coming in there trying to use the distraction of something. And everybody on Loud is just waiting for it. Holding those avenues towards Heaven and Spawn. Absolute destruction that we are witnessing here on Split.
Fast rocket play here. This is PRX. 2 rounds left. They got the ult to try and make a go of this one here, but not
And
really the money, and there's no one home.
There's no one home at all. Jing loves to make this play. We've seen PRX do it so often. That is a hard read from Loud.
An instantaneous reaction. Right up through, taking A Heaven control. Starting to swarm the positioning now. A Mindfree nade at the feet. Got to respect it and back away, but there's so much damage being done here. Heaven control given away. Flipped over to the side here. Satchels breaks the crosshair placement. There's no clean fight for something. Divide locked into the corner, and he will not be able to anchor. It's curtains for PRX.
On Lotus, Loud felt like they were in control of the first half, but PRX was still finding their moments. The thrifties, they won the pistol round, they were getting into it, and they bought enough time for a massive 1v4 from something to take him from -4 to +11 and get that star player back into the game. I feel like here, we're in a similar kind of situation where Loud are in control strategically. Their coordination is all excellent too. And yet PaperX are not finding the magic. They're not getting those big moments. Instead, Loud are punishing them. And we're seeing an absolutely dominant half. PaperX's double duelists, don't count them out on the attack side, but you still need
I
to
mean,
generate
what?
some
Are they going to do a
round zero defense.
DRX fucking perfect round? I don't know, man. Or perfect side, I should say. But, I mean, they're going to have to damn near do that at this point. I figured they'd at least get like 4.
Now, the wealth is unbelievable from Loud here. Tui's is going to be rocking an operator to begin with a rifle, I assume, on the floor as well. Watching for any kind of aggression. And PaperX is sitting back just a tad.
Double up draft committed with the Blade Storm.
They have not been spotting anybody over towards A in almost all of these rounds, except when Jing had his showstopper.
I mean, Les is playing so passively in that angle almost all the time.
Yeah, and yet PaperX is still trying to force the fights in that area of the map repeatedly.
Gamble not paying off, not working. A lot of util. Into ropes there with a nade and the flashes just to try and push back and take control of mid, but it does pull players away.
The flash does connect onto Les.
Sagan's reposition here. He's got a flash up in 2. I mean, he's close to the corner. The Trailblazer should be good as well. Broken though.
Only sees Les. Great work from the rest of Loud to be hiding. Making it feel like it could still be a default. Baiting Forsaken forwards.
Contacting in.
Oh, that's a good spot.
Flash play of the everybody dodging it and enough bodies to receive. Here it is. Moving all the way forwards now to show.
How did Aspas completely turn on that?
Love a kill. Ricocheting it across the back wall there.
Because he didn't even get like partial.
No kill either. Still, PaperX desperate for a chance now to try and get that
Like
third round.
everyone else
Really
is
their
flashed
only
though.
Goal and chance and opportunity. Les is missing off to the side there with his back towards it, and they're just being picked apart, man. I mean, PaperX, they don't know which way to look. One way to the spawn, one way this way, but Les is ridiculous. This guy's having a field day. Another 3-piece in a round to set it all up for a 10-2 finish.
And the star of the show is absolutely Les. They're calling a beautiful attack side as well. I love the utility coming out from Sadako.
Pearl PaperX is 6-2.
21 kills up at the top of the scoreboard.
6-3 if you include Sao Paulo this season.
Duels here, and then winning post-mount fights. It's just too easy for this guy.
It really is, man.
On Pearl.
PaperX to pull up. Absolutely impossible margins in terms of getting back into this one. Well, we heard from Aspas earlier heading into this series about what he thought about the expectations.
Foi uma coisa que me deixou muito feliz, porque
They're 5-4 over on the
e agora a gente
Loud
conseguiu
side.
acertar as contas, agora tá 1-1. Sim, eu já estava preparado para ter essa revanche contra eles. Não, eu achava que seria um 2-1 bem apertado, acabou que foi um 2-0 com o primeiro mapa muito apertado e o segundo mapa foi um placar um pouquinho mais elástico, não foi do jeito que eu esperava. Acho que sim, a gente agora é basicamente os dois times rivais do campeonato.
Is why? Because of the timing?
Because
the Phoenix one comes in quicker, right?
Entre a gente e a Fnatic. Eu acho que uma das coisas que a gente faz diferente da Loud do ano passado é o fato que a gente testa mais comps. A gente usa mais comps em mapas diferentes. Já no passado, com a outra Loud, a gente usava mais só as comps padrões mesmo. E com essa daqui a gente tá testando bastante comps.
Fnatic, they got to get a move on here. The flash is magnificent. Leo with the most to do, but this is it. It's curtains for map 1. Loud, fully in control, not a chance in hell. Spike in nowhere, man. I have the spike. And Loud know it. They can
Yeah, the Phoenix one. Right.
Eu acho que jogar contra o Something vai ser muito legal, porque ele é um jogador que tem muita mira mesmo. É sempre interessante ver o estilo de jogo dele, que é um estilo de jogo mais focado em mira, porque ele abre e te dá na cara, então vai ser legal jogar contra ele. Grande amigo do Jing e queria muito jogar contra vocês, então finalmente, espero que a gente tenha uma boa partida.
Looking forward to this matchup as well against this, duelist opposition, and so far so good for him. Listen, sing the praises of Les as well, but Aspas was criticized, I think, at Tokyo as well about some of the roles that he was playing across the board, but he's always been a heavy hitter.
He certainly has. I feel like the duelist matchup has not really been the story, though, so far on Split. And PaperX would like to turn that into a reality. They're hoping that Something and Jing are going to be able to use the Initiator utility to bring this one back from the brink.
Oh my goodness, PaperX all the way up into heaven. Not worried about trap plays or util. That is disgusting. I mean, let's just take it a peek angle off the turret's contact. Trying to reset it there with the aim and enough shots there. Ukawazine with the backstab. 11-2, another pistol round.
Destructive, absolutely destructive. Loud winning both pistols. The first bonus with an opportunity if they convert this round 14 for another. And this is what it looks like when not only are you able to win the pistols and the bonuses, but you're also able to win the majority of the gun rounds too against another competition, another team that's fighting for one of the best teams.
Yo, he is pumped.
For one of the best teams in the world. PaperX are going to force, because of course they are. They're down 2-11.
No choice but to do it. Heading into this one, but this thing is a long range. Never really favored. Stuns connecting and online here.
Let's find
the corner. They still have this space as well. Damage being done towards it. Close towards it. Les is just unleashed. Eventually shut down and brought down. Sadok taking enough damage that he can't really support and help it out. Still, player advantage. Aspas with the nade, plenty of detail now, and you can start to see the clearance into elbow, tucking towards.
This has got to be a pretty demoralizing sort of loss over on the side of PRX. Like, you probably thought you were about to be coming onto the split.
Honestly, with that kill here,
wrapping up your.
Trying to take the fight into them. Divide.
Thought you're gonna be wrapping up your.
Down now, but it's still a 1v2, and he's not favored. Yeah.
Sweep.
Like that,
you know what I mean? Going bar out your way.
Together in a lot of these moments.
And when there is a single player facing and contesting, they're supported heavily by the utility. I mean, with this composition, I thought it might be a bit concerning, because while the utility is excellent against the double duelist composition, you might, with the pace and the tempo that Jing and Something play at, you might get caught with util in your hands. You know, Kawansi's got a flash in his hands, or Sadak's holding a stun or something. But when Les is taking contact off the back of all of that Initiator utility, you take a player that's already in red-hot form, and you make them favored in a lot of the duels. It's just been monstrous.
Propel them forwards.
This basically looks like perfection from Split in terms of how to shut down that double duelist.
Dashes away here, less with the jump spot. Ooh, hello. Caught wide, but no damage done.
This would have to be one of the most monstrous comebacks we've seen. A lot of people considering PaperX to be favored on this map, but no wiggle room whatsoever to make this composition work.
It's a shutout.
Loud dismantling a comp that they are extremely familiar with, and making PaperX look like headless chickens in a lot of these rounds.
Yeah, because of the prior buy and force up as well, PaperX, I mean, it's really just a half fight coming into this, the round that they must win to keep their chances going. Aspas' angle is disgusting. Light work for him. It's 2 kills, 2 is with the Bucky.
Not with the Bucky.
Oh, he had to do it to him.
Mind Freak sneaking up around the side as well.
And it's just over, isn't it? Complete collapse, Mind Freak. It's the last one left. Would have to pull off a miracle. It's 13-2 for our second map. Loud. What a bounce back.
All right, chat. Well, that's perfect timing.
Think after the incredible overtime and the back and forth of Lotus,
Evil's home, and I gotta go.
It didn't even factor in for me. I didn't think there was any chance of the possibility. But Les, with 420
What do you mean, Moon? That people don't understand.
Has just crushed them, and a great game plan from Loud.
Life game from Les overall as well. Next map coming up is
that's
Pearl.
exciting.
You do not want to miss
That
that
means
one.
I
We are
can't cut
going
those ones
all
up.
the
I guess I
way.
gotta give those ones
See
to you
you just
full.
after this.
I know, it means we'll have to give you those nuggies full, huh? All right, chat, I gotta go help get some stuff out of the car real quick. People just got home with groceries. And we're gonna be going to map 3 here in just a moment. PaperX just got that ass beat. All right, so that means we're gonna be going to Pearl.
What an incredible response there from Loud. They were down, but definitely not out. I'm Yingsu, and I'm back here with Sean and Doug. I never thought in a million years that PRX on Split, Sean, would only get 2 rounds. 2.
That was all less. I mean, that was literally a legacy game that he just put up. Unreal, 21 frags at half. The way he just kept them in that game, even the opening pistol, the first blood going PRX's way. They take the smokes out of the comp by catching Tui's. And immediately Les responds back with 3 sheriff kills, shooting the bodies. And you just know it was on at that point.
Yeah, dude, you could tell from the very beginning that he was poised to like drop 30 or something outrageous like that. He had such a good start, and you even think about some of the very crucial moments that he had on Lotus not going his way. It just really felt like he was due. I think it also helped that they started on defense.
Yeah, I mean, casual.
Or on attack, excuse me.
Casual 424 ACS, another day in the office for less.
Bro, that was better than the highway sign. Remember we talked about it at the beginning, and we made jokes about how that would never happen, right? There's no way someone has an ACS higher than that.
Yeah, I mean, that was, like you guys said, a once in a lifetime almost. I mean, having said that though, Les, we have seen him put up performances like this before, so it's not even an anomaly when it comes to the caliber of Les.
No, and I think Les has had a really good tournament so far, right? Like, he's had very insane performances in a situation where you think about the roster and the turmoil that it was in leading into this tournament, who's going where, when do contracts end? Somebody had to step up, and Les has been a rock for this squad.
Yeah, and he did what he's been doing all season long, right? Play this Killjoy. He split his time probably between Killjoy and Viper throughout VCT Americas. But when he did play Killjoy, I believe he had the highest ACS in all of VCT Americas with the Sentinels. And it's just insane what he did on this comp. I mentioned it in the pregame segment that typically you would have a Viper or a Cypher getting that A-ramp control. The way it operated was they would use an Astra Smoke to mask the cross. And how they won the bonus was just Cowanzine and Les going over to A and fighting. And they did that several times. They would put the turret up to hold the flank. And in the other rounds, he would read it perfectly when aggression was coming his way and call pounces on the B side.
And I think they were beneficiaries of the fact that there wasn't much of it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think the composition for Loud did such a good job at effectively having garage control at the very beginning that Les could play a little bit further back, and he was going to farm the way he was going to farm. And sometimes you dial up aggression because you realize if you're PRX, hey, we're not winning this garage fight. Something with the op is not converting the way we need to. Let's hit somewhere else on the map, and that's where Les just tees off.
Yeah, it was just a masterclass there from Loud. But also throughout this tournament, their pistol win rate is absolutely incredible. Of course, they won both pistols here as well, and it's 16-8 currently.
Dude,
that's ridiculous.
Crazy. That's reminiscent of the EG run, in my opinion, in Tokyo, where if a team has that kind of success rate on pistols, it's probably because they're really popping off mechanically. And those are the type of teams that make deep runs in events. That is a very good sign for Loud.
Well, and that's a conversation we were having at the beginning of the show, right? Like, we know what Loud is capable of in these pistol situations. We know about how valuable it can be to win a pistol and get a streak going, knowing that it's just 12 rounds and a half. It's so massive for them, and if Loud can continue to execute on those, I think Pearl could go the other way, and that's mad for me to say, given the fact that at the beginning of the series, we were talking about how if you don't convert on Lotus, you're in trouble. But if they can continue to win those pistols on these, like they did on Split, do so on Pearl too, you got a shot at this, man.
Okay, let's talk about Pearl, because in the beginning, when we saw the map vetoes, I felt like both of you were leaning more towards PRX in this one.
That was just Sean.
Yeah.
That wasn't me. That was just
I was
Sean.
definitely leaning PRX because I thought Pearl would be the map they would pick, actually.
Yeah.
That's how I perceive PRX's Pearl, with the Phoenix Jet combination, the way Jing plays the Phoenix, the control they have over A main consistently, and how they use, yes, I'm not even trolling, the Blaze Wall on Phoenix. I swear, they get so much value. On defense, you'll watch him cut attack hits in half. He'll drop it from default on A site, so you're coming out of A main, and there's fights happening on the left side of the wall and the right side of the wall, and it causes so much confusion.
I will say this, though, for Loud, and this feels like we're going all the way back, right? Like we're taking a time machine back into a different era, but you got to think about the very beginning of VCT Americas, Cloud9 was running a Phoenix on Pearl.
That's true.
Right? So it's not like they're entirely unaware of how that plays, and sure, Jin can offer a little different spice to it, but it's not something they've never seen before. That said, I still think you're right. 3-0 on Pro in
Bish.
this tournament. They do things differently. Something is still the player that we know he's going to be. So it's not just a walk in the park just because they've seen it in the past.
I mean, for PRX, so is it as easy just to stick to what they usually do, their game plan, in order to win this after what we saw on Split, or do they have to change something up?
I think they might have to change stuff up, but it really depends on the comp up, Loud decides to run here, because they ran a breach previously, and it didn't work out too well for Sadak in that game. But clearly he stepped up his breach role after that last map. I don't think Les could have been as successful as he was without dominant breach play coming out of Sadak.
Agreed.
So can the breach control A main against this double duelist Phoenix? The Phoenix has a pre-molly lineup. They're grab-welling the entry, and he's curveball flashing around by the orb. And no one has been able to stop this thus far on both halves.
Yeah, it's just so clinical. I would venture out to say, though, I don't think PRX need to change anything. The reason for that is it reminds me a lot of how Lotus played out and how it was just scrappy and it was just gunfights and
Bro, we got
wanted to
looted?
take that fight, right? They wanted to just go toe-to-toe
Stream
with them
element
and see how
spot
it
just
panned
keep
out.
live. What
And
the
again,
fuck?
there were very critical 1v1s that didn't go their way. So if you're going to play into this chaos, of Pearl with the Phoenix in there, you've got to be able to win those, and that's a difficult ask.
Well, we're about to find out as we head into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Of course, Loud, they pioneered the Viper Harbor. They were running this so much on Pearl, and they decided to move away from it. So I can't wait to find out and see if they're going to move back to it. They are not. They're going to stick with the breach. What do you make of this?
No entiendo, dog. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't get it.
So I actually would not have liked the Viper Harbor against PRX's style. I think the way
Why?
I see Jing take A main, this breach fade combo is one of the only things that could stop his speed. Especially like the long B play he does, where he's just full sending it up long B, curveball flashing around the corner on defense, of course.
Right.
And I think this is a great comp to absorb aggression, just like what we saw in Split.
Yeah, we finally get Aspas on the jet going up against something, Doug. I'm excited for this one.
Yeah, actually, I hadn't even really realized. We've talked so much about Les and Devi and all the other playmakers, and I'd forgotten that we hadn't had the Jet against Jet duel.
So what I think Sadak is going to be doing here, and I think I saw him doing this earlier, is he'll fault line all the way to A main from Link to stop this push.
Oh, we'll see if he's going to pull that one out. It's time for our third and final map of this series. Of course, the winner moves on to the upper bracket final.
All right,
The
who we taking in your
losers
chat?
will have to go through the lowest by facing EDG tomorrow. Let's
Recency stats would show you that Pearl not exactly
of this series.
the most friendly of maps for Loud.
Yeah, an unusual comp, it's been the talk of the town about what Loud.
But you could argue the same thing about Split. They just absolutely rocked PXR's shit, or PRX's shit. So like,
Jing is playing hyper aggressive with his flashes.
Yeah. I actually really like this comp. I think despite the fact that they lost 11-13 to Navi, I think the ideas here were brilliant. And it's specifically the stun suck combos. Now, thinking about where Sean was talking about Sadak being positioned though, in B Link, he has this stun line that goes through Art over towards A main with Paul's potential. Now, if you smoke off the positioning that Aspas is playing here, Sadak becomes a bit of a weakness. And it looks like PRX might be headed towards that.
We'll see how they manage it. Over the top, yeah. He's just watching for all this utility that's getting sent flying. There's that little nano swarm as well, just to
it out
of them.
Okay, so they push Sadak back and make him worried. And that means the breach is going to be less viable with the utility.
A lot of damage done.
oh, he's getting ran down.
Actually going down to the dog, but no, he escapes it still. They want to just try and dash up onto
Yeah,
the play.
they're just running his ass down.
Wow.
He's brought down. He was really just
Go here, girl.
pushed into mid.
What a fantastic anti-strat. Excellent dismantling of how Loud like to play this by going through to mid and pushing everyone out of their favored positions.
He smokes a cheeky Kawazine close to the corner here, tucked into it. There's a jump spot and clear, 1 for 1. That's all he'll get.
He got one. He also did damage to another, right?
Main. No one towards Ard here, tucked towards the site. Devi is really just left to his own devices. Everybody into the back of the site here, holding the utility in there. Had a bit of run and gun with the frenzy. It's not really doing enough here. They're smoked off. Devi, he needs a bailout. He needs it right now, yet still stunned up. Lands the shots. Only the 1 for 1. It's replied by Aspas. Smoke's now propped up once more, and even more damage than a tap onto it. You've got to force out this utility. There's the pull.
This is worrying.
2v2. Real chance here for Loud to take control and more. Trying to get this one on. The spam is not there. No bullets left at all. It's all Loud with another pistol.
Ooh, Loud getting it off right. Well, hold on, pause. Loud starting it off right with the pistol round.
PRX's ideas in that round were a lot better. and yet Loud still come out with the win. And the individuals just turning up. Aspas in particular with Sheriff in hand, able just to hit body shots consistently to chunk these players down, and a lovely headshot there onto Mindfreak too. When Sean was talking about teams being red hot in terms of their form and their individual skill, and that being the biggest issue with the Pistols, yeah, sometimes Loud have amazing ideas, but here, they just outskilled it. And PRX, they're going to go for the force. They are not happy about losing a pistol.
Wow.
But they did get the plant, and they got 3 kills.
Interesting buy over on the PRX side. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it pays out for him.
I'd be wishing he did invest into it. Look at this overwhelming pressure applied into Sadak and brings him down into the back of the site. Doubled up, collected. Not a kill, but a bit of damage being done. Still, the plan needs to be there, and it's just being spammed down by less. Put down with the trade. Holding towards the top of the site. Just a bit of a tap now, but Device starting to finally stick and commit to the plant. Bit of walkabouts from Jing.
Oh.
There's a flash in his face. They might have just given up a little bit too much, but still, Aspas was brought down.
2 years?
Yep, faking the jump. Already, yeah, Forsaken was hot on his tail.
That's a big round, a big call. That takes a lot after you've just gone down 13-2 to lose your first map at Champions, to go for the gutsy decision of forcing that up and sending it. But it's the overwhelm here with the pace that just caught Sadak completely off guard. That's why I was a little worried about actually on split, and yet Sadak always had somebody in front of him to catch that aggression and slow it down so that he had time to use his breach utility. That, I think, could be a key difference maker on this map. If they can find Sadak without that player in front.
What has got an operator?
Why is it? He's forced the hero off.
There's no way you expect this one, but a flash still connects anyway. He's pushed off the angle.
There's no way they expect an op, right?
It's all about if he gets value from it.
Oh!
He's gonna get stuck. Striking back, stuck to the corner. Needs to be used on the clear.
Oh!
But it's too little.
He's got 2.
No way.
Aspas.
And he's got help coming, which means he's gonna get a 3rd. Watch. Come on, Aspas. Give me one more.
19 health. Forsaken trying to open up some space on the site.
Sorbian watched for, and he's not landing the shot there. I mean, Kawazine should not have been favored.
That's a big miss from Forsaken in terms of trying to create that opening.
What an insane call.
Forsaken individually did not do too well on split. Maybe feeling the after effects of something like that. I can't believe the confidence to go for the force buy round 2 from PRX and then the hero operator from Aspas, and not even playing it in a position where he's half committed and could save. Playing it, you know, dashing back into screens, a spot where he has to be bailed out by the rest of his squad who only have pistols. It's mad, but they're in a 5v2.
Weak enough there that there was a chance for spam damage to do the work for Devi, but no, it's a 5v2. I mean, there's just no world.
No, there's 30 seconds left. Unless they had that kill on Kawazine already and could find some kind of opening,
it's done.
It really does feel like it.
So he's watching out towards sewers. No help needed. Time's going to be running all the way down. It has to be a save at this point, but I just cannot believe the sheer insanity of Aspas buying the hero operator.
Bladestorm online as well. Economy.
It's a good round here, though.
Swings drastically in the opposite direction. You see teams go for the bonus round up a lot, and they're not too worried about losing it because normally you're getting close to getting your
Risky decision to get the hero rival for Aspas, but pays off.
He's still 2 away from it here. Yeah. You know, he needs at least a kill and a death in order to not have ruined his team's economy. I guess he's not too worried about giving something an op on the attack side, considering the pace that PRX play out, but that is just incredible, the call. Now he's going to look to get posted up towards B with the breach utility, and we see finally this big clash in A main. Yeah. Loudon not going to be able to fight for this one as heavily though, because the stun isn't there.
The pull and the flash is all combined as well, posturing them away from the angle. Aspas though is going to be getting a lot of information throughout the middle portion of this round. PRX, if they seek to try and go somewhere else, look at...
I said hero op, didn't I?
Fake, but this is really early. The rest of PRX are not in position.
Wall dodges the horn here. I mean, there's just a ton of players grouped up. This really does feel like there's a whole lot running at them.
And they're going to commit back over to A. They're trying to find anybody that was baited into a bad position. PRX looking like they've overcooked things here potentially, but they have made it into the site.
The smokes divide up the site though, and they haven't cleared out towards the backside of pit. There's a lot of spam damage, but no kills, real connection happening. Still, plan is down. Post plan granted and gained. Aspas not fast enough with the movement. Tried to make a play for it, happening still. Curve balls.
3 of them boys.
With the reposition now, taking this timing for himself, regrouping the rest of his team.
Oh, did I say rifle? Yeah, hero op. My fault, my
Really
fault, my
At this
fault.
point, they don't have control of art, don't have control of main. Smoke propped up though with Divide falling. Suddenly a chance. Kawazine collecting all sorts of kills, but a rifle for Jing. Doesn't collect the second one, doesn't get it. Started for him, a tap onto the defuse. Mind Freak with the most to do. And he is brought down just in time.
That is a mad round again from Loud. An absolutely mad round once again. It feels like PaperX get themselves into really good post-plant positions, and we saw this actually on Split a couple of times, Lotus a couple of times too. And yet, it's the way in which Loud are able to double face from high-low setups on the fly. That to me is one of the most impressive factors, along with the fact that Kawazine and Les are just winning duels everywhere. But the team play, the way in which Loud are facing on these retakes, holding, you know, 2 or 3 of them posted up in A main, ready to punish. That's what's missing for PaperX. This time, the stun is there, the suck not used. Loud choosing not to commit too heavily because Les is there with his Killjoy utility.
Right, this is a halfway round for PaperX. They don't want to slow it down. Not just yet. Alarm bot broken. Side divided enough that they can potentially go for the plan here. Bit of a tap as well. Pull after shock. Knife into the corner. Sadak getting cheeky with it. Body blocked the nanoswarm actually. Still planted down here. Bit of friendly fire. Bit of damage being done to the device.
Oh, dude, he's trying to get him.
The Nightfall scatters through.
Will he be able to lock onto somebody, or is he expecting someone to peek there? What's the deal?
It's the complete collapse of PaperX.
That is absolutely unbelievable pressure applied from Loud. I know there's an economy advantage, but frankly, the guns didn't even make the difference. It's the utility coming through. There's a nanoswarm at default, so they know they can't plan. Aftershock stops them from pushing the right side of default from defender's perspective. Another nanoswarm was about to be committed on the other side, and then Les decided to use it to clear out the corner. Nightfall pushes them back. Op is there. Nanoswarm in the corner picks off another. There's just constant pressure being applied at all times to these PaperX players.
This is what you get.
It feels too easy.
Yeah, when you play against a team like
Yeah,
that,
so that's what I'm saying though. Do you get like a? Are you able to like lock on somebody that's on the other side of the wall essentially? You get like the lunge or whatever.
Before heading even into the tournament.
That is so true. And yet still, their opening
Oh,
game,
okay.
they look like they're in the same kind of form they were in Tokyo. Now maybe we're going to look back and look at the match later on, and DRX are going to absolutely blow everybody out of the water from here on out. But I feel like Loud stepped up even
No
during this
aim
tournament.
assist.
And it feels like they have plot armor, honestly, Brent.
Yeah.
You think back to last year, they are the defending champions. They lifted Champions Trophy in 2022. But the way in which they did it, they bombed out in Copenhagen. And yet we're then able to go on the run towards the end of the year. It's the exact same story. Finals in the first tournament, bomb out of the second, making a run towards the trophy in the third.
We're getting lazy with the writing.
It's plot armor. And Loud have taken down everyone's tournament favorites Fnatic on the way to this spot. And after, I think, feeling like they got robbed on Lotus, have just come out with fire and fury here on Split and Pearl.
This is it. PaperX. Got to put a stop to this now with all this momentum on the side of Loud. Drop down into mid. There is those weaknesses into mid as well. You know, you don't have the util. It's going to be watching.
I definitely agree.
Doors.
I feel like Sadak and B-Link are big weaknesses for the way that the Loud defensive setup
Well,
works.
spotted one player, but yeah, they had to give up control of mid as a result of this Sadak.
This is very reminiscent of overtime on Lotus. Alex takes a timeout and they go for a contact push. Will Loud read into it?
So much danger now, especially with that Prowler getting broken. Kawazine's going to be aware. He's making a call for it. Still got Aspas holding down that one angle straight down to B. Long angle. Flash wasn't there. Seekers all the way up here. Shot, fire, rattle, something inside of the smoke. Just barely an edge, a glimmer, a pixel legged into it. Damage is being more than done. The kills are collected. A corral, but he can't get out of there with the movement.
It's a nice stun from Sadak, but he ends up getting caught there. And it's a 2v3.
Smoke's fading. Plant.
Forsaken is so committed. He had a lockdown. If he was able to escape, might have been able to play for that one.
I said he's the lone player towards back halls, unless they're still watching.
They have a star for a pull on the spike. Mind Freak's in a great spot. Miles away.
Does feel like Loud. Surely they don't do this. Surely not. For
Oh.
Good duel to win Defy. Swinging through is okay. Right through. I mean.
And is this where PRX wakes up and is like, oh hey, by the way, we're still here.
And another nice one coming out the back of a timeout. These tactical timeouts are working. Alex is getting some good value off the rounds that they're calling once they can take a moment and pause.
Yeah.
Forsaken on the pinch back through. Being able to have outsized impact and avoid getting caught in back hauls. The timing between him and Devi, pretty excellent on that. But PaperX is still on the back foot here. And something's pulling out the attack side operator.
And that one back. Picked it up. The corpse of Aspas, but he's also reinvested one of his own in his hands. This time, looks like this is the way they want to try and plug up the gap in mid for those contact pushes. Just slap Aspas on there with an operator.
That makes sense. Don't think PaperX can contact him.
Bro, chat, I am so sore.
Oh yeah, Nanoswarm is very nice. Pushing them all the way. Sadak. Good timing with the stun.
The Nanoswarm lineup and Jing's Molly landing at the same time to
Bro,
clear out
Moon,
corners.
I almost ate my shit.
It's excellent.
Leaving the gym today after legs, going down the stairs to the 24/7 exit. I thought it was good.
Narrowest jump spot as well. Yeah. Trying not to give even a finger away to Aspas.
You've seen it. Does he hit the shot? Flash waiting for the very final moment. Does dead, but he's tucked to the corner now. The rest of PaperX starting to make their moves over towards B-Long, but time is starting to run very short here. 35 seconds left. Tucked to the corner. With the ultimate, running it back into their faces, colliding and collapsing. Kawazine cannot withstand it. The ult's taken out, but another shot missed and wide. Lockdown, really putting the pressure in the heat. Turned all the way up. Aspas with an opportunity to do something absolutely incredible. Coverage is there, but something might just be a little bit better. Time though, still burning off the clock with one player left. 2 years is taken out.
Well, since I've been going to the gym for a few months now, I'm starting to, push myself a little bit more.
Everybody down B main.
And as tired as I was after I got done with legs, I guess maybe because I did adductors and abductors after, or like at the end of my workout, so I forgot how much like my quads and stuff were shot. But like I went to my locker, I got my stuff. Like I was good to go. I felt good leaving, like I was walking. And it wasn't until I literally took, like I went down the first stairs, like, oh, like, oh, we're gonna slow it down. We're gonna slow it down.
Keeping the attack side on. Running up into their faces. Stun on the Prowler. An attempt to catch onto the players. I mean, hoping for the stun.
Yeah, wise from Aspas though to back off once he realized that nobody got caught in the fault line.
A good read by PaperX once more, realizing that, okay, with that amount of emphasis being placed.
Yeah, it's a hella fast flash.
Lurked away into mid.
And now Aspas and Kawazine are going to go for this repeat.
Oh, it's mistimed.
Yeah,
I think that was a flash as well from Sadak.
Yeah, just a team flash.
Yeah. Lambot broken. They've already taken up that ground. All the way pushed up through. I mean, not watching for it. Not worried about it. Curveball around the side. Flash, no connection here. Still, it is a really precarious spot for these Loud players to be into. How would they deal with it? How would they handle it? Forsaken. Tucked to the corner now. Nice. He is spotted, yeah.
Too close to the corner.
Damage is done, and Aspas! It's getting all of them back, man. In for the money trick, all with the Blade Storm. He's never running out.
This was another round, actually, where PaperX got themselves in a position to win, though. And then they just fumbled the bag.
True.
They completely caught Loud off guard in terms of that push into spawn. And if they tried to consolidate their position after that, I think they would have been in more of a winning spot. But because their ideas have to be so unorthodox, and they're constantly improvising on the fly and calling audibles, things are getting too chaotic and too scrappy to find those moments to return to sanity.
Well, like at first when I was going to the gym, since I was, walking 1.2 miles like each way,
Steady discipline from Loud. They're not.
I wasn't doing legs or doing much heavy legs when I was doing them, and I was only doing them on my weekends.
Aspas, 14 kills right now. Looking for even more. There's the dash.
So today was probably today was definitely the hardest I've gone on legs. Oh, nice shot there from Aspas.
If you walk up onto him, he will rip your head.
Lose your head, boy.
The timing is excellent right before Art got compromised. Because PaperX are getting into a nice position for this A split. But Aspas and Kawazine holding hands. looking to hold strong.
Updraft into the side there eventually. A connection with the blades finally with Aspas falling. A chance potentially there. Sadak, yeah, I mean counter spam. Not for just the one kill. Will the plant get off still? Sadak seeking to deny, using the
Nice job to be up.
I think it did.
Tag, yep,
Yeah,
Sun
denied it.
pushing
Nice.
them away here, but still with 50 seconds left. So he might
Gives you
even
more
just
time to
pull as
push
well,
up.
rotate, wrap around
I was
below
saying they still get it down without a
Into this
problem
one,
though.
something has to try and hold on to this one. One knife left. No longer.
The flank around the back.
Spent all of them, and this flank is important. Mind Free coming now round to the side. It's really on the timing here, Sadak.
And now you're really fucked up. Yep.
Run and gun. Something. No way.
Wait, it.
Did not receive the
Wait.
kill. 2 years. That is monstrous. He's found himself into the 1v1, but surely he doesn't win it.
Almost
it's all working against him, man. A tap onto it. Something onto the corner. 36 health. No bullets left. Something. He won't finish it off.
PaperX rounds will never end quietly. It's just never. Even when it looks like there's an impossibility for Loud to be able to win, it's still got into a sticky scenario there towards the end. Feels like a little bit of hubris perhaps from something there.
Look at this, man. He's colliding while spraying.
There's just no thought in his head that Tuiz might be able to win the 1v2 against the rest of his team.
Oh,
and yet, something still managed to clean this up. Both Jets are at the top of the scoreboard. Aspas v something, the first time that we've seen them clash on the Jet head-to-head. It's been a delight so far.
Galvanizing.
Difference in the defensive setup. Alarm bot put over towards B link. So that means nobody has to watch that. PaperX are countered if they try and go for some kind of contact play in that area.
You mean like something with knives or like the tour de force with chamber type stuff?
I mean, he's going to be getting a lot of information for Loud. That's why you're seeing the heavy rotation, stacking it with 3 players. Close to the corner. That's Sadak with a judge. Inside the smoke now, playing inside of it. This could be brutal. Pellets of it. Going to be ripping into pieces if they pick their timing incorrectly. And there it is.
Run that shit back, big boy.
Into the corner. Straight in. Something was there with the shorty play. Still, players moving up now from Art, trying to click themselves together. Do they know 2 years is back here? Chance denied. Poking out wide into the corner. Everybody falls. Aspas. Last one left, and he was watching the flank the entire time.
And Loud also have very little money. PaperX have kept these rounds close and made sure that Loud get punished. All of the players dying. Aspas really needs to keep this operator online.
He really does. Did he hear the footstep? Definitely hears it. Sees it.
Has big economic damage, but at the same time, we're headed towards the end of this first half. And PaperX have the cash to be able to work with.
I'm just in disbelief at how they've managed to bring this even.
But at the same time, Brent, PaperX have actually been excellent ever since like round, I'm not exactly sure what it was, like round 5 or something, of being able to take map control. They're actually just taking huge amounts of map control at the start of all of these rounds. Yeah, Loud are not fighting over A main control particularly. They're not doing that stun suck combo that we were talking about. And they're also, PaperX, being able to bully their way through mid. You know, they have so many tools to be able to take this map control early on. And Loud are just giving it to them. And that means that PaperX are getting splits into B and splits
Oh shit, I didn't realize my
into A
mouse got knocked
whenever
over.
they like. That's one of the reasons why we see PaperX versus EDG, for example, having just massive team fights over A main control at the start, because if you give PaperX the space, their comp is excellent at splitting. Here again, Art has nothing.
What up, Boogie?
I mean, it's not even any information.
No player, no turret, and the 4 position of Aspas. I mean, he's just popped up into the choke.
So at this point, they're relying on Aspas to be able to find some kind of kill, back off and play retake, perhaps even with the lockdown. But PaperX, once you give them space, they're going to start working their way into weird spots, go for lurks, go for over pushes. These retakes are not as easy as you might think them to be.
Here's the upshot. Aspas almost hitting that one, a strike back.
Oh, my
Jing will fall.
Loud needed to be in a favored retake scenario.
This is it, surely. Something close to the corner here. Flash.
They gave it their all in overtime.
No punish.
They just decided to take map 2 off, Boogie. It's all good.
Given a pick control as well. No one's watching this from PaperX. The timing is awkward here. PaperX could crumble.
You know what I mean?
It's really all on Forsaken, and they're just trying to play up close as well, trying to hit these shots here. It's going wide with the Guardian spam and the spray down. Lockdown has to be brought down on top of it. Spray through. Definitely awkward, definitely scrappy. Updraft to escape the ire and the fight. The shots miss. Let's run out of bullets. It's up to Aspas. Damage done to a multitude of targets, but he cannot hit the flick in time.
Imagine
taking the lead in this first half.
This is what I'm talking about. If you give PaperX the space, they're going to be in all sorts of weird avenues. They had a player lurking through water there. They had a couple of players pushing flowers. Loud were not ready for those hits. Their players weren't even ready in terms of the amount of bullets they had reloaded into the chamber. 2Eves was trying to control the flowers push, but they certainly didn't realize that they had two players ready to flank around behind. Even after Aspas set them up into a 5v4, Loud have lost their control on Pearl. They have lost control of this map.
Not enough money for the operator anymore, not for Aspas. The slow beginnings of the attack side operator has been working out.
Aspas had knife in hand there, looking, I think, to go for some kind of jump peek, but instead holding pretty. This looks like Sadak's going to be holding some kind of flash for Aspas to peek off.
You should run. Or something. I mean, the lockdown, this corner, you cannot withstand this. Aspas, you've got to reposition here. Does he wait until the very final moment to try and strike back here close to the corner? Tucked to flash in his face. Dash is there. Looking for the kill. Noah has to respect it. There's a molly at his feet.
Damn, he got caught.
Two players.
Jeez.
Out of the fight. Critical ones at that. I believe that was Sadak. He's looking after YouTube, but now they do with the Nightfall. Trying to play this one fast and loose all the way into the back of it. Aftershock there. Jing moving forwards. No one watching, and there's no shot in hell. 3 ripped away. Kawazine in 2 years.
And Mind Freak in a great spot to be able to secure this one. The pull online, almost impossible for Kawazine and 2E's.
Oh!
Almost.
2 years.
And you got the knives through the smoke.
Brought it to the 2 versus 2 with the pull already out of the way on top of it. Smoke in their face, it's a double face, but it's all clean. Safe hands from Mind Freak. The 7-5 finish.
It's close.
First time in this series, PaperX leading at the half. They came back into this map with excellent ideas coming out of the timeout.
Yo, it was looking like
called by Coach Alex.
Loud was going to run away with the rest of the first half. They did a really good bounce back.
Like Loud just ran out of ideas. They were trying to push the very boundaries in counterplay and ended up getting punished as a result of it. Gave PaperX all the map control, and they fell to pieces. Loud held at 5.
Lopsided at the beginning and the end of that first half on either side of these teams, but yeah, it is PaperX holding that advantage. Able to shut down Aspas. Let's send it down to the desk to hear what they have to say.
Wow, PaperX, they did everything they can to get back into this game, but let's not forget the reason they've had to adapt and do that, Sean, is because Loud's A retakes just looked so good in the first 4 or 5 rounds of the game.
It looked unwinnable. Like, these rounds that they're retaking the A site, the pistol, and then the first gun, the hero op coming out of Aspas.
The hero op was pretty lit.
Plays coming out of Loud to open this map and
keeping it alive, getting 2.
And you're thinking, oh, PaperX is in the lead. How's that happen?
They did such a good job of stabilizing after they started making those adjustments. It was out on the other side of a timeout that PaperX just flipped a switch, man. They started to exploit mid-control more. They started to aggressively push into their spawn and catch Loud slipping a few times. That caused fits.
Yeah, there was the link play to open things up, the dry contact play that Alex called out of that timeout. And that put a seed of doubt in Aspas's mind the next time they did a B strat, and the ult value from Jing. 3 out of 4 of those rounds, they won 4 Phoenix ults that half. Like,
Yeah,
what?
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you mentioned Aspas because he was having a crazy game to begin with, but something, Doug, just creeped in there and managed to secure some of their most important rounds as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a really interesting thing about PaperX is it doesn't have to be him. It doesn't have to be something every time. It can be a complete performance. Jing is having himself a field day on the Phoenix right now, and when you build a roster like that where they can all do it, they can all have massive performances to claw you back into a game to make a tournament run, that's a championship caliber roster.
Absolutely, but I think what now we're switching halves. This breach will definitely be fighting for a main control. It's all on Jing.
I can't wait to see who's going to come out on top for this one. Back to you, Bren.
All right, let's get it, chap.
This is it. Wouldn't have it any other way with a 7-5 heading into the second half of this series.
PaperX have only won 1 of the pistol rounds so far, but they were able to force
because it's old's cheaper, right?
If you cast your mind back to the start of Pearl.
No, it used to be. Is it still? Yeah, it's still really
Loud
cheap.
are going to need big moments from their players to pull this one back to a 7-7. Especially from Les, who's only got 3 kills compared to having 21 at the half on Split.
In a live game before, it's a large face, less lucky. Get away with that.
But great information that he can relay to Sadak in his role as a secondary caller for Loud.
Setting up his kit mid-fight as well with a push already down and out. Here it is, Utah being used to try and push away the plan. They do so successfully.
I think that was an accidental headshot there over onto Sadak, who was just getting the plant down, just using the audio cue, and he got scared off the tap.
Still hasn't been cleared here. What is going on there? Something happening. Eager to take the fight.
Very
running short.
They've done a lot of damage here. Chip damage.
I mean, it's literally a shot in the dark, but it's working out.
And if PRX are going to be able to win this pistol, it sets them up in awesome fashion to go 4-0 on Pearl.
Aftershock though, this reposition of Forsaken should get punished here. Out wide. Util no smoke to save him when he was crossing, but now it's Jing's turn. Tucked to the corner, doesn't really see them. Here's the curveball off of the contact. Full connection and enough damage done that it is that clean-up beauty.
Still 2 alive. The danger is not over yet, but 20
You mean like they
left.
sped up pushing down long?
Cleaned up for PRX. The crossfire is good.
Crossfire is more than that. It is excellency. Pistol round, 8-5. PRX now, momentum's behind them and more.
Only the second pistol that PRX have picked up in the series, but they're in fantastic position to try and close this one out. The Phoenix just gets so much value here. We've seen other people pull it out too, but Jing has stuck with it through thick and thin.
He's 2 away from the ult.
Yeah, and it's the value that he gets out of it is spectacular on this map.
He's going to be fighting for A main control because they want to try and funnel the orbs into him. Get the ult back online. Loud. Definitely group 2. Actually,
You just want it to be faster though.
Chance to punish. There's a stun. By Sadak doesn't let it loose. Now he does, ever so slightly.
Stun suck combo, hoping that they'll trap somebody from PRX, but the reaction was fast. Very good. Les also lost his turret, I believe. Yeah, inside the Phoenix molly. They'll have to make an adjustment on that next time he's holding A main. Lauda just going to prod around the map, seeing if they can create any advantages. The 2 sheriffs from the 2 most explosive players, you could argue, Aspas and Les, will be trying to do some work.
Alarm bot, real danger here for Devi, yet still collects, delivers multitude of kills, shutting it all down. A little bit closer now to the ultimate. Speaking of, Jing earns his. Les going to be feeling the pressure to really do a lot in this. You know, we spoke about his previous performance. He was having a bit of a life game on Split. Led the charge for his team, didn't make it close. This time,
30 seconds left.
struggling to find the impact. Right here, right now, there's really no chance in hell of him winning a round, but it has to be that step up.
If you recall, it was on the attack side, actually, that Les was able to do all of that work on Split, which is unusual, you could argue, for a Killjoy player. But he was just getting put in positions where PRX was pushing him.
All right,
He was
this is where Loud needs to step it up.
He'd be put in spots where he was able
Rifles
to
in
benefit
hands.
Post-plant situations, too.
If you lose this, your bank is reset. You not guarantee, but it pretty much turns 10 to 11, or 9 to 11, I should say.
To have been punched 13-2 on Split and have a player have a performance like that against you, go down, I think it was 4-1, 5-1, something like that to start this out, and then still rally back.
Yeah, a lot of teams would lose their cool in that spot, but PRX enough veteran presence on this roster, enough to try and hold their own, hold the ground, rally back, and now look at it, 9-5.
Yeah. And PRX have done enough here to scare Loud off. Not exactly sure what the call was there, but Sadak has bailed out from the B site. They're expecting an over-rotation.
None of this Killjoy utility has been broken. Nanoswarm should be good to break the
They're
alarm.
going to go all the way around to A?
It's a nice idea. And everybody rotating over to a,
Like to
very
main?
weak site.
They are going to
It's
main.
only Mindfreak here with a single star and one in his back pocket. But already you're starting to see Jing, Devi, moving over to reinforce A right as the hit comes through.
Yeah, sort of space that something's getting as well pushed up towards B. They know that they can stack this one now with a lot of players stunned. Will be that connection into the corner. Horn over the top. Does reveal, does break it. Jinx going to be using his ult though. Run it back. Pushing forwards. It's dealt with. Cleaned up. Lovely aftershock. Mind free. On the wiser here. Attempt to fight through into the back of the site. Flashes on flashes. It will be favored.
Flash on flash on flash.
Was definitely enough potentially to sail them through. They need to get this plan down, really.
Isn't that giving them a line of sight block for the spike though?
Tapping enough to bait PaperX out into the open. Handing their lives on a platter here. Something from the side and the back. And it will just be up to him here. Thought it was getting a bit dangerous, a bit precarious, but enough. The old bait and switch, enough to pull these players of PaperX out of hiding. So Loud win another round that was necessary for them.
I actually love the way that Loud played that too. Not committing to the plants because they were worried about the flood defense. And when Jing uses his wall like that and it allows somebody to hop up on that, you know, broken down battlement, you've got to respect it. And this shows me that Loud are very ready for the way that PaperX are going to be defending the A side. The utility was excellent too, right? The fault line into the aftershock to be able to take down Mindfreak, all looks good. But PaperX are going to commit more resources to fighting over A. Although, by the look of it, not quite as aggressively. No.
A bit further back. Loud of a heavy commitment though into this. Flashes combined and collected. Attempt to punish, definitely some damage done there.
Yeah, they're reading into the fact that Sadak was one away from the orb. They knew that somebody was going to be going for the ult, be it Sadak or 2Es, and PaperX were trying to re-clear that area. Now, where, I mean, a little bit of an audio bait, perhaps, as Sadak fakes like they're leaving the A site. But they're not going to, I mean, something is so deep, it just has all the info on the other side of the map.
He's collecting it all, and he's making a call for his team. And look at this, is PaperX trying to fight over this again?
This is
They're pushing up.
With the flash, they're trying to push into it. No easy angles.
Back down though.
Loud are really just running them down now. Breach shot. Running through with a rolling thunder. Horde's not broken, not taking care of it. Lights Jing up, and that's a spammable anger.
Excuse me?
Dealt with contained here. Damage. Peppering Sadak. He gets away with his life and the plan. So an extension into the round now. We see it divides. What's the back of the site? Stand up, close corner. Someone needs to cover for him.
Kawenzin's got one, too.
Kawenzin.
That's going to be it
Great composure
for now.
Kawenzin in that spot, but something's already found one. Could still be winnable.
Yep, could still be definitely. No shot really hitting there. It's the crossfire center.
Oh my goodness!
You cannot be pulling
Wow.
right that out. I'm just not ready for it. There's
That's
no
insane.
world in which it should be favored. No world.
The win condition there surely is something hitting a shot with the operator on the first peak, and yet he misses that one. Forced to back up.
No
and PaperX are winning moments like this.
Look at this. Look at the positioning in the moment.
Kawenzin had such excellent composure early on in the round to be able to grab two, swinging off the back. And it, I mean, the entire story is told there on Sadak's face.
Yeah.
They had a crossfire set up and they just could not land the shots.
I gotta say, that is just a forsaken moment.
Yes,
there's
it
no
really
way,
is.
there's no, I mean, I wouldn't even be mad if they showed me the replay again, because in that moment, there's no way he's adjusting his movement to isolate the main fight while he stood on that precarious barrier and doesn't drop off.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
It is ludicrous what Forsaken's able to do on every agent he plays too.
So that
It's just the
resets bank, right?
His understanding of the game and the mechanics, unreal. And he's also picked himself up from the absolute ground on Split. He had an awful individual Split performance. They couldn't figure out what they were doing as a team, and he's rebounded to give them moments like this. Everybody on PaperX just cycling their time to step up. This is a team that's still hunting for their first trophy. They've made it deep in tournaments before, but this feels like their time with something in the roster. Knocked down on Split, knocked askew, could have easily been a 2-0. Look back at the way that Lotus was played out. We might have never even got here to Pearl. Yeah. But PaperX, they take the opportunities presented to them, as they did at Tokyo with a sub in the roster, and deliver above and beyond. They've got, again, something holding down B on his own. He hasn't really seen any resistance over on this side of the map.
Pay attention to this. The AWP drops off the high ground angle. Horn doesn't connect. He's got the dash still active.
What a flick.
Absolutely no way.
Just a little micro adjustment. I didn't even see it on the screen. It looked like his crosshair was off, and yet he adjusts it so quickly.
Movement clean enough as well, just to dash backwards instead of forwards.
And he gets another.
Fading away. Something is on one. He's on an absolute 10. It's up to the left. rest of his team to see if they can open this one up, but they've been pushed into mid, unless it's contained.
He can't fight them all. Something picks them off one by one. Excellent exploration off the back of the distraction that Something was making. And the fact that Something required no extra resources to do that. No player to break the horn for him or to set him up. And here come Loud. The trickles finally coming back through Arc. Good damage on the Forsaken, but Jing is still here.
Yeah, no kill. Was just baiting for Jing, now it's pinged.
Oh, he went away at the wrong time.
PRX showing signs that they are willing to slow this one down.
I say that kind of gives them the advantage on the. He's pushing right up into that shit.
Lovely recall idea by 2 years. But when Jing is on top
Why?
form, be hard pressed to catch him unaware.
But why?
PRX stole control of this map away after the first quarter. When does the crosshair move? Yeah, I didn't see it in slow-mo. But like I was saying, PRX stole away control of this map somewhere in the first quarter, and it's just been theirs ever since. Loud have won 2 rounds since round 6. Two in the last 12 have gone to Loud. It's been absolute dominance from PRX across the end of the first half and the beginning of the next. Yeah, they're getting smoked out here. PRX's Pearl flexing. This is why the desk was saying Loud had to pick up Lotus. They didn't. Overtime, snatched away, slipped through their fingers. Like the trophy in Brazil. And potentially, like their spot.
I still don't understand a Lotus pick for their BAP.
This upper bracket final. And a chance.
And I'm not going to let it go.
Get that grand final spot on the horizon with map veto advantage. That's also what's on the line in these kind of games.
And you do not want to be going down to the lowers. You just don't.
There's
Demons
crocodiles down there,
man. Not crocodiles, there's demons down there, man.
Can I get
It is ridiculous down in the lower bracket.
It was Loud themselves to send one of them down, but here it is.
So will Loud be going to play against Headward Gaming? Is that right? It flips the side of the bracket, probably.
You just got to win out from here to have a chance.
Yeah, because Fnatic wins one and was going to be playing DRX or EG. That's right.
Up into mid, they hear all of that noise surely coming through into main. Something. Oh, it does connect. That's good from Kawazine.
And look at how much distraction Something always provides. You have to commit so many resources to pushing this talented rookie off his angles. And in the meantime, PRX are sneaking around behind you.
All the way through into the back of it. I mean, the Cosmic Divide causes some difficulties, but they just push through anyway, fearless.
There's still a lockdown and a Nightfall here, and the Nightfall's great to fight these players over in spawn.
Only 2 connection, and it
they're not
does allow. Yeah, I mean, Loud now
push through their own Cosmic Divide.
Exactly. But only 2 trails here. They know that somebody's there at least trying to take this A main fight with the lockdown. Has to be an attempt to try and push this one back, but it's being defended the entire time, and everyone Loud, they're all collected into the corner, collapsed upon, and with the Odin spam, it's all together. No one knows which way to face Loud.
Wow.
How on earth have they done that? No shot.
Okay.
They're all grouped together, so tightly stuffed like sardines. A tiny amount of space afforded to them by the defensive lockdown, and yet as the rest of PRX swarm forwards to try to punish them for their compromised positioning, everybody on Loud collected together, holding the angles, comes out on top.
Yeah, missed that one from Aspas initially, didn't he? Plucked something out of the sky.
Sadak knows he's gotten away with it there. So does Fraud.
Yeah, that's it.
They're grouped up together like a New York apartment. They're all stuffed in there. They can't do a thing. They couldn't move. They're shoulder to shoulder.
Fucking firing squad, bro.
Individuals.
Bring them down.
And Loud, maybe all they need is a chance. Got to keep it going though. The ball rolling. Fully grouped up again. There's no hiding their intent with this one. Aspas is pulled. There's an Nano Swarm. It's brutal. Sparks on 7 health, still vulnerable, tucked to the corner.
7 HP in a dream.
PRX really just peppering them. There's the turret. The turret does it. Brutal. It's a heartbreak for Loud, but PRX. Exultation.
1 round away. It feels like it's been so anticlimactic, right?
And it's not rejoicing on
We
that
go
side.
into
They know that they
overtime
deserved it
in
from
map
the
1.
previous round.
And then
This
after
just
map
right the
1,
wrongs.
right? After map 1.
12-7.
Then we go...
The defensive utility as well.
How many rounds in a row did they win in map 2?
So varied from PaperX.
You know, it was
Some rounds they're gonna be
13-2,
going for a
right?
contact push. Some rounds it's going to be a heavy fight over A main.
It was 4-1 at one point, I think.
To fight. You just don't know.
You have no clue
Like-
what PaperX are going to throw at you because they have so many tools. And that to me is because
And
they
then
play off a strat book. They play
They
off the
or no,
ideas that
4-1
come
was
up
this
with in
game
the
they,
moment,
that
from the
Loud
building
started
blocks
off.
of those micro interactions. They know that, you know, they
Regardless.
can bring X to the table, their teammate brings
It was a wild run by
quality, and they
Loud,
put
but then
that
it's
up
just
on the
PaperX
fly.
firing
It
right
makes
on
them an
back.
extremely difficult team to read. And at the moment, Loud are finding it
And they're going to be the ones that cross the finish line first.
too challenging. Far too challenging.
One round that stands between PaperX paving the way to a potential grand final. Still one more match to be played before that one, but sailing it through the uppers. They would love it. That's why Loud are calling the timeout now. So much on the line. Not just the prospect of getting knocked down to the lowers, it's the idea of having to fight your way out of it.
And the team that's hunting for their first trophy going up against the defending champions, but it's PRX in the ascendancy at match point, looking to drop Loud down to the lower bracket to face EDG, a team that beat them at Tokyo to start this horrible run of form that they were on just before this.
Bullet sent flying here to Prowler. Received and brought down. A triple face, there was no util from that. PaperX just wanted to take it with the raw gun duels. Breaking the utility, realizing that there was a gap towards mid that entire time that Loud could have taken up, but we know they haven't.
And Loud are playing fairly slowly, so these fast reactions
Oh,
that
they're gonna fight
PaperX
over
are
it
diligent
again.
for, not
They're just
happening.
holding it. Prowler broken, there's no way. Mindfreak is still close to this angle here. Flash is dodged. Horn needs to be taken care of. Nobody watching for it.
He was marked.
Yep.
I mean, he had no chance of being able to do anything there, and that there goes the smokes, there goes the pull.
Really weird position.
Killjoy to be able to give him access to the site.
Loud going to be used as
This is an enormous advantage for Loud to be able to pull
And
things up to 8, but
go.
it doesn't mean PaperX are out.
narrow margins is what it lies on. Here it is, run it back, flash through in their face. Anti-flash matters not, lest you will not be surviving, but backside control.
He at least got himself one, though.
Around, and Aspas is all the way in it, working the mix, but he can't win the fight out against Forsaken. Crosshair wasn't placed appropriately. This could be it. Has to be a moment to be made now by Sadak. He's got the ult in his hands, and he lets it rip out towards Flowers, enough to reposition and back away.
I'm amazed he's alive. He backed up to get a better ultimate and almost gave his own life away for it. Here comes the retake from PaperX.
It's a flash. It's just a 1-for-1. It's replied and responded with. Still, the pull is there. 2 years. He's going to be using this one for the first line of things, but now the time is really starting to tick. Flash, not good enough.
Oh!
Talk to the corner. 2 years doesn't win the fight, and it's all on this.
Damn.
He gives him a lifeline, but Loud had such an advantage in that round, and they were only just able to keep it together.
They're going to have to be able to pull another 4 of those out of somewhere.
That's what it takes. I mean,
they don't have those ultimates available anymore. They don't have the lockdown or the Rolling Thunder to be able to generate those advantages for themselves. When Aspas tried to make the play, sure, he's at the top of the scoreboard, but he got shut down.
how do you win out from here if you are Loud? Still one step away for PaperX into mid.
Aspas definitely heard something there, especially as they back away. He might feel like he has a timeline. It's weird to see him on the lurk roll.
Him and 2 years holding a bit of a setup, spotted out onto the both of them. This will keep the PaperX players tucked into mid. Loud. Down to about a minute to work with. They don't have any of that prior control of B main. What do they set their sights towards? It's mid and walking, contacting all the way through, making noise though, jumping down, and Jing, what is he holding this one off?
I assume off device contact.
Stun is good, dash forwards as well. There's the punish! Nasty stuff, Aspas. Absolute brilliance on display, but a backstab attempt to Vi. He's a menace, man. He's an absolute menace, yet Aspas. He's still there. ready for it, and a decision is made for something. Can't take it into the 1v3, got to back away and save the operator. Has to be one round at a time, and so far, it's been the case for Loud.
These rounds are on the slimmest of margins. Yes, this is a 3v1 where something has to save, but that entry from Aspas was so close to getting punished by the flash. Jing, if he'd been half a second earlier, we'd thrown the curveball. I think would have had a chance to be able to take down.
Going to 9 for number 9 for Loud.
Nevertheless,
Round 22 coming up.
Down to only 3. Every step Loud take is one where they'll start believing in themselves a little more.
Is it too little, too late? Is the question, right, Moon?
Building back up to ultimate.
So you still need 3 more rounds.
But in every situation, it only takes one big play from a PaperX player. I mean, look at that. He's essentially full blind when he gets the first kill onto Jing. He just spots him for a moment.
Remind me, where did Ye play this last season?
And then denies Devi a hero play that would have sent them sailing to the upper bracket finals. There's a bit of frustration there still showing for Alex. But I think a lot of that is the building tension and anticipation for the team's victory that ends up getting burned away.
Sometimes these can be the hardest rounds to convert, though. If you are Loud against the weaker weaponry, have to respect a lot. Good news for them, though. They're a couple away from these ultimates. Someone's got to deal with that. The horn broken, spam into the corner. Taken. Now he's really trapped. It's going to be util here surely to try and clear him out, but it's smoked across. He gets away with his life.
And he's still going back for more. It is
shut up.
So they can afford to go for these kind of risks.
This entire time they have just been pushed up here. They have no control of A main. Something's here with the operator.
Yeah, if they start rotating back over, do they clear this?
Why are they rotating here?
Maybe not exactly sure where they want to end on the map, but they've just dodged a bullet, I think.
Yeah, but
specifically from something.
Seeker's pointing into wherever. Okay, Forsaken falls. Loud should be able to get onto this one fast enough, but yeah, there it is. Devi, he was just trying to flood into the back of the site before to try and take that timing off of them. Players holding the cross here, but it should be the weapons to get them through it. The dash and the flash. Tempest once more. Jing is so wide with it with the Bulldog. Another flash available. Everyone's blind. And it is really just that coin flip. Something. 1v2. Does he go for this now? Only with the operator. That's the dash. But doesn't know where any of these players are.
What a moment this is.
Tucked together for Loud. It's all about how they shut it down. No damage done. And where is the reposition? 2 years close to the corner. You can breathe a sigh of relief.
Oh. A chance for the young superstar to put his team into the upper bracket finals to win an unlikely 1v2. But he's not quite up to the moment just then. Loud navigate another one of those difficult rounds where Jing looked like he was potentially going to do it all with the flashes. He gets his ult back online. There's a lockdown here on defense as well. This could be the most challenging round for Loud to win yet if they want to pull this back into overtime. It's been 3 in a row for the Brazilian side. PaperX have stacked 4 over towards Art and A main.
Still with the operator, stun. It's a good connection. But look at something disrespectful at his core. Takes the peek, moves the turret. Control still going to be gained here for PaperX. They have a 4 position. This is again off of device contact. There's going to be a flash. No one's going to be walking in that though.
All right.
PaperX happy to play retake towards B.
This is a fake with the Nightfall and 2 smokes over towards A.
Somebody's just calling the bluff, man. Horns in his face here, still holding it down. He actually can't hit a sound cue, so it has thrown a bit of disarray now.
The lockdown!
Lockdown, yeah, this is the key. He's
wow.
It. It needs to be a deal. Try and break this one. It's a stun and an aftershock into the corner. Enough damage done, yeah. What are you going to do? Just tickle it. Stun though.
Called their bluff though. Everyone's already over there.
And this could be it. The final blow, cornered them out wide in the open. Less towards the back. So much more to do here. The reposition.
Such an awful bluff.
It's disgusting.
And down they fall. PRX.
Now. It's absolutely done and dusted. Blocked off entirely. It's an absolute heroic attempt, but PaperX have done it.
PRX locks in their spot in the top 3. 1 step closer to the grand finals.
What a magnificent performance from PaperX there.
How you gonna fake the comeback? You don't. True though.
after they got smoked on their own map pick, 13-2 down on Split. This series could have very easily been a 2-0 and sailed.
Aspis going to tell his coach that if he was getting paid, he would have tried harder.
Bracket final where they look like the best team potentially in the world. You know, that could have easily been the narrative coming out of Lotus and Split. And yet PaperX subvert that with magical performances to steal Lotus away, and then a dominant performance again. 4-0 with this Jet Phoenix composition on Pearl.
Like they have so many good ideas, but for Loud, the journey isn't over yet. They got pushed, couldn't grab the win today, but another chance of glory into the lowest. That's where they're gonna have to fight from.
And they are gonna play against EDG, Edward Gaming. That is one.
Okay, so it is Edward Gaming they play.
Didn't go the way of the Brazilians at Tokyo. Fist bumps all round though, as Loud have gone 3-0 against the EMEA teams, but 0-2 against the Pacific. DRX, PaperX on top. And PaperX are your first team to book their ticket into that upper final with something finally in the roster, showing himself. The team.
Imagine it's an all-Pacific finals.
The scary thing is, man, I mean, talk about individuals stepping up. The whole team effort across the board in that final map. Aspas was on a heater. It was 27-14. That's how he ended it.
And then like a Chinese team
came together to shut him down.
emerges from the lower bracket. Well, I guess it only had to be Edward Gaming at this point if it was a Chinese team.
Yeah, I really feel like this was a great series in terms of showing the fact that PaperX's roster is extraordinarily stacked and balanced. You know, there are different players that can turn up whenever needed to save a round or to make a play. And that is why they play such a chaotic style, because all of their players can be playmakers if they spot the opportunity to do so. And it's about tempering that. It's about finding the right moments and honing them from being a scrappy team into a team that can win a championship. And at the moment, they look like one of the teams in the best position to do so.
Yeah, the teams that we've got remaining, I mean, man, they are just sailing all the way through as well. There might be a bit of an obstacle as well in that upper finals that they've earned themselves to, but yet to be seen, of course, a bit further down the line. I mean, PaperX's style, good luck getting a grip on it. Good luck getting a hold in it. They don't even know who their IGL is half the time. It's all over the place. How do you get into the heads of a team? And they've got 5 players potentially putting forward ideas. Alex with the timeouts as well that were critical.
Those were amazing.
I mean, they were really critical.
Yeah, they ended up being crucial for them to add different ideas into the mix too. And we saw so many huge moments from individuals. You know, Aspas bailing them out of certain spots. Les having a monstrous performance on Split for Loud. And on the other side, Forsaken had a clutch in a very similar position that I'm sure we'll see later on. Stress and tension on both sides for the coaches and for the players. And I think when I look at those reactions, it's not so much the exact emotion that's on their face that compels me, but it's the size of it. You know, they are so invested in this match. It's not an elimination game. This doesn't win you a trophy, but it puts you in a great spot. And it's a match that we've never seen before of Loud versus PaperX. They know how difficult that lower bracket is going to be and how much matches like this mean. This is champions.
Yeah, everything was on the line with this one. The importance from beginning to end as well. I mean, just to speak highly of that mental resilience of PaperX. You think about it, that second map, I mean, dominated. Absolutely dominated, but it managed to bring it back. First half of Split does not look any better as well, at least the first 5 initial rounds, but the timeout's called and they make the necessary adjustments, and they run it all the way back. I mean,
spectacular.
It's insane, and it's the stuff that does.
PRX coach at one point looked like he was ready to like punch your monitor, and here they are.
I'd love to know who on the team
going on the
is
grands,
providing that kind of uplifting spirit.
Not grands, going on the finals.
To keep them focused in those moments.
Winners finals.
I'm sure Alex will have had something to do with it, taking the time out there as well. But you need a presence inside the team, in the roster, keeping people buoyed. It's so easy for a younger squad like this, and a team whose star player doesn't have the experience, to fall over in matches like that.
Yeah.
And they didn't.
Stood the ground, held up against it, took the win now versus Loud, and it's really just celebrations across the globe, isn't it? This win, another forehead sign.
Will you sign my forehead?
Hit a W, just straight on the forehead.
Absolutely. Well, waiting on the floor, we've got Jing standing by with a Verizon post-match interview.
Thanks very much. I'm here with Jing from PaperX for the Verizon post-match interview. Guys, give it up for Jing. Jing, you've made runs at tournaments before. You've won a Masters, you made top 3 at Tokyo, but now for the first time at a Champions, you're into the top 3, and you have an opportunity to play at the big stage at the Forum. How does that feel for you after all this time on PaperX?
Yeah, I didn't know we were top 3. I thought top 4. No? Top 3?
Sorry, top 4, yeah. But for this event, right?
Wait, sorry?
I'm just asking you. No, you're going to be excited.
True,
to play
top
at the
4,
Forum,
not top
right?
3.
In front of that big crowd. How does that feel? Because you already have so many fans here rooting for you.
I mean, I haven't seen the other stage, but I mean, this stage, the other stage will probably be bigger, and now there's already a lot of people, so definitely really excited.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see. That was a super close matchup. And it always seems like PaperX is just having fun, chilling out on the stage. How do you guys manage to stay so calm, look like you're so relaxed in such high-pressure matches?
I mean, like, that's what we focus on a lot. Like, we like to play and have fun, and of course, we will try to win as well. But I think having fun is like the main point, because when we're having fun, everything flows well, and yeah, that's what we focus on a lot.
Yeah, and at all the previous tournaments that your team has done well at, it's always been this duo of you and Forsaken as the 2-star duelist players. But now for the first time here in Los Angeles, it's instead the duo of you and Something. What was it like getting used to playing with him in these double duelist comps instead of Forsaken?
I mean, we just practice a lot, and I mean, it's not that hard to adapt, because like we have like many scrims, so just takes like slightly like a little bit of time, and I adapt, and yeah, I guess it's going well so far.
Yeah, and it has been going very well indeed. My last question for you again, some fantastic fans out for you here, Jing. Do you have any messages for them?
I'd like to thank all the fans for supporting us. It really like motivates me and our whole team a lot, so thank you everyone for supporting us and watching our match.
Guys, give it up one more time for Jing!
This is for a spot in the upper finals. Loud on their pursuit of defending their title. And PaperX, the ones that have never won a global trophy. And the exciting thing about this is that they're both on form. This is going to be great.
Everything's being thrown at it. It's an absolute skirmish. Almost lined up. 1 HP still surviving. But Loud is still in this one. TPing close. It's messy. But Jing, sole survivor. That's the ace. Oh, and here comes another one. He's not messing around. I mean, there's no time left here. He's got him off the plant. He's buying a bit of time. Here's a showstopper. Has to be committed. Round to the corner. Kill collected. Follow up through. And Aspas to 4K. All hidden, nearsighted, and away. But PaperX seeking it as well. They don't want to give up this space. They want to be jumping straight into them to buy. It's an absolute menace. Another 4-piece. Another 4K. He's taken out a remove. Showstopper's there. Jing! He's removed himself from the fight. A chance to salvage, a chance to claim it all the way through.
Loud are going to feel like that one got absolutely stolen away.
But this series is only just beginning. It's contained and shut down. Les still here. And it's brought into a 1v1. Timing granted. Get it off really there with the updraft. Okay. Brought down eventually, and they're just trying to help him out. Flooding back into the fight. Loud have got it all, and laughs again. That is ridiculous. It's 13-2 for our second map. Loud, what a bounce back. Control of R, don't have control of main. Smoke propped up though with Devi falling. Suddenly a chance, Kawazine, and he is brought down just in time. Tucked to the corner now. Spotted. He is spotted, yeah.
Too close to the corner.
Damage is done, and Aspas! In for the money trick, all with the Blade Storm. He's never running out. Could still be definitely no shot. Really
so Loud is now top 6.
Vulnerable tucked to the corner. He needs some help in the rest of his team. And PaperX, the turret does it. Brutal. PaperX have done it.
What a magnificent performance from PaperX there.
Because Foot and Edward have already left, or Foot and Billy were top 8.
Smoked on their own map pick.
They're already done.
Down on split.
And Loud could still get technically top 6 or top whatever that would come down to. Well, I guess there's a clear 5th, right?
Valorant 冬の陣千秋楽残りをかけた戦いを clutch from Celsius. その目で見届けろ。世界との取り組み幕開く。両国国技館にて開催。
No, Loud was an upper. These are uppers here. Lowers are tomorrow. PRX is secured top 4. Hold on, we'll pull up bracket. Flashbang warning, chat. It used to be where this would automatically detect. So that was upper bracket semis. Loud will play Edward Gaming lower bracket quarterfinal. So PRX will play the winner of this next matchup, DRX versus Evil Genius, to see who gets the 2 map ban advantage in the grand final. We'll see. More than likely. Have not looked good against Pacific teams. And I would imagine the Chinese teams will give them similar issues for similar reasons. Similar, aggressive play style.
For one, we are going to destroy DRX. I'm almost positive. We're feeling very confident.
Play the rest of the clip!
He said it. But what did Boostio's mom say here? He cringes me out, but damn, I love that kid. Imagine getting called out by your mom on Twitter. It's great.
Honestly, I love it so much because they're leaning into this villain role. They're trying to be the badasses of Valorant, and then you've got mom who comes over the top and goes, all right, you need to calm down. It's endearing because we have to remember, like, for as much as there's trash talk, we're talking about video games, man. Like, people get too pressed about stuff like that. Let the kids talk their talk.
Right.
I agree, actually. I think they stepped a little bit overboard in the post-game press conference. I think we were talking about that a little bit earlier backstage. But I think for the most part, a lot of the banter, I think the players enjoy it. It's fun. It creates new narratives and storylines for the season, and I'm all for it.
From someone who has seen like trash talk be way like worse than that down the 2K League, and I think that adds like another layer to it. This ain't shit.
A comeback on Lotus against BLG with, I think, 11 rounds in a row that they won.
This is crazy. From the 4-on-2 pistol, Yinsu, they rallied back and didn't lose a single round. It was one of the most insane comebacks ever, considering they did it on the defensive side of Lotus, which is typically the harder half.
Yeah, I think that a part of me wants to say that that's a byproduct of going through Group D and walking away from that, right? Like, you learn a lot about yourself when you go through a group like that. When you're playing as many close matches as you are the way that they did, there's a little bit of extra grit that comes to you when you make it out that way. So, yeah, find yourself down 10-2. Yeah, do it on the harder half.
And I mean, looking into that game, something I was talking about earlier is when we were on 100 Thieves and a couple of us had COVID in Istanbul last year at Champions, it's very difficult when the players are separated, right? Because the second you enter those private rooms, you lose your phone, and thus you lose communication with the people on the stage. And when they start doing walkouts and map vetoes, you're in the blind for a long amount of time, right? So Mako probably took a couple rounds there to get adjusted into those moments. He probably wasn't even ready to play the maps, if I'm being honest. But once they settled in, this version of DRX is the best we've seen all year.
Oh, agreed.
Hands down.
I can't wait to see what EG have come up with in order to counter that. We've spoken about Boostio already. I can't wait to see what he's got to say about this match. Let's send it down to him, who's standing with Mimi.
EG on their way in for the match against DRX. Boostio, I want to grab you for a quick question. EG right now, the only NA team left in Champs LA. Why are you the man to be NA's last hope?
I honestly think it's just we're having more fun than everyone else. And just everyone seems nervous, even though it's Champs. It just feels like Tokyo. We're just having a good time.
You're Sean?
Sean.
All right. Well, best of luck, Boostio.
I mean, they are having a great time. His teammate, Demon1, is having a crazy good time as well. In fact, him and Buzz, after the first round of playoffs, Doug, they currently lead statistically. They are two of the best players in this tournament.
Which just sets up for such a good matchup, right? Like, this is, Buzz has had so many historic moments across his career where he just has outrageous plays. You've got Demon1, who looks way more comfortable on the global stage than he did at Tokyo, and that's not to say he had a bad tournament, but we didn't see the Demon1, right?
Yeah.
Vintage Demon1. We're seeing that this tournament.
Yeah, that's the craziest thing about EG. They made that second place run, and I don't think Demon1 was in the form that we saw in VCT Americas in those playoffs games. Honestly, now I'm seeing it out of him. He is in S-tier form in this tournament right now. And Buzz, on the other hand, it's one of the first times I've watched DRX and someone exits, I guess, the strategy, the structure of DRX and can make individual plays, and he is shining so brightly this tournament.
Yeah, and every tournament we go into, we speak about the Aspas, the Durkas of the world. We never really talk about Buzz, and he's been around doing his thing for the longest time, Sean. I feel like this is his time. He could be one of the players that carry his team to a trophy.
I think so too. I think looking at their Lotus, watching him play Raze is incredible. Watching that clip just there on Haven and that 2-on-2, his cloudburst, his dash, everything was perfect. The up trap with the Blade Storm, his micro decisions in these moments that can't be gone over ahead of time is flawless.
Yeah.
I want to talk about another player as well, which is Zest. And we heard Buzz in the post-match interview where he said, we are committing with Zest. Zest is a great secondary caller, and he's having a great performance. The experience he brings is really helping us in comparison to Foxy Knight. And Doug, this man is so sweaty. Look at the things that he's doing. It's just so diligent and disciplined. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there are a few things at play here. You seldom see a Guardian on attack on a Viper, and that was just because it was the end of the half and it was a weird situation. But yeah, him hearing the lineups, being able to pen through the wall, clear the turret, and this is another really good example of how good of a Viper he is. You see just a couple of seconds ago, he's scaling up with his orb, and he's using that to create some space and to deny space from BLG on the opposite side, so you can tell just how good of a fit he's been to this squad. And honestly, this is something we don't talk about a lot, but Zest heard all of the talk about should Foxy9 be playing instead of him, but he clears all that noise out. He's able to focus in, double down on his team, and create buy-in from the roster, because when you go through a roster turmoil like that, everybody's got to be bought in on what the current iteration of the project is for you to make a deep run. So he wins his teammates back over. He gives a finger to the crowd who's been saying, hey, Foxy9 should be playing instead of him, and he has outrageous performances.
Yeah, and I'm going to take one on the chin.
I'll be honest, I didn't know that he didn't play all year long.
Foxy9 certain stints throughout this year, and I thought Foxy9 would have been better mechanically than Cess, but this
Why did I miss that? I mean, I guess I didn't really watch much specific this year, to be fair.
Across all of the maps, he's coming up big in really big moments, and he has the util for the team. Like we just saw with the Viper round on Lotus, the scaling on Ascent, everything coming out of him is top level.
Yeah, and these secondary calls as well.
Yes.
Let's send it down to the main caller, however, from DRX. It's Stacks with Mimi.
DRX on their way in, and I'm going to grab Stacks for a quick question. Yesterday, Boostio said about their game against you that he was going to, quote, destroy DRX. He was very adamant about that fact. What would you say to him?
Honestly, I don't give a... I'm just kidding.
You're just like Demon One.
No, I mean just... I like them a lot. I like their personality as well. But some people in Evil Genius want to become the villain, you know? So I just try to have fun.
Are you going to stop him from being the villain?
Not sure, but I like more to become the hero.
You want to become the hero? All right, well, we'll find out if you do. Thank you very much.
I don't like that. I'm like, nah, we're coming in here to shut it down.
I'm here for it. Let's not forget Stacks. Out of all the international tournaments he's gone to, they've always dropped to the lowest at this stage. Champions, Copenhagen, Reykjavik. They've never progressed further than this. And Sean, it's their time.
And, you know, he's right. He doesn't want to be the villain. He doesn't want them to not be the villain, because the villain doesn't win.
Well, I can't wait to see where we're going to head to today when it comes to maps. Because Coach Potter and Coach Termi are ready.
All right, map select. Let's get it. Where do we think we're going?
DRX and EG are the same seeds coming into this, so this will be another match with a coin flip at this stage of the bracket. So they are pre-assigned by alphabetical order in the English language of their team name. We'll be using the same quarter as yesterday, an American-US quarter. So DRX will be heads, EG will be tails. We will go ahead and flip this.
Tails never fail.
So that is going to be heads.
Tails never fails.
DRX, you choose Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So EG, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban.
We'll take out Haven.
Haven, your ban.
Ben Ascent.
Ascent. And map number 1 from EG.
We will pick Fracture.
Fracture, side on Fracture.
Attack.
Attack. And
Fracture, huh?
Pick Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus. Attack, okay. And next set of bans, starting with EG, you have Bind, Pearl, and Split.
We got Fracture, Lotus.
We'll take out Bind.
Take out Bind.
I have a feeling we're going
ban,
Pearl.
You have Pearl and Split.
Or do they want to go against Split? Go try Split against EG.
Ben Pearl.
Ban Pearl, so map number 3 will be Split, EG, side on Split.
Defense, please.
Defense. Okay, let's run back through this. First set of bans, we have EG with Haven, DRX with Ascent. Map number 1 is Fracture with DRX on attack. Map number 2 is Lotus with EG on attack.
So Fracture,
Next set of
Lotus,
bans were Bind and
Split.
Pearl. Map number 3 Decider is Split with EG on defense. All right, good luck to you both.
Good luck. Good luck.
I get.
Evil Genius.
Let's get it.
DRX.
Oh, the stage is set for
Let's
the
go,
villains,
Potter!
potentially the heroes here of DRX. One of them will be progressing to the upper bracket finals. And the other one will have to fight for their lives tomorrow against Fnatic of all teams. Sean, this is one of the most important games of the entire tournament.
It's so insane. These teams are in the upper semis, and if they were to lose, like you're saying, they play Fnatic. That's like you get caught jaywalking, you get sentenced to death. Like, what? That's insane.
They're going to have to do it on Fracture, too. I can't believe they didn't ban that. They decided to ban Ascent, too. This is either Termi's going to look like a bloody genius who just, like, alphaed EG from beginning to end and, like, won the coaching aspect of the game, or this is just like the biggest int and the biggest throw that I've ever seen in my life.
They're cooking. They have to be cooking, Sean, in order for them to leave Fracture open, because EG are always going to pick it.
Yeah, they probably did a lot of research knowing them. And RB on this Neon on this map, he was the best in the world. And I believe he still can be. His movement on Neon is absurd, but I don't even know if that's what they're going to go with.
There's a reason why nobody has been willing to let Fracture through against EG this tournament. Right, so you think about their performance in Tokyo, people continue to let it in, and we're going, what are you guys doing?
I mean, this is the thing, they beat DRX at Tokyo.
Is that just their own confidence on Fracture, though?
Yeah. What EG can do on Fracture. So I don't know why they want to go there, but I am hoping that we're going to see something funky.
It's got to be something different, right? Surely you don't.
They've got to have something up their sleeve, for sure.
They have to have something up their sleeves right now to leave this map in the pool. This is a map that people fear EG on. This is how they got that second place in Tokyo. And to leave it in this best of 3, I guarantee you, DRX and Termi specifically has a game plan.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. We're going to head shortly into the Prime Gaming Agent Select. Of course, on the
side here we
of
go.
EG, they pioneered this Sova. People are starting to copy them, and for DRX, they've moved away from the Neon like you were talking about.
But the double controller, Yinsu, that is something that might block the lines from this Sova. It might prevent some dart pings. It could make it difficult on the drone to get value. I see where they're heading with this, but typically when I see this Viper, it doesn't play out very well. It just tries to slow down a map that has way too fast of a pace. So that is the key thing for DRX. Can they slow it down?
And I think on the other side, Ethan and Com are both competing for like some of the best initiators in the world, right?
Yes.
To be in that conversation
With
for
Fnatic.
top 3 across the board with Fnatic, as you're mentioning. Yeah, so I think, yeah, maybe you've got something to cover some of the darts, which have been so problematic for other teams as they faced against Com in this, but Ethan still has to be dealt with somehow, and he has been that guy all tournament.
I do think Com is the one to look out for, especially on this opening defensive half. His shocks coming through the door into main, his darts for topside pushes, they're also innovative. He also has one that lands bottom side.
Well, this is a rematch from Masters Tokyo. Let's see who's going to come out on top and send it over to your casters. It is Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much, Des. Yes, and it's time to dive into this matchup to see who is going to be joining PRX in the top 3. A rematch from Tokyo. DRX this time looking to get the better of EG, but we'll see if they're going to be able to do it here in front of the home crowd.
And I'm really curious to see what DRX has cooking here for Fracture. A different comp than we've seen before from them, adding the Viper into the mix here for DRX. Zest has been incredible so far this tournament on that Viper. Does a great job using his utility, really maneuvering those poison clouds in particular. And do they have a plan for Com Sova, one of the most impactful agents on a map you will find in VCT right now?
So far, it's a very quiet approach. The creep up. Turret, though, spotting. Will be broken down. Fault line at the ready here from Ethan, situated in the site. Now Swarm as well going off, just going to be delaying.
Good job to make sure to lay their push through.
Damage not found on either side so far.
DRX going to use this opportunity to grab the orb and pivot a little bit. Rotation still kind of being flirted with on the north side of the map for EG. And they're going to commit Boostio down towards Dish and expecting a re-hit here from DRX. Still a couple flashes in play. Still some nano swarms, a lot of mollies here. DRX loves to play post-plant. So having this Viper in the comp gives them some lineups, probably from A main for these A hits if they can get the plant down.
Nade at the ready. Ethan playing first contact, finds Buzz, takes him down, takes a hell of a lot of damage, and the paint shell will be able to finish him off. Damage dealt though on the way in. Zest is well down to a sliver. You can see the HP bars right now from this FDRX. Not looking healthy. Plant gonna be coming through. RB noted up on top. Low gets the dink across, but can't finish the job. Now it's all down to Mako, as the nade will claim him. Lineup should have been sent stomping through. Door gets opened up and Calm instantly shuts him down. Some time bought, but not a round win. EG will be drawing first blood and taking the first pistol.
Yeah, just really well handled here by EG, not biting on the attempted double pump from DRX. They just hold their ground. Great job by Ethan on site to get that first kill, even though he goes down to the nades, and then everyone getting dinged up along the way there for DRX. So yes, the poison cloud is there, but with the turret and the extra firepower, they are able to easily clean this up. And knowing that Mako loves to lurk in spawn, well prepared is Calm for that rotation after using the molly. So good start here for EG, as you would expect. And again, DRX, really usually pretty powerful on the attacker side on Fracture, but that's more with the Neon comp. That's really where I look for them to do their damage. Typically, here with this comp, though, when they've run it in the past with the Raze,
So why aren't they running their Neon comp?
A little bit more balanced, but a little bit shakier in my opinion.
Jogamo pushing forward. Zest going to be able to spot him there. We'll just play back. Hovering around the door. 3 members from the side of EG, currently over towards this A side of the map. And Stacks, as well as Buzz, just going to go on a little bit of a lurk through the sewer across to that arcade side. Just watching from behind. Rotation from Calm, but the other 2 players still situated. Stacks is just playing Pac-Man, gobbling up the orbs where he possibly can.
Yeah, and this is encouraging for DRX that they're able to find some value in the early parts of these rounds to get these orbs into Stacks' hands, get those rolling thunders ready as fast as possible. Just a couple ghosts and a sheriff for DRX. Let's see if they can find any value out of it. Zest flirting with Jogamo's bulldog there. He's gonna try to do some damage. And yeah, the Stinger has got him down nice and easy.
Manages to find that kill. Don't draw any further attention over towards A. Calm had rotated back over, but now slow approach gets ready to come in here from DRX. 33 seconds remaining on the clock. As they get ready to pull the trigger, the smoke's going to be going down. Boostio just spraying
Oh
through.
my
Managing to
goodness.
find Stacks. Turn fire, not getting any connections either. Push up here onto the site. Mako getting bogged down just a little bit. Will be able to get in a position to get that plant across. Seems like EG not quite reading that it was going to be in the cubby, rather thinking that it was going to be over more at default behind the boxes. Nano Swarm to stop the push forward. Buzz swinging around, managing to find 1, but the cleanup is swift as Calm will claim 2. Jogamo the last. The fuse in to go ahead and get an extra charge over towards Ethan's own Rolling Thunder, and EG will move up to 0.
And DRX does find a little bit of value out of this round, but some really encouraging things here for EG, in my opinion. They're already starting to attack that attacker side spawn part because they know that DRX likes to set up from there for their post plant. You can see Mako was already rotating back through tree, back into that direction, and there were reinforcements already for EG to make sure that Molly lineup spot that he likes to hold was just cut off already. So already I'm really encouraged by what I'm seeing here from EG in their read of how DRX likes to play this map.
Pivotal moment here for the side of DRX. Going into the anti-bonus, going to see if they can go ahead, finally get themselves on the board. EG, a big conversion here, would really set the stage. Doug was talking about it on the desk. Is this, a big brain play and an elaborate ruse here from the side of DRX with this map draft, or will it all fall to pieces?
And I thought there was a possibility they'd float this map because maybe they could get ahead of things with the Neon comp, maybe kind of push the pace. But EG in the past has handled some Neon comps, PRX being one of them. When they tried it against EG, did not work. So now Buzz go for some trades with Jogamo. Jogamo just going to peek the angle. Now DRX going to pull back. But really, I'm curious to see how much DRX is going to play with the map with these Viper smokes. Not only to kind of build on what Sean was talking about on the desk, that they can use it to help alleviate some of the pressure from that utility of Calm, from those recon darts, things like that, but also to sell some fakes. Because right now you can put the toxic screen over on the B side, cut off Gen and Canteen, move back over to the other side of the map here, and you still have Mako smokes available to make these hits work.
All right, well, speaking of the hit, begins now. Buzz up here over the top, over at Sands, does get spotted, manages to drop down to safety. For this
nice little double pack.
Situation still here on the site. Push coming through, Ethan going to be taken down, Buzz spotting Demon 1 as well before RB falls, but that's going to be the man advantage in the site right now in the hands of DRX. Plant coming down, Stack still 1 away from the Rolling Thunder, so will not have it here in this round. It's a lockdown going to be committed as well. Boostio really wants to get this conversion. Stack's making his exit, jumps across the paint shell, takes a little bit of damage, but Mako still lingering forward, and just to find 1.
But now you've got these post plants for DRX. Still one snake bite left for Zest. Even beyond this one, so they can delay.
Oh. Swings the door. It's the perfect timing there on the push. The snake bite goes wide, but Zest still has the headshot. And TRX will, in fact, get themselves here online in round 3, but at such heavy
Nice push
costs.
to that door. Unfortunately, he didn't get into the third, though, bro.
Left on the floor. And a very good amount of damage dealt there by EG.
Man, Calm is just finding some beautiful timings to really ruin DRX's day on this A side. Just waiting right by this door once again, just like we saw on the pistol. Pops right through, and Zest, who has been so clutch for DRX throughout this event, throughout his history on DRX, once again bailing them out in a huge moment. But still, you gotta like what you see from EG so far. These have been really solid rounds.
And biting her lip a little bit there on the back end.
Yeah, I mean, they did a good job making sure they made it very, very expensive for DRX comparatively, right?
Still need to be able to get through this round if they want to really break the economy down. Zest's going to be the only one who really has cash carried forward in that situation. See if they can make it happen. I mean, DRX, this is such a different look because we are so used to seeing that Neon. We're used to those really fast hits coming through. But instead, with just that solo duels, the double controller really grinds us down to a snail's pace.
And the double controllers as well, because they want to try to work the map a little bit more here, kind of spread out, looking to see if there's going to be any flanks. Already identifying that EG is getting aggressive into their flanks and trying to leave Zest in a position to hold those. He does those on a lot of maps. RB on the other side, DRX loves to keep their killjoy over on the bridge, and here's that rolling thunder to get into the site.
Crashes across, only manages to find one, and Boostio still gets the headshot. Spend another 22, now stacks revealed off that recon dart, perfectly timed by Com, sets it up. And that is the site, just completely shut closed.
30 seconds
Not
left.
allowing them in. Not even a kill found, and now RB finds himself in a bit of an awkward linger spot. I think he saw the gun barrel. Still gonna try to play this out one a little bit more patiently. But he's so disconnected from the rest of the squad.
He knows Boostio's there, right?
Over towards A.
Knows down.
Yeah. There's the kill. No time to try to rotate off that one. They just have to go ahead. Set themselves here on this A site. Com swinging around in through main. Do they read it? It seems like no. Zest comes away with one. Mako trying to stand tall. Can't make it happen. Com again comes up with the goods. 7-1-1, and now a 3-1 scoreline.
I still don't.
Starting to stretch a lead.
It not only does Com.
So both of these matchups today, I do not understand the first map pick. Last time these two teams played against each other 2 months ago, DRX got their cheeks clapped on Fracture.
Sure, RB finds one, a great hold there.
I just don't understand.
As well. Demon 1 right through the smoke on that Brimstone. It's a phenomenal Brimstone to back up this incredible comp with Jogamo switching over to the Duelist, and Com has just been an absolute nuisance. So now DRX gonna have to be licking their wounds into this next round. Looks like we're gonna have one hero rifle coming over to Buzz. Orbital strike available for Mako, so DRX can get a couple kills, maybe upgrade some guns, get the plants down. There's a chance.
Oh, the jump forward. Buzz gonna be good for the headshot. Opens things up a little bit more, but I mean, you look at who is here and you still have to be concerned. With Ethan and Com on standby, hovering around drop and dish. RB once again, deep flank over on that north side. No pressure really being applied to him. It seems like satisfied with the singular kill here. DRX will back away and once again turn their sights over towards B.
And I like this early change of pace from DRX to get this pick. Just kind of catch EG off guard. They had been pushing space there through A main the last couple of rounds and able to find the pick early onto Jogamo. Now Boostio once again, who's been so good here on this site, just already spraying with Com.
Com right there behind him. Sprays across, gets himself an 8th kill. Right behind the box, Stacks gonna be all right, but there's a Hunter's Fury off the reveal, looking for the kill, but now it's gonna be Demon 1 who takes it once again. 3v4, RB the only one not tagged up, but still just 2 pistols and that Vandal there on Zest.
Buzz has got the showstopper.
Molly to go ahead and cut him off, not allow him to peek, and now Rolling Thunder even gonna be committed to this one. It's onto a singular player, just catch RB. Swing forward, Zest trying to put that Vandal to good use, but cannot make it happen. RB is under far too much pressure. Buzz will be good for one with a recovered weapon, but that's about it. EG, a very swift and clean retake. They have 3 members surviving as they move up 4-1.
I mean, this is one of the things that makes EG so scary on this map, is they're so disciplined coming through on these retakes. Everybody knows their angles, what they're supposed to be doing.
All right, so let's start looking at Lotus, since it looks like this is going to be going this way.
Just cycle through those. RB is one away from the lockdown.
See how these teams have been doing on
He has
Lotus.
plans for days, and yeah, quickly, DRX is going to be pumping the brakes to try to figure out how they can work around some of this pressure from EG. But even with some of the early damage,
You'd imagine Lotus has to be going.
EG is so solid in every aspect, whether they be flanking or just going for these retakes. They cover a lot of bases. I liked what DRX did, trying to cover RB up in tower with a molly to make sure they couldn't push that off the back of that rolling thunder when he got hit by it. But at the end of the day, the weaker firepower there, just not really able to get him over the line.
It certainly was not. Now pumping the brakes.
Are they picking that 4 evil
Sideshow was talking about
geniuses?
during that DRX series. Fairly early to go ahead and pump the brakes here.
Because they don't have very good stats for Lotus.
Here of EG. You'd think
Neither
not
does.
too much, but Termi, we know he doesn't like things getting away from the team. He
Evil
wants to
Genius.
try to
Oh,
keep
I
this
wonder
close,
because
run this
Evil
back
Geniuses
as much
did
as
not
humanly
look
possible
good
here on
on
this
Lotus. It doesn't look
attacking
like
side.
a
So once the pump the
Masters.
brakes, maybe he's identified something in the setups here from EG. They can push over towards the team, but right now it just feels
It's not like it looks like
no
it's a
matter what
very
DRX
strong
trying,
map for them.
This initial half, EG, they very much have the quick pivot response.
Yeah, exactly. And it could just also just be kind of a momentum breaker here for DRX, just to try to get the players kind of feeling themselves a little bit better. This has been a real problem for DRX throughout their career, where they start out slow on map 1. I mean, how many times have we seen them lose map 1, come back, win the next 2 maps against Billy, go 2-10 in the first half, and then come back and win the map by winning 12 rounds, 13 rounds in a row. I mean, they're just, you know, this is one thing I'm always concerned about with this team is these slow starts.
Look at the challenge outside of A right now, though. Zest trying to hold the line. Does he realize how many people are in behind this drone, though? Boostio looking to push forward, but will back away. So Zest can breathe a sigh of relief. It looked like he was almost certainly going to be taken down in that situation.
They're going to try to use this opportunity to take some space here on to B, knowing that there are at least a couple over out of that A push, as RB had slid over to try to assist Zest if they did push through that poison cloud. But Jogamo going to be waiting this out. The Boombot does clear, but going to be danger close here to Buzz.
And you can see just how aware they are right there. As Buzz will be able to find Juggermo, but Ethan responds in kind. The ping came down. They suspect that Zest is still going to be on this lurk, so they've actually rotated back through the spawn. Now the orbital strike committed over towards tower. Stacks right into Ethan's welcoming arms.
Makes it easy for Ethan.
Molly goes out to try to buy some time. Lockdown as well going to be invested. They do have this orbital strike, but this could turn into a very costly round if they have to commit all of that to try to win this one out. Lockdown's actually destroyed. Ethan swinging the corner, finds one, makes his presence known. Now the orbital has to come in, but it's a bit too early. Mako now finds himself in a 1v4, and he can't get one of them. The fuse will come in.
EG's just running, bro.
Deny the round win off the back of the timeout. The dominance continues.
Just masterful ult usage as usual with EG. This is one of the calling cards, the hallmarks of this team. And they're so patient there, out of tower, using the orbital strike to clear it, and then they have a backup plan to make sure that the lockdown, you know, which you can't blame RB for using there in that situation. The orbital strike had already been used, the typical ult to clear. His ult already out, and they just get in there, take care of business. And this is just beautiful stuff from EG. And out Jogamo has his ult as well.
I mean, you're talking about the showstopper online. I'm looking at Boostio with the operator. Raring and ready to go. And we've seen plenty in the past what he is capable of.
And just a guardian for Mako as DRX's economy is once again falling behind a bit. Looking to set up for an arcade hit here potentially. Demon 1 tucked in right behind this Bach. Quick assist potential from Boostio here with that operator. Let's see if they can kind of suss this out.
The nade in the tower showstopper drawn out, but they do not suspect it whatsoever. Buzz will find Boostio, but the shutdown is there. Demon 1 with 2, drops the smoke. The spike now stranded in arcade. What a cascade of tragedies here for DRX. Smoke again coming down, but he spots the raise before the bloom, swings on the corner, and he's on for the ace. Zest lingering above, he's spotted it, he's got it.
They're just better, bro. Like,
Demon 1 shuts it down.
The man is dangerous no matter what. Doesn't matter if he's on a controller.
look at, he's feeling himself. Go ahead, do it, Demon 1.
Absolutely phenomenal. 11-1 right now for Demon 1 on this map. Just beautiful.
Out of charges.
And obviously, I mean, not even at the fault. I mean, the shots are just nasty. Not even at the fault of Buzz. but it's the decision to go through Arcade up into the site itself.
Yeah.
He doesn't go up into tower. If he does that, he can look down, he can get that peek, he can identify that Demon One is in that position. So even if he just doesn't want to throw the showstopper there, he can at least alert the rest of the team, but because of the pathing choice, they don't manage to find that, and it all comes tumbling down.
DRX gambles that nobody's going to be behind that box. Nobody had been playing that position yet for EG, and EG just doing a great job of diversifying their setups and catches DRX completely off guard, and it just shows you why they're the masters of this map. Buzz does get a tag with the Marshall.
One into the shoulder there, Demon One, creeping forward. Buzz comes dropping down, and there's the headshot through the Viper wall. Doesn't matter. We talk about how much obfuscation you can get, denying these lineups, denying information, but when Demon One just does that, doesn't matter how many walls, how many smokes you have.
And it's another orbital strike.
Rapidly built up. They just stay tucked into this pit. Jogamo as well, showstopper at the ready, so if the orbital strike doesn't get him, that certainly could. Called in, Zest makes his exit, everybody pulling away in time. Jogamo eating some damage just to try to rush forward, sends out the showstopper, doesn't manage to find him, and Zest with a Sheriff, comes up with one. Boostio, however, drops it, the shorty kill, comes across, nade out, Buzz, headshot, point blank on the comm, finds the elimination, gets another paint shell, sends it over towards the defuse, just trying to buy some time. Demon One going to be taken down, and they realize there's no time
none of it.
RB,
Nope.
he assists, they get the
You
kill,
go down with it.
the round win. It's a MasterCard thrifty of all ways for DRX to find a second round win.
That's all right, though. I mean,
comes up with a hero play. The desk was hyping him up, and he gave you.
I think this is
a bit of a
over.
show right
At
there.
least this map.
Nice Marshall kill with that.
I don't. Again, I don't know why they let this map through. Doesn't make sense to me.
Demon One continues to be a nightmare on this map. The
5 HP. RB almost getting it, but
just insane. It's okay. I mean, you can see Buzz still got a smile on his face. DRX still feeling confident. This team has, I think you could say, maybe the best mental out of anybody on the planet. They have faced the most trials and tribulations at global events compared to anybody. And somehow, time and time again, it just seems like they're able to come through.
Woo, man.
No, it certainly didn't used to be that way.
Bro, Oogie, I am hurting, dog.
We were there for the dark days, Achilleos.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about strong mental. EG has to be in that conversation
Oh.
as well.
Oh, no doubt.
That entry interview from Boostio as he gets ready to come into the venue saying, you know, I think we're just having more fun than everybody, and I think that's why we're able to vibe and keep the spirits high and whatnot. I don't know if they're having more fun than PRX, but they're still having a hell of a lot of fun.
Nobody has more fun than PRX.
Off shot, pull back off the angle here. There's all of this KJ util ready and raring to go. Alarmbot going to be sent off. Buzz jumps up over the top, clears the turret. Just checks, make sure that everybody else is safe to push forward. It's just going to be this corner plant here, right on the edge from Stacks.
A lot of pressure on Mako here.
Oh yes, can he hold the line? He's been so good for it in the past. That's going to be the first one. Lockdown now going to be used. Rolling Thunder pushing absolutely everybody back. Responding Rolling Thunder is absolutely necessary. Comes through, but Mako's still stranded. He gets taken down.
Lockdown as well, put in here for Boostio. Com watching that door. He's been so good from it.
He has been. Doors open. Com finds a kill. Stacks, however, shuts it down. Demon One, Com both going to be eliminated. Now Ethan rushing forward. The swing on the corner. Zest finding one. Now gets himself into a 1v1 versus Boostio. There's the first bite. 52 HP. The time dwindling down. Boostio creeping away. Realizes that this one is lost, and he just has to hold on to that operator. So will make his exit. And DRX, again, a bloody brawl.
DRX keeps scraping by with a couple rounds, though.
They do find themselves a third round.
It is a certified Mako moment here. Being very aware of this fast rotation from EG on the retake. Able to do enough damage, even with that Rolling Thunder coming through in the counter from Stacks. Able to find 2 big kills of his own. He's been a little quiet so far this map. Now finding in fact, his first 2 kills
I was going to say.
for Stacks.
And half of Mako's kills, both of Stacks' kills right there in that round. But a timeout going to be called here from Coach Potter. Sees DRX at the halfway mark of catching up and doesn't like that, so wants to pump the brakes.
Yeah, absolutely. Do as much damage as you can here because this is DRX's half pick. They picked this side. They expected to do some serious damage on this attacker side on this map. They usually do. And certainly, yeah, he's got Stacks for days. You bet. You better bet.
But pressure going to be mounting here, though.
Yeah.
He's still in a comfortable position. A couple more rounds on this half even. You're going to be feeling all right.
Oh, certainly.
Stop DRX from getting to that, you know, at this point, a godsend in a 6-6. That's what this timeout is all about.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if DRX can do that, who knows? Maybe they've got enough momentum. Maybe they've got their defender side tweaked and polished enough that they can get it done. But again, typically, the attacker side is where I am always keen to see DRX do the lion's share of their damage.
I mean, that's what the statistics say. That's what they do on this map.
Right outside a drop, expecting potentially some kind of dish hit with PG, but
Or just in general, I think, even, right?
is just kind of playing with this B side once again. Same toxic screen we see every time. Kind of just the quote-unquote default here for DRX on this attacker side so far this map.
Wary about that peek coming through off the back of the fault line. Once that stun would have expired. So far, seeing nothing. As Buzz is going to be the one creeping forward. If you can clear Arcade, that means that RB can really wrap around with them. But turret also set up, hasn't alerted anybody. Seems like they should be okay. And okay, Jogamo taken out as Zest just goes in here unassisted. Find contact, just swing in the corner. Manages to find that kill. Aftershock as well as that Molly up in towards tower to try to flush somebody out. Shorty drawn in, but Buzz somehow must have gotten a spot there on Busio before he could have gotten into the smoke. And now this lurk from Zest. He's been trying it time and time again. It comes to fruition. He finds the kill. Tom shut down. Ethan and Demon 1 is going to have to back away.
Yeah, and now finally, EG's in a spot where their economy is in a slightly downed state, so they have to just pull back here. And some good picks here for DRX. This has been something that has been impressing me so far in Champions. Usually, you don't think
Well, man, seems to be hyped up, chat.
Isolates fights that likes to go out and try to do those. Ooh, boy, that is absolutely nasty.
Yeah, we saw him right before he could get into the smoke.
Dude, Zest is in some of the best form I've ever seen him right now.
I mean, he knows the importance of all this, all of the doubts that have been cast on him. And this is, again, the desk was talking about it, Doug, bringing this up. Having to sit back and, you know, see the argument happening, unfolding online about should it be Foxy9, should it be Zest, who's been there since the beginning. No, he's here. He's picking up Viper, something that he hasn't really played until this tournament. And he's been looking damn good on it for the side of DRX. But now, for online, EG still out in the lead, but shrinking with every passing round. 3 consecutive at the moment here for the side of DRX. An Orbital Strike still online, the only ult in play going into this next round.
Yeah, and I mean, just to kind of tag on with Zest, I mean, again, if people aren't super familiar with him, he used to be mainly a Sova specialist, but on this map would play a lot of Fade and to tons of effect to set up RB on his Neon in their old comp. But here, switching over to the Viper, finding so far some decent value. I wouldn't say as much as I was hoping for in terms of moving over to this Viper for this map. Now, Buzz, Mako, Stacks up on the north side of the map. This time they're flipping the script a little bit here, sending RB to watch into the sewers. Mako's already got the Orbital Strike online. Buzz a couple away from the Showstopper, 1 away from the Hunter's Fury for Calm.
He learned from that Demon 1 ace. Check the box, make sure he's not there.
Better safe than sorry.
Push in, Zest again, just trying to take this fight. Flash hadn't even connected. Jogamo just gets the headshot. In the meantime, drone out from Calm, spotting at least 1 player over towards Arcade. Ping down onto the smoke. Seems like they are very well aware.
Demon 1 shaved his head for Masters, right? Or am I tripping?
Clear under the Nanoswarm, can't find it in time. Demon 1 gets Mako. Push out of the smoke. Boostio going to be taken down. RB finding 1, but Demon 1 is very much still here to play. Finds himself a 3rd before falling. Buzz trying to drag this one back, but now finds himself all on his lonesome. Spike recovered. Not ready for the swing out here over by Tree. Gets taken down, and EG get themselves up to 7.
Right? Because he was buzz cut maybe?
From EG. Just kind of smother DRX out through this round, and Demon 1 still just dialed in. Sorry, kid. Destroying these rounds.
At least buzz cut had to have been,
Absolutely
right?
Just crazy good how he reacts. Stacks knows he's right there. Still can't get the spray under control before Demon 1 can. Coming into the final round of the half. Still got the Showstopper and the Orbital Strike for Mako. Orbital Strike for Demon 1 as well. I think that's his 3rd one of the half, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're right. It's just been building these up so rapidly. Showstopper entry in the meantime over here towards A. Just RB still hovering on that north side. Now going to be roping across as Nanoswarms do find a decent amount of damage. Showstopper over towards CT, not going to be able to find anything though. Already off the angle. Plant can come in once again. Right on the corner. Mako.
Oh!
That's going to be him at Sticky with just 10 HP.
He's
Buzz
still
down
alive!
the tag comes
He's
in.
alive!
We say it time and time again, but it seems like he's just always good for at least one with these Hunter's Furies. Now he's going to go on the rotate. Swinging all the way back across through that attacker spawn. Jugamo up over the top. Has he spotted Zest? I don't believe so, but now he has. He gets him in his sights. He takes him down. Stacks in the corner. Mako dead. Has the molly been set? It has, but it's off the mark. And either way, it would not matter, it would seem. Time of
All right,
here
8-4 at half.
EG, and that is going to be them dominating with an 8-4 here in the first half.
Yeah, just brilliant stuff here from EG. The patience to just back off of the showstopper. And even though DRX tries to play this post plant in this back line, they're still getting cut down. Great job. I mean, top to bottom here for EG. You've got to love what you see. You should expect this, though. This is their map.
So smart from Calm again, just knowing that there could be somebody riding right on the edge of that orbital strike, just trying to elude it. Very strong stuff here from the side of EG, but now let's go ahead and hear from Booster. We were able to catch up with him ahead of this about facing off against DRX once again.
It feels very good, you know, after talking so much smack. As soon as we found out the bracket, I've been saying my career's over if we lose this. As a joke, of course, but, you know, to the fans, it might be over. So I think just talking smack is just really good for esports. Great storylines, just like this match versus EDG, and it's exciting. You know, I've been living here for 8 months, so having the fan support here, hearing our name here in USA is pretty sick, to be honest. It's an amazing feeling.
Steven one first on it, try and clear through. Looks for the next
You gotta give it a little bit of that extra fire to it, you know?
This guy is something else. Can you answer it again? Being commanded. Oh my word!
I think we're just a good matchup against DRX. In my post-game interview, I said that we're going to destroy them, and I'm very confident, which we are, very confident against them. I think one of the strengths of DRX is their fundamentals. Even on EG, like when we're in practice, if it's like a 2v2 situation, then we just start saying DRX fundies, which just means DRX fundamentals. Where you're jiggling, you're making sure not to die no matter what. And so their fundamentals are super strong, but I think they're a little weaker against like really chaotic teams. So getting to that final stage is like a really big deal. It feels really good, to be honest. We got the taste of that in Tokyo. So yeah, we definitely want to make it to the Kia. So just one more series and that's sick that we can make it there.
One more series. Indeed, that is all that it comes down to get yourself into that top 3 position.
And those are getting played where?
Final and EG are very close, just 5 rounds away from taking that first step to closing this one out.
It's just a disgusting first half for them. I mean, Demon 1 absolutely online
The
throughout
Kia
the
Forum,
entirety of that half. 19-3 on the score line for that. Just filthy good. As you would expect with him, he has really come online this tournament. We are truly seeing peak Demon 1 form so far. And Calm, his signature pick on his signature agent on his signature map. What else would you expect? He's unbelievable. So many impactful ults from him, from everybody on Evil Geniuses. And they certainly have shown you why most people completely and utterly avoid this map. And DRX may have fallen into the trap, may have overthought things a little bit for this map choice. A map that historically is good for DRX, but EG is a whole different animal.
Feels like we haven't seen, you know, this kind of setup from the side of DRX, that neonless. You know, and except for when Foxy9 was playing. That was when he was coming out here playing on that Raze. And it was a very different look. You know, part of the reason why they pivoted back, having Zest come through and run that neon, but yet again, opting to try to go for this. Quick rush forward, tap onto the spike, or onto the orb, I should say. Spike's not planted yet.
But nobody's moving off of DRX. They've kind of got a decent read here, kind of expecting the rotate off of the turret contact there. And the pings are coming out here. Probably going to smoke off spawn and then try to get through for the hit. Boostio.
Getting the sense of this.
Yeah. Boostio
Everybody in position.
See how much contact DRX wants to give into this.
That's the volley of util going forward. Stack slowed him up just a little bit. Jugamo going to be tagged down and actually take it out. Buzz finding 1, finding 3. The blink of an eye. Boostio caught and what the hell happened? A Prime Gaming flawless and blinking. Suddenly, EG is just absolutely vanished. DRX pulling off one hell of a magic trick.
Nice little start there. You get the pistol. Should give you the follow-up round here. Now, all of a sudden, it's 2-round difference.
Off the rip and just ready to rock and roll right off of it. And they're trying to come through Jop, and they are just smothered I think DRX just reads that pistol round very nicely. Again, all it took was that turret contact on the B side. And they kind of expected the pivot, expected the drop from Dish, and came right away, guns blazing, and able to find themselves a much-needed pistol win.
3 Bulldogs and Phantom as Zest just quick scopes in, takes out Demon 1.
So did Zest not play at all during the regular season?
Managing to double up. Finds Ethan as well. Jogamo answering with one of his own. Now Feld, and it's just Calm and Boostio remaining to see what they can get done. You see the rotate around the top side here. Boostio looking to join in, start advancing forward in towards Arcade, but there's still this KJ setup. That alarm bot will alert.
Absolutely. I'm just gonna sneak through with the orb as well. Gonna get a little something out of nothing. Stacks will be keeping tabs on that Arcade position, but they're gonna go back over towards the rope, and Buzz is awaiting over on that. Yeah.
Did that orb, did he grab it in time before Calm would have gotten into audio range? That's the question right now. Does he know that there's still going to be someone lingering forward? But Buzz actually pulls off the angle. Shifting away. Noise made. Gets tucked. Still wary that there could be somebody on that north side approach. There's a dart revealing nothing. Smoke comes down to try to make it a bit of an easier job for him, and Buzz will be able to go ahead and work them down. 2 kills for him. Zest the only one taken out, but weapon's not lost. DRX 2 rounds away from tying this one up as we get ready to go into their bonus.
Yeah, a solid hold here.
So they moved to Zest after they lost to PRX the first time.
It is going to be even stacks upgrading to that Vandal.
And they've run this,
only dropping
or in the PRX the first time in the regional finals.
Bulldog's so good for Zest.
Semifinals, sorry.
Watched him time and time again.
They've run with this lineup since then.
With that gun, but here the
Doesn't look like Zest played before that. Interesting.
Only 1/2 armor in the mix. Everybody else full up. They're going to work this Dish area a little bit. A lot of pressure here going to be on Mako. Although Stacks is rotating over now. Let's see what we got here. A lot of utility for Ethan to work with to set up this entry for Jogamo. Spike is already here, so this is definitely going to be an A crunch, it looks like. And Buzz now going to be under a lot of pressure, too.
They would love to be able to get up towards the door, push that simultaneously as this swinging from Jogamo, and then maybe be able to find Mako. Now, though, we'll be okay. The drone just going to be cleared out. EG backing away at least here for the moment. Do they draw any rotations is the question. See the push up, Mako and Buzz looking to investigate over towards that main side. Not really seeing much of anything, though. And that's going to bring Zest swinging right back over into B. They're about to be under so much pressure.
RB and Zest gonna have to go huge here. This dart and that clear of the turret. See if that's gonna alert them, or if EG, they still have enough time for one more pump to the other side of the map.
30 seconds left.
And are they gonna go for it? It looks like it.
Pivot back. Have to get through these front lines, though. Buzz taking a little bit of damage. It's going to be blast packing back over onto the site, and they feel like that's enough. Hey, pivot back to B once again. Just swinging back and forth like a pendulum right now here on the map. But can they get there in time? Bite comes down. Spike, however, it's coming through the Arcade side. They can get through, and Jogamo somehow gets that headshot onto Zest. Just bouncing forward. The Spike comes in with barely any time remaining. Paint shells across Stacks. Work down to 77. The armor now gone. Molly, a flash, a nade from Buzz. The tools to try to retake this one as EG get themselves fanned out. 1 in tower, 1 down to the grass, 2 back over in main. Flash not going to be catching on to him. Swing can come back in. Stacks now all on his lonesome, and he will be taken out. Demon 1 does manage to find it. They stretch the lead back up to 3 once again. Retained 3 of those weapons on the side of EG.
What a play from Jogamo here. I mean, DRX completely throwing everything at that choke point towards the B site.
Oh
and
my
he
God!
just is nasty.
His feet weren't touching the ground when he fired that shot, I'm pretty sure.
That's unreal. That is unreal.
Sometimes bullet spread doesn't matter if the barrel's just pushed up against their forehead, I suppose.
Yeah, man, he's got that Dogamo, dude. He is just absolutely unbelievable.
What an unreal entry. I mean, if he doesn't find that kill, the round is over.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
no way they're going to be able to get that planted in time.
100%. I mean, this is why, you know, we talk about this guy's raise so much. It's stuff like that that is just extraordinary.
So I think next week in the mornings.
There finds the kill. Zest playing the same
of VCT, we might watch Gamers 8 Rocket League over here
Not allowing
potentially.
him to close the gap.
I'll have to see if I can figure out where it's.
Fault line through. Boostio just staying quiet over on this arcade side. Bang's coming down. Spike still in this position, as he's gonna ride up on the rope. Shows a shoulder. RB is forcing him back out.
Now RB just holding that angle tight. No more utility to speak of online currently for him. Turret on cooldown. Instead, they're going to try to push that to make sure that Boostio has cleared. Calm here. Going to use that drone, but that's all just a bait to keep a couple members of DRX planted on that A site. Okay, Boostio.
Seems like RB just not really registering that there's a killjoy in front of him. Maybe he thought he was looking into a mirror. Either way, he gets taken out, and Ethan also winning the mirror matchup. Eliminates Stacks. Spike still not brought forward, but now the rotation coming in once again, swinging their way over towards the A site where it's just Buzz moved up, grabbing the orb. He's got a showstopper online. Here's some Boombot let loose. How much can he do as he waits for his comrades to try to join in? Paint shells to try and delay. Showstopper as well.
Showstopper. No, go the other way with it.
Front, sends out the rocket, finds one, blasts back on the side. Out to Ethan,
Oh, if he wouldn't have tried to throw the stack, it wouldn't have mattered. Doesn't matter though. Yeah, they can't play him.
Just staying alive, and he is nowhere to be seen. Oh, Buzz doing just enough to be able to get them this round win. Still bloody, just one player on either side. But EG
So was
cannot
Buzz
move up the double digits.
I mean,
in the
EG
lineup
just
when they played
done
last?
a really good job working the map in these last couple of rounds, but Buzz outplays them, gets that orb just in time to get to the showstopper when he knows if they come to him, they have no other choice. They have to hard press.
He was
there is
not.
enough time to do anything else. And he can just delay with that
Or not
raise
Buzz,
utility.
Zest.
And does
Zest
a
was not.
phenomenal job with it. Buzz absolutely coming up huge once again for DRX. So far, top fragging. And he has been really impactful on this race.
Again, separated by two. Hunter's Fury online, though, for Calm, and we know how deadly that can be. Dart just pings one, Zest. In the meantime, spotting Boostio. Drops his way down. Site occupied by 3 at the moment here for the side of DRX to look to hold the line. Stacks doesn't have a fault line, though.
Clearing the nano there. Ooh, Garby's got to get out.
Drops down. Gets himself tucked away, a bite to go ahead and further buy time for themselves. Just hoping for any kind of stray connection here with this spray through the smoke. So far, nothing being found. Another Sky Smoke going to be drawn down as well. Turn on the flash. Juggernaut looking to entry, gets himself into the underside of the site, gets fallen, but Demon 1 just pushes forward, finds RB. Suddenly the man advantage is going to be there, and that can be weapons recovered as well. Demon 1 finds another, takes out Mako, nearly gets Stacks, he's down to 5. This Buzz looks to answer back. Paint shells going a little bit too deep, find 25 damage or so. They interrupts the plant for the time being.
30 seconds left.
Boombot now chasing forward. They know that it's just a 1-1 split, and this Rolling Thunder could be monstrous. Pushes them all back.
Oh,
no!
Calm got the knife kill. Bro, shut up.
Geniuses up to 10. Unbelievable. What a reaction. What a play.
Wow.
That is
That's insane.
unthinkable that Calm can get to the knife in that moment and get the kill. I mean, this guy has done it all. Utility
Ran out of
kills,
ammo.
Gun kills, flanks, and now a knife.
Switches to the knife. Jesus.
Unbelievable stuff on this round.
I mean, he had to. He was out of ammo. Right? I mean, I guess he could have gone for the
You could see some of the game plan
pistol.
for DRX in this map is to just really gum up the chokes out of the attacker side, whether it be on A or B. And just somehow, some way, EG with the Jogamo jump in, and now the Calm knife. Just special stuff here you're seeing from EG in this map.
I mean, they're just pulling miracles out of the nether regions here. That unbelievable. But I mean, you have to just really give that up to Calm's reaction time. Just absolutely gorgeous. RB trying to go for a bit of a tempo push here, but just gets cut down. Minimal damage dealt. Get the blast pack in onto the side plant coming through as well.
They got one detained. Oh, we're so far back though, you know. You're not gonna worry about it.
Really tough retake coming, especially given the situation of the lack of guns here. Just Sheriffs and a Ghost for the side of DRX, and even ult in EG's hands if things go real sideways for them.
Fault line not going to be finding much there. Stacks looks to lead the charge. Demon 1 backing off. Buzz still trying to approach from behind, but he is just completely locked in position by the alarm bots that he has to clear. Now out into the open, puts a bit of damage down on Bustio, but it takes far more in return. Swings out, Demon 1 gets the gorgeous one-tap onto Stacks, and that is the cleanup. Another Prime Gaming flaws here as EG taking yet another step to closing out our first map.
I mean, Demon 1 is so scary right now. He is just completely dialed in. Seems like every time you give him any opportunities, he is just going to find those headshots and take you down quick. That one tap, beautiful stuff. And this is just a masterclass from EG in a couple of these rounds where they really are able to just weather and dissect any of the utility that DRX tries to throw at them. They've kind of figured it out, so now DRX has to take a break. They have to try to figure out, okay, our initial plan here of buying a lot of time at the entries, trying to catch them as they're going for their executes hasn't been working so far. I think they got to start working the map a little bit more. I think they got to start.
Let's see. We're reconnected on OBS.
This time. And now
There we
Mako
go. Reconnected on Twitch.
Poison Cloud going to be sent over towards that B entrance. Once again, the full forces here already pushing in. I like what Buzz is doing. He's trying to take space early. Just execute here. Going to push RB out of the tower.
They fault lined him as well.
Be back,
Slow him
baby.
up. There's the showstopper, but he manages to take down Juggernaut with him. It's going to be a 2-for-2, but now traded up.
I do like that on YouTube. It seems that it doesn't like you don't. I don't think like as a viewer you need to reload it, right? Like it just automatically reloads.
Send in that orbital quite just yet. Buzz trying to get himself in a position. Nobody to challenge him over here at Tree.
Or maybe not reloads isn't the best word. Updates.
Looking on the angle, Buzz just trying to work his way in, but with this operator,
he's one away from a showstopper.
If they can't find a kill here.
Time is ticking, but they're just not giving him an angle. The only person that he'll really be able to spot is going to be Demon 1. Mako, however, swings onto the corner, managing to find one. Turn set up, clears that out, swaps over the Vandal, but he's only got 7 bullets remaining in that one. Paint shells up over the top, the swing coming through. They're trying to stick to this one. Goes low, Mako just trying to be the defender. Swings back out, Calm will get him. A 4K to take it up to map point and a Red Bull clutch. Calm continues to
Well, we got back in time for that.
Just an absolutely stunning map here from Calm and Demon 1 in particular. Everybody on Evil Genius is doing a lot of great stuff, but those two have really excelled. Calm, Hunter's Fury back on board. And now map point here for EG. DRX needs to pull out another miracle. They're going to keep this map alive if they're going to send it to overtime. They have everything in the kitchen sink. Stacks literally one away from the Rolling Thunder. It's a couple Guardians, though, as the money went sideways for DRX. Oh, my God.
Showstopper. Does he realize where Chocobo's at? Buzz will be able to get him in the end. Tracks him down. 27 HP remaining. Just staying silent, staying tucked against the wall for a brief little moment. He does manage to keep his life intact. Decent early kill found, and Ethan.
Which way do we think they're going to go?
Buzz and
B
battered and bruised as well.
looks to be the move for now.
So weak, and a couple of big ults in those weak players, especially that orbital strike. That one you'd really like to keep online for these post plants, if possible, or at least to delay the plant. Calm, so diligent with the utility, and of course, don't forget that Hunter's Fury. Oh my God!
I mean, Mako just pulled the trigger on, and he finds 2. Ethan
Damn.
going to be taken down. Bustio forced out front by the paint shells, and now it's all down to Demon 1 in a 1v4.
Got the spike.
Spike recovered. 46 seconds to play with. The push under the corner. There's the burst. Buzz taken out. Rolling Thunder is online, but Stacks would love to not have to use that, and he won't. Zest will get the headshot there with the Guardian. They can upgrade those to proper rifles. And that is going to be DRX grabbing a lifeline, but they still need to do that 4 more times, and even then, we're just into overtime.
It's brilliant timing here on this orbital strike. Completely catches them off guard right as they're going up this rope. Not much opportunity to go one way or another. Of course, at 1 HP, that doesn't help either, but that is a really beautifully timed ult from Mako. 4 more to go for DRX, and still able to hang on to the lockdown. And now they have the Rolling Thunder and the Viper's Pit available. Calm has the ability to clear that lockdown with that Hunter's Fury, although he's quite comfortable just using it to clear a player.
Smoke comes down.
I gotta say, after
there's the Hunter's Fury, Buzz up over the top,
knowing
manages to get clipped. Back down the staircase. Eludes the final shot. Swinging to the corner spots. Jogomo takes a little bit more damage. The entry getting ready to come through, but Buzz finds the headshot as he's midair. Dark Pink does go across. I believe Mako going to be revealed. Swing into the smoke and stacks. Shuts down Boostio. Seems like for now DRX should have this one in hand, but Calm is still in the lobby, so anything is possible. As long as he's backed up by Demon 1.
Smoke's here dissipating, and now...
Is that just going to blind swing?
He's not doing it against someone I'd want to.
Certainly not. Barely manages to get away
That's a
with
bold
his life. He's really
blind
playing a
swing.
very risky game here. Situated back over towards spawn. Spam to try to check top side of the site.
Still got time here.
Found. How do you break out of this position if you're EG?
Standing ahead.
Dark goes, cleared. Knows that there's going to be one at stairs. The rest, it's all just down to suspicions, down to game sense to try to get a read. Buzz in the meantime, finding one, swing out on a rope. And it is going to be a prime gaming flawless, this time for the side of DRX.
Good patience here from especially Zest, making sure that he doesn't take any unnecessary fights by the ropes and just kind of working their spawn position nicely. Heads up to the tower and just finds the backstab at the end. But just good discipline here from DRX. They're not really kind of, overextending themselves. They're really able to hold these sites nicely when they can kind of find those opening picks.
They got him, and they were able to do this without having to commit any ultimate. They get the Hunter's Fury now away from Calm, which means that this lockdown from RB, should they use it in this round, is pretty much going to be guaranteed to find value and not be destroyed unless they can get a push onto it. Reveal coming through, though, and Calm finds the punish. The recon again, setting him up, and Mako dead on the opposite
Here
side.
it is. Nah, 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 nah.
Stacks, tries
Hey,
to find timing, tries to swing the corner,
hey.
but Chogomo shuts him down. And suddenly it's just RB and Zest left
Send him to
standing.
the lower.
A 2v5
Well, I guess it's not
to
actually.
try
Send him
keep
to
this
the lower
one going.
bracket.
Otherwise, EG will kick off this series 1-0.
Just messing with those util combos. So dangerous. The way that Ethan and Calm in particular stagger their utility. Those flashes and stuns into the recon. Now RB, yes, the lockdown is here. Yes, Zest has the Viper's Pit, but they've got to get to the position to even put it down.
Jogomo gonna have to slide over to the side here. Zest, as he realizes, yes he does. Finds that first kill. Boostio trying to hold this corner. Fault line, Zest just waiting it out.
No!
Getting so much damage, Vulnerable still through. Finds the kill, but surely. It can't happen, right? Yeah. The aftershock comes in. Time gonna be bought.
Yep.
RB eliminated,
It's over.
and that is just it. The util, they drown in it. EG will claim a win here on Fracture.
Bye.
They'll pick 14-9 to kick off this series.
Everything you've come to expect from EG on this map. So many great utility.
It was closer than I would have thought, though.
Absolutely gorgeous here from the side of EG. DRX, though, they have their map pickup Lotus on the horizon. Can they win there? We'll have to just wait and find out.
At this point, I'm kind of hoping for a sweep. I ain't gonna lie. Omelet time.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
But we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work. Hey, that's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line.
And that price is guaranteed for 3 years.
All on the network we can count on.
It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Hey, Glenn, I'm gonna need you to get the fuck out, big
Save
dog.
big with my plan, starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Guaranteed for 3 years. It's your Verizon.
Might take tomorrow off, Chad.
Wings.
I mean, realistically, what I could probably do tomorrow is take it off, start working on the check-in video we'll do. Oh, it looks like the storm that's hitting the coast has been downgraded to lower level of tropical storm. That's good news for people that live out that way. I feel like I need to stand up. My legs hurt, bro. It's so tough. Let's try and do it for this game, for this next map. Hopefully this next map's the last one. Let's hit it.
EG, take Fracture against DRX to start off the series here. I'm joined by Coach Potter after the win. Your players, Potter, oftentimes talk about how much value you provide in the timeouts to find adaptations in the middle of games. What do you think makes you so good in those moments you get to talk to your players?
It's tough to say. Each timeout is a little bit different, but I guess the biggest factor is just the trust in the players. I rarely take timeouts pre the 7th round. Leading up to that, we've already kind of discussed our game plan, our reactions, and what to expect. So if I'm timing out before that 7th round, something went wrong usually is what that means. But yeah, our timeouts are different every time. Sometimes I'm reinforcing the W rounds and making sure we stick to our game plan. And sometimes I'm like, okay, we got to change it up. We got to change it up right now. So it varies.
Well, the plan worked in map number 1. Let's see if that continues in the second. Best of luck, and thanks very much. Back to you guys.
EG, their game plan worked on Fracture. What a surprise. When will teams learn? Doug and Sean, you just can't go there against this team. Their Fracture is too good.
We talked about it at the beginning, right? Either it's a brilliant idea and Termi has something cooked up that's going to shock the world, or you're just going to get diffed. And I think now that we've seen on the other side of it, yeah, they put up 9 rounds. Yeah, they had some cool ideas. You don't take EG to Fracture. You just don't.
No, it's not even anymore that it's just set plays. It's the comfortability of every single player on EG
what
on
did
this
they
map.
ban?
they look amazing in their individual duels. Their crosshair placements S tier on the map. And if you look at their win percentage in those 10 games, or I'm sorry, the last 11, 10 and 1, they've won 2/3 of their rounds on both halves.
Yeah, it's
That's
just
insane.
Yeah, it's insane.
They're the best in the world on Fracture, hands down.
Yeah, they are. And again, I think
What map got
DRX might
banned?
have taken an unnecessary risk, perhaps, going there. And of course, one of the stronghold of this Fracture comp of EG is
They
Comms
banned
Sova.
Ascent. Is that
We
like
see
their
so many times shown all of the util, but also just individually, he's been fragging out on top of that.
Yeah, look at this package.
That's
of
not
these
their
darts.
auto.
I mean, it's insane. He is the person that made Sova playable on this map. Before Com locked Sova, everyone thought it was a joke to lock Sova on Fracture because of the elevation changes. It's very different, all the little nooks and crannies. But when you watch Com use Sova, his ults get so much value. His darts to clear topside in the mid round on defense, incredible. In the post plant, he has plays like this. They're unplayable because of this man.
And I think a few things here. Yeah, he gets a ton of value off of darts and things like that. But if you like with a closer look, this was just silly.
I'm so confused by.
With a closer look, you understand. Ethan also does an insane job of setting up for his utility to get value. The flashes that are used by Ethan in combination with Com's darts just make it to where everyone gets lit up, and then they capitalize on that. And then last thing I wanted to mention about Com is it wasn't just utility this game. He played insanely well mechanically too. Like Com was just on a heater that game.
A lot of crucial double kills, right? The early flanks of A main, the 1v2s we saw just there in the highlight package. In addition to the utility, I mean, we always give him that praise. He gets that for
Is
free
like
from
Evil
us.
Genius
But this
is
was
really
a
good on the
mechanical game
sets?
from Com too.
Yeah, even a cheeky knife kill in there as well. That was crazy. But let's move on to our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, and that went to Demon 1 with a round 7 dog ace.
It was filthy. The last couple of shots, those two, I mean, maybe a little free, they're not shooting back at you, but the way he puts together the end of this, the last shot was just, I mean,
that's insane.
Crispy. Right, and we were actually talking about it during the match, like the individual.
I guess you're
just
countering
like
them
the
from
mechanics
Tokyo,
that Demon 1 has
where they
and
went
brings into
3-0.
every single series that he plays. It doesn't even really matter that you have him on a Brimstone. If you've got Jogama who can still frag the way he does on Raze, and then you've got a Brim who's putting up numbers like that. What was he at half? Like 21 and 3 or something stupid
insane.
like that? Like, there's just so much value that he offers.
It is crazy to see someone with the skill of Demon 1, the capability on the operator, willing to use the Vandal, and not only that, he wants to actually. You read his most recent tweet, he actually prefers to be a Vandal Phantom type player, and it shows. His one-taps are ridiculous.
They know him for his one-taps.
He knows for
It's
that.
definitely Demon 1 that's known for that. But we've heard from Coach Potter. Let's see what Coach Termi had to say ahead of Map 2.
Down a map in the series, I'm joined by DRX's coach Termi and Jen for translations. Termi, you've already played against EG. You guys lost to them in Tokyo. What did you learn from that match that you can bring to this second map to prevent the same from happening?
이지는 굉장히 좀 택틱적으로 좀 잘 짜여진 팀이라고 느끼고 있었고요. 그리고 이번에 첫 맵을 하면서는 항상 저희가 요새 첫 맵 할 때마다 조금 선수들이 몸이 좀 늦게 풀리는 경향이 있는데 이 맵, 3맵은 충분히 이길 수 있다고 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, EG, obviously, they have great strategies, but I feel like coming into Champions, the DRX boys, they do need a little bit of time to warm up, and we do have that slow start tendency for this tournament, but I just feel like map 2 and 3, we can win them.
Well, still 2 more maps in the series. Best of luck,
I don't know if you can be trying to rely on some slow start.
I mean, Termi is
Stuff
right. This
for,
tournament, map 1, they've either gone to OT and lost, or OT and won, or everything is just
like
super close. They have been slow. He is right. They do have a chance to get back into this, and Sean, that will start with Lotus.
And I think this is a good pick by DRX. Honestly, the crazy thing about this veto is outside of the fracture part, I like the map pool right now for DRX. Lotus is a map they've looked great on throughout this tournament. I think Buzz, in particular, on the Raze, creating space in the C site on attack half is such a pleasure to watch.
Well, let's take a look at the Prime
Evil
Gaming
Geniuses
Aces
also
and see
look
what
like
comp,
average on
EG
Lotus
are
through
gonna
the
bring
season.
out. Would you look at this? It's the return of the Demon 1 Astra.
Yeah. I don't know what I think about this, Doug. I think this is a good pivot off of what they brought in Tokyo. I think Lotus was probably the weakest map in their pool at that time. Outside of, their force ban in bind. they needed to make an adjustment, and I think this is what they went with. Demon One shows that he can use the rifle really, really well in these controller roles.
Yeah, I think honestly, the question on Demon One on Astra, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Genuinely, I don't care. You know what Jogamo's going to be good for. You know Ethan's going to set up, not only set up his players, but the info he's going to be able to grab passively from his utility is insane. I really like this comp from EG. I think, again, I have a hard time thinking about why if you're DRX, why do you want to start the series down a map already?
I mean, maybe they're trying to take Demon out of this game. Brim, Astra. He plays Astra on Split.
Yeah.
I mean, they wouldn't have been able to foresee this, right? Just because you said that EG, they haven't played it
They're
in a
going
while.
into the blind here. Yeah. For sure.
And is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I think that's a pretty good thing for EG, whose Potter's been known to prep really heavy into the antis. DRX has played this map a few times now in this tournament, so I'm looking for some set plays coming from Potter on probably pistol, bonus, and ult plays.
Well, EG, they are just one map away from that upper.
All right, come on. Give us a good quick sweep here, EG. All right, perfect. Love it, love it.
They do, for sure. Plenty of work to be done here for the side of DRX to get themselves back into this. And I mean, again, an unexpected comp on Fracture, now into an unexpected map pick from the side of DRX. What with having their Haven banned away, they opt to go for Lotus, something that they were straying away from for the longest time, the entirety of Pacific. We did not see them play it until the grand final. They have looked immensely improved on this map, but still, to favor this one coming into this series, certainly taking us by surprise.
Yeah, and some really interesting changes here for Evil Geniuses as well coming into this map. You know, with Demon One on that Astra, with Jogamo on that Raze. A lot of extra ability to clear space, to play post-plant potentially here for EG compared to their Jet Omen comp that they used to run previously on this map where they were doing it at Tokyo. And it's a fast hit here for Jogamo!
Oh, I don't think they turned far enough for that flash, and Mako can't get it done. Barely any damage even found. He's just scratched. Demon One in the meantime swinging around the backside, finds himself 2 kills. Stacks can only get Jogamo. They'll stop it from being a flawless. But EG with the quick hit. They get themselves in, they get themselves a win.
It's just fast and furious here. I mean, again, another great setup with the utility. Flash out in front, catches 2 players of DRX completely flat-footed. And Demon One not missing a beat. A laugh out of Zest, though. I'm going to tell you, you don't see that every day, folks. He's usually pretty stoic.
Yeah. This is still not a position that you want to be in.
No.
Losing out on these pistols. Another here to the side of EG. Push forward. Quick dissipate and just going to be the orb grab. Seems like getting these showstoppers online going to be a very big priority for the side of EG.
Absolutely. Love to clear space. Meanwhile, DRX going to 4-stack a push through B here. Set up right around the corner. Hoping that maybe, you know, a lot of teams like to try to make this B site go on their anti-ecos. With the way that turret's set up.
I mean, Demon One, he's just set to try to maybe even get the wall bang on the box, but no, it looks like he will just stay sat back, but eventually gets him right through that tiny little corner. Takes him out. Link door already broken. Smoke's coming up, they start pushing forward, and Stacks can't stop them. 2 quick kills now found. Buzz on the swing, does manage to get the headshot across. Takes out Jogamo, but Calm is very quick on the reply. Strikes him down. It's just Mako and RB left standing. Did opt to invest in for this Ghost. See if they can deal any additional damage here. 2 kills is what would really start working against the economy of EG, because otherwise they do have that Sheriff in the hands of Boostio. So if he falls, they don't lose too much of anything, but I think he has no intent of falling whatsoever. And it's just going to be another 2-0 start here. EG kicking things off very nicely.
What a nasty shot from Boostio. Catching Mako right as he's starting to back off towards the eastern side of that site. Just absolutely nuts stuff. And yeah, a lot of weaponry able to be carried over for EG. A Guardian, a Phantom, Bulldog, Stinger, Spectre. So a lot of variety. Playing gun game over here is Evil Geniuses. On the other side, DRX, of course, going to be into their first very important buy here. A lot of Astra Stars over onto C to try to catch RB. He just barely gets away.
Gravwell trying to lock him in place. He just managed to get away from this one, but RB firing back. Vandal does manage to come up with the goods. Finds the opening kill, takes quite a bit of damage in the exchange. As the Trailblazer will go
Holy
chasing
shit, I
forward.
missed 2 rounds?
Lucio crept up
Oh,
with
dude.
util in hand though. RB peeking back out, finds himself a second.
My bad, Joe. I had to break open the new
Towards B, gonna open the door, try to rotate in.
new water jug.
To alert
We've been getting the 2.5 gallon juggers.
the presence. Yeah, there it is. He's gonna
Been
use
really
the
liking
fight.
them.
Cover that angle, but
They're gonna rotate back to C perhaps.
Sit them out on the
Put it in their brains that this could be the play, but yeah, they're pushing forward with that spike.
countertop, just more room temperature.
Wide swing around here from Calm. It's gonna go all the way back around towards Mound. Flash in, but not ready for Zest. Backwater just goes ahead. Gets that kill. Now the spike dropped right here on the edge of the poison cloud.
Poison's off.
And as he drops it, we'll just pull away, denying the angle.
so tough for EG to get through here. Just a Guardian and a Bulldog. Try to spam this smoke, see if they can get lucky with somebody. Trying to get a little over-eager, but the discipline from DRX right now, good enough that they haven't forfeited over any extra damage.
Popped up on that Nebula, but time running out at this point. It's about trying to deal some damage here for the side of EG. Take some of these weapons out of the hands of DRX, because otherwise they are very much poised to get this as a flawless. Well, not going to reveal. Spray looking for it.
Got
Will
one.
be able to find him, so the Bulldog will be lost. Zest finds himself a second elimination, and DRX get themselves here on the board, not allowing for EG to get that conversion.
Yeah, and it's just so huge that RB is able to get away from this grab well in time to find that kill. Gets dinged up a little bit, but able to hold the line for the second. And then just kind of not really biting too hard on anything. That alarm bot able to keep B safe from a plant for EG. For DRX, I should say. And let's see. With a lot of players here, this looks like some kind of crunch towards the A main door.
Paranoia, paint shells out. Anticipating perhaps a jump forward there.
But still, it looks like they're gonna try to go for B again, trying to clear that alarm bot.
I know it's here somewhere.
But they're missing it, yeah.
Can't quite get it though.
It's just a little bit off kilter from where it was.
It's a good spot being right up against the wall there.
That's a lot of util for an alarm bot there. That's nothing wrong with that for DRX. So a nice little micro change for RB.
I'm trying to go for the lineup. And any moment now.
That's a good read to be able to recognize that.
It's waiting for the rest of the team to perhaps get into a position here.
I mean, I get it.
They're ready.
I want to watch comms lineups too. I mean, come on, like this is. I'm a lineup Larry. I'm all about it. Oh, boo.
And he abandons it. Thinks better.
Wow.
In the meantime, this has just been running the clock down. 40 seconds remaining now. A minute gone. It's a bit of a fake over towards C. Does have the attention currently of about 2 players. You see the back and forth here from Stacks. Creeping around over at Waterfall. This Buzz just looking to hold by the door. Mako situated on the site. Poison orb across. Buzz to make the call. The rotations can start to come in and run across, and Buzz finds Boostio. That's the spike down. Paint Shells will force him off the angle and actually claims the kill. He couldn't get away from it nearly fast enough, and now Showstopper out for Jogamo. Mako finding one. Plant coming in with just a few seconds to spare. It's going to be a 3v3. The Rocket, everyone playing so far back, won't be able to find any value. But the site is theirs, and Mako's tagged up.
Not much utility here for this retake. A C's, a snake bite. Mako smokes. They're going to have to get it done with a lot of gunplay.
Swing on the corner, Zest showing his arm for a brief little moment. Turns away, expecting the flash. Now it hits, but it also connects on the Jogamo. Reveal out from the haunt, swing onto the corner. Stacks comes away with that elimination, but Mako going to be taken down simultaneously. Now we find ourselves here into the 2v2. Stacks getting away from that gravity well as best as he possibly can. Zest putting Ethan down to 10 HP.
Oh!
He's got just a narrow enough position.
Oh!
Stacks, and Team in 1 swings in from Link to get the kill. 2 members left standing. EG will not allow for DRX to tie us up.
And the discipline here from EG is so good, and somehow, some way, that paint shells find Buzz, and that really turns this round on its head because it gives the showstopper to Jogamo. It clears the space that they can use to plant onto B here. You know, Buzz expecting it to stop, but it just rolls far enough down the stairs that it catches him. Already dinged up a little bit, and then again, the haunt, about the only thing you have for clearing space outside of some mollies and a C's.
There.
And EG so good with those crossfires, so disciplined there. Quick push towards the dunes for Jogamo. Seeing again if they can catch somebody in that grab well, but Off the back of that, they're able to secure an alt orb for themselves. Use a swarm grenade, put a little pressure towards C, keep their back safe while they push through.
Look at how far up Buzz is over on that A side, too.
Lurking here.
Nano in position to try to peel some pressure on this approach. Lockdown is going to be invested.
Pushing all the way up.
Prowler sent to hunt forward. Trailblazer as well coming through. They'll try to buy some time. Nano Swarm will delay for a little bit longer. You still have to respect this one, though. It's Mako going to be detained. No one in position to get the punish unless Swing Out wants to come through here from Calm, but he is playing this very quietly. Wants to go on a very late lurk, it would seem. Whereas Ethan and Jogamo, they want to take the fight towards this A side.
And they're spreading out because the Nightfall's online for Stacks.
Pop Flash didn't find anything. Mako stays safe for the time being. Buzz's attention now being drawn over towards the doors. Calm, this could be the moment. This could be the timing.
Oh!
Finding two.
Jogamo's the one who gets it.
Gets them both. Demon 1 as well. Coming away with a kill. Stacks trying to push. He is. Shoot almost gets Jogamo with util in hand. But he cannot take him down on RB. She's got to head for the hills, hold on to the Phantom, and just try to stay safe.
Calls it a day. Calm gets the op. Nice.
And EG moving up 4-1.
And it's just beautiful awareness here from EG, knowing the situation post-plant, knowing that one of the key pieces of utility was going to be that Nightfall, and not allowing it to catch more than maybe 1 or 2 members, and then holding the A-Link door. Oh, just absolutely beautiful.
Double facing right into his crosshair, Jogamo. Talk about being stuck against him, just holding the line, not moving an inch. Well, Mako still playing in isolation. I'm sure the disappointment is shared between the entire team at the moment.
Now for DRX, you're close to a couple big ultimates. You're close to the Viper's Pit. You're close to the Showstopper. It's going to be a Phantom, a Marshal, a couple Sheriffs for DRX on this eco round. Oh, that Haunt.
Haunt gets a big reveal. Quick pop on that boom bot. Slide around the back. Buzz managing to find 2, but there's just so many other players on DRX dead alongside him. 3 now gone. Some decent damage dealt. With Ethan out of the fray, they can't heal him back up, but this is still a very rough position to be in, just given the weaponry, given the firepower that they have here.
If you could somehow,
They gotta do trigger the sound at door and then
get a gun upgrade for RB.
Push the other way.
Potentially, DRX could steal this round, but it's going to be so difficult. And Jogamo, after this orb, going to be 1 away from another Showstopper. Having a phenomenal start to this map for EG. RB waiting around the corner with just a classic.
Paint shells. Force him back. Force him down to half HP. Zest in the meantime, the one with any real firepower in the Marshal. Ends up getting taken down. It's a pretty easy cleanup here. A decent effort there from the side of Buzz to come
Do you
up
think
with those
DRX makes a comeback, or is
but
this just ends up being something like a
Evil
13-6?
Genius just now moving up 5-1. I'm curious this time around, when does Termi decide to pump the brakes? When does that timeout come in? Because you think back to that 2-10 run back that DRX just had versus Billy. They were able to run it back when they were on the defending side.
Exactly. And I mean, I think for now, Termi is going to have the confidence potentially to let him roll on a little bit. Some big ults, again, for DRX. Buzz trying to gain space, has to come up short because of that snake bite. Now, EG really playing cautiously. Taking their time once again. Boostio going to try to clear with this op. Zest holding the corner on the other side, and it's Ping. They're expecting someone to come through there and asking for a little help watching that corner as Boostio gets tagged up by the alarm bot. The snake bite going to force him back.
Now break on the door. Draws his attention away from Zest, so can't just quite hold that angle. Calm though. Just listening as the Haunt will very swiftly be cleared, but Stack's able to hear it. At least 2 different gunshots. So there's still fairly heavy presence creeping its way up into B. Works forward, the flash in, Zest can't get the turn in time. Stack's coming away with one, but Boostio getting the other, and now swaps over the Sheriff, and he guns down the IGL for DRX. Buzz arrives, finds Demon 1. Still much more work to be done. That Showstopper still in the back pocket here.
No blast packs though to get in.
Very true. Oh, poor timing there from the side of Ethan. Thought he could advance forward, not getting any kind of audio cue. Swing coming in, RB there with covering fire, but now Calm off on the flank. The Showstopper already burnt. They can't use it. They're trying to flush him out. Buzz falling lower and lower.
Calm! No way!
A 3K from Calm, a smile on his face, and another round win for EG.
And just a little bit of kind of disarray here for DRX on this plant, on this post plant, on this defuse. It's
last player standing.
Somebody could have just not held. They should have pulled up a little bit sooner, stepping through that snake bite, getting vulnerable up and giving Calm the opportunity. And DRX gonna pump the brakes. No value found out of that showstopper really, other than clearing a little bit of space on site. So DRX here in disarray on their map pick, and now Achilleos got to start kind of questioning the way that DRX came into today's map draft, into the way that they kind of thought about how this would roll out.
I said that earlier.
Not how they expected.
Certainly not. Another dire beginning into the map. I mean, EG already being up to 6. You know, again, yeah, we could say, all right, well, they're on the attacker side. If we see DRX get up to 4, something like that, 8-4 scoring line, that's enough as they get ready to go on the attack themselves. But the shots aren't being connected, and given what we saw again from them versus Billy, it feels like they need to have that stronger side on the defending half.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. It's hard to imagine some kind of comeback unless it starts just about now, within the next round or two. Economy here, enough for half armor buys for DRX, but EG sitting pretty. The stacks starting to bank up on their side. And DRX just doesn't quite seem comfortable today. It's like they're just a little bit off in a lot of these moments. Some of the lack of coordination has lost them a couple very crucial rounds. And once again, hey, this B site, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This is going great. Joggamo's got the showstopper, going to be able to clear some space, and oh boy, those shots from Stacks made me think that he might pull the trigger there.
All right, well, he just decides to hold this one.
Spike planted.
Does at least help keep it ambiguous as far as, you know, where he went. You see that Prowler going forward from Stacks. They need to check the top side of the side. He is going to be cleared out. Pinchel at the ready, sent forward.
What week did Demon 1 start playing for EG?
Will be destroyed.
Like week 3 during the regular season?
Them off as much as humanly possible. Buzz, however, able to find one. The push into the smoke. Joggamo's good for 2. Lines them up. Buzz and RB taken out. Mako pressing forward. Will be able to find him. A 3v3. But it certainly feels like that this is not parity at all, that this is not an even fight. Mako, again, trying to push forward, catches him on the reload, does manage to find Calm. That's going to be the pit now, drop down, but Stacks is out into the open, and he gets cleaned up.
It's over.
Corner, no hope in hell. They'll all go down, but I don't think they are too bothered by it. Cash aplenty in their pockets. EG now 7-1.
I missed the last hour, so
placement a little bit here because I know you want to clear that pit, but that's well within nade range. They clean it out easily. I mean, unless you're going to headbutt that grenade on the way in to prevent it from getting to that lockdown, I don't know of any other way to stop that. Yeah,
bad idea.
Yeah, I know. That's kind of what I thought they might be trying for a moment, but. And then you've got the pit, okay, to try to counter their pit, but DRX just does not look comfortable. Mako has looked really off a bit today with these sprays. And he really should have cleaned up. He was Demon 1 he was going against, and they're just going to try to push through A main.
Calm, seemingly very well aware of this one, just backing away, has some reinforcements as well, but Stacks strikes on the flank, swing in, however, into A main. Will lose out on 2 members, but Zest eventually able to find the kill, and that's going to be some weapons recovered now for DRX. Plant, however, coming through, RB unable to do anything to really stop this, and now a lockdown just to really shove them back. Buy more space, buy more time here for EG.
Now I think you have to invest the Nightfall in this round as Stacks to try to find some way to get value out of this. You're able to wait out this lockdown fairly comfortably. The push is on, Haunt in, going to be cleared instantly.
Another one's going to be in the back towards water. Push up over the top, the swing in from Joggamo is just so unexpected. Because now it's everything to do here for Zest. Tries to catch Ethan there, 8 bullets remaining. He's continuing the jiggle to play time. The bite to try to flush him out, but Ethan can just go ahead and eat that damage for quite a while. It's going to be yet another round here. Going over to the side of EG.
Yeah, so what, week 3 he played the second
map. Over on Fracture this time. It's not going to happen.
Oh, I was week 2.
These post plants just so darn good for EG today. Top to bottom, near perfection. And here on their attacker side on Lotus, One
He
round
played the
away
second
from
round. Did he
perfection.
play it
We
all
have
on the
just
Cloud9
been
game or
incredible.
no?
6 rounds in a
No,
row
he did
now.
not.
And DRX just, again, can't seem to find any comfort, can't seem to find the right timings for their ultimates, the right timings for their utility. And EG, it's the complete opposite story. Their timings are perfect. Their ults are immaculate. DRX has got to figure it out soon if they're going to have any hope in this series.
Rubble control here. Completely uncontested from the side of DRX. They decided to stack up over towards that C site. Seekers let loose. Chase forward, Zest. Trying to hold things down. From over by Trey, Paint Shells over to the flank. He managed to find a second. RB arrives as well to claim Ethan. That's going to be the spike down inside the site now. Demon 1, however, still flanking back. Watching, gets a headshot. Talking about those
How does, like, every round that starts to look like DRX should be able to take it,
And you can't have these.
and they just fumble it?
It's just, I mean, credit where credit's due. EG is crap.
I just don't understand.
And they absolutely are on one today. But for DRX, time and time again, they're losing out on these duels, and you've got to give credit to Demon 1, who has just been absolutely disgusting with these Vandals.
I'll push up Calm. His way through upper. Seems like it's going to be the double approach here. Stacks spotting, doesn't get it, and suddenly this is right back into their hands, and they still have plenty of time. Cosmic Divide coming through. RB playing up in front of it. Alarm bot goes in. He goes for the swing, and he cannot get him. Calm again stands tall. Another 3K, another multi-kill, and another round win for EG.
Maybe we find a way to do a...
Before they come through with. I mean, they just can do no wrong. They're so dialed in right now. They're reading DRX at every step and turn. They're so ready for all of these push-outs, and it all starts with Calm, able to hold it down in tree. He has been absolutely stellar here on both Fracture and now on Lotus.
Oh, boy. The former Gentle Giant feeling a bit angry here. Mako frustrated in isolation. A good quick kill here from Zest. Gets it, gets out, opening on the door, and Mako looking to utilize some of that rage, it would seem. Shots through, Demon 1 taken down. Snake Fight will force RB back. Push forward, Ace sight the target now as the plant gets ready to come in. Calm still standing in their way.
It's going to be so difficult to get through there. Still a Snake Bite as well to back up that Poison Cloud for Calm. Boostio pushing space here, knowing that they've got DRX pinned in.
Buzz on the cross. Just enough of a distraction for Zest to be able to find him. Now into a 5v2. Mako breaking into the smoke. Fight at the ready. He sends it, trying to buy some more time. Triple push out now. Over by stairs. Ethan's going to be good for one. Can he come up with more? Yes, he does.
Ethan gets two.
Another. Swing out onto the side.
No freaking shot.
Should have spotted RB's head, but it's just too much pressure from too many different
I was about to
angles.
say.
Eventually, he will fall. The defuse can come in, and DRX will get a second round on the board. The best that they can hope for here is going to be a 9-3 scoreline, and there's still so much money here from EG, so they're sitting pretty going into this last round of the half.
I know DRX called it a 10-2 blessing, but I'm not sure if we need to see it again. I don't think they want to see it again. Certainly it has been incredible stuff here. Calm again, an absolute nuisance on the site, but just barely DRX able to outweight them, outlast them. And an early push out on these eco rounds profits even greater than the previous attempt where they had gotten a couple kills at the spawn of EG. Gotten a couple upgrades, but weren't able to convert the round when EG went over to C, this time around onto A. Able to find themselves a nice win. One more to go in the half, and Jogamo one away from the showstopper, so this will be that ult online for him. And Calm one away from a Viper's Pit as well. Zest's gonna pop his right away to try to dissuade them from pushing in towards this A site. We still have that Nightfall from Stacks, and he is sitting way in the spawn. Just waiting for, I think, an opportunity to strike here, maybe to try to catch EG as they're going for a plant potentially onto B. But they're rotating all the way over to C right now, leaving Demon 1 on the other side of the map to guard. Mako, a lot of pressure on him to find some impact.
He's just jiggling back and forth. He doesn't have the rifle out, so he's not looking to really challenge this as a fight. Again, I believe only seeing Boostio. There's the swing out. He just wants to back away. Let's see. Okay. He's going to continue. He's mess around in this position, but eventually we'll have to fall back. Smoke up to try and dissuade. Rotation over here from Buzz. One away from his own showstopper here. Jogamo is at the ready, just sends it. Hako managing to make his way out. Buzz finding a kill now, all built up. Pit gonna be invested, but no, the showstopper, it doesn't find anything. Push, however, forward. Buzz catches Calm. The snake bite in his hand takes him down the pit.
Takes the pit very quickly. Oh yeah, that's another round for DRX.
In time as Ethan now pushing forward.
Can they get this?
Open things up on this B
Oh,
side.
these get down in B.
On a very deep lurk. All the way
What
up
is
on stairs,
Demon
now
doing
pulling
on
back.
this lurk?
Seems like a ping does come down, so they should be decently aware of his position. But someone's going to have to watch for this one as Ethan is forced off the angle by the snake bite. Sets isn't looking for it.
Oh, it's so brilliant! I'm an idiot. He's just better.
The stars set up. They look
He's
for the
smart. I'm
concuss.
dumb.
The push in, and Ethan shuts it down.
Yep.
Ripped from their hands. Ethan and Demon 1 do not allow the 9 and 3. It seems they believe in curses.
Wow.
Set up here with a 10-2 score line as the crowd erupts.
Just another beautiful on
Chanting
man
USA
win for
once
EG.
again. That's
time
funny.
and time again, they've been able to pull these out. Just beautiful stuff. The timing on this push out from Ethan and Demon 1 to take 2 down quickly. Just disgusting.
It feels like from the moment that pit drops, when they get the kill over on the Calm by C, that the round should have been over, that it should have been that third one there that DRX would so very much love to have under their belt, but it is completely denied. But let's go ahead and send it back over to the desk to get their thoughts.
Thank you very much, guys. It seems that DRX, they just can't shake this scoreline on Lotus, but Sean, they all started from the pistol. EG, they were right on the board.
Yeah, I actually have the pistol right here, Yinsu. It is pretty insane. It is indeed a set play, just like we kind of speculated coming into this map. So we have DRX actually going with mound control, right? They're going to one-way smoke that. But watch the protocol done by EG to adapt to this. They're going to throw a Sky Flash under the mound, so that way it doesn't blind Jogamo, who's satcheling up super aggressively. Boostio is going to hop out. Calm is putting pressure on A, and Demon is lurking B. And this is definitely a set play because this turret only holds B and A. Now going into the round, you can see the Sky Flash, again, stays very low. So Jogamo can satchel up, get this kill for free, and the attention to detail at this point is so good. He paint shells off anyone that's willing to trade this kill. Demon 1 is lurking front B right now, and right when that door opens, he pops it open and he flanks them. My boy is about to just shoot these bodies. Are you ready? Pop, pop, pop. And it's over. It was literally over in like 15 seconds.
Did you just censor the body shooting?
I did. I didn't mean to cover it, but honestly, it was a little NSFW. That could go on X.
I do think it was really, I do think it was really important for EG to start that way, right? Given the fact that you've got to Fracture, that's a map you were supposed to win. Lotus may be a little bit different. You hit him in the mouth right off the bat, and DRX have been stunned the whole time.
Oh, DRX, they need more than just that 10-2 blessing right now. Paperthin and Achilles is not looking good for them.
No, it certainly is not. And I mean, I said the same thing when we were in this position with DRX versus Billy. I said, it doesn't look good. This looks like it's over. And we were proven wrong. I don't think that's going to happen again.
No, I can't see any world where that's the case unless this is a completely different team. Unless they've, you know, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde in it here as DRX. Because they need another miracle.
The question really is just how many rounds do they get? And it's not like it freaking matters, because at the end of the day,
your mental can be, EG,
they're still going down and playing against Fnatic tomorrow.
Cylinders. Everything going so well for them. DRX is going to get the plant down here onto B. RB going to be watching the spawn. 2-2 split around the other side. Let's see if they can get this pistol win in.
First challenge is against Demon 1, and he's looking for the fight. Rather than letting it come to him, and Demon 1 just shuts it down. A quick headshot, Jogamo. Moving forward here onto the side, ends up falling to the Vodka, but look
Bro!
at the
Bro!
Calm takes down the final 2.
They're just too good.
It's right clicks abound across the board for EG, and another from taking down DRX
This
once
team's
again
just too
in
good,
2-0
chat.
fashion and punching their ticket into the top 3.
Just incredible stuff here. Top to bottom, reading these positions so well. Boostio so confident right now. Able to just W key.
Yeah, they gotta stop calling it top 3. It's technically top 4.
Give us a little dance.
Dancing on stage.
Give us some.
Things that the home crowd certainly likes to see. But otherwise,
because you could still technically finish 4.
This series has not been pretty. The force buy now coming through from the side of DRX. Some Sheriffs, a Stinger, a Judge to try to get something going.
That has to be a force buy. And DRX has been decent with the Sheriffs. Buzz is going to need to find some huge value potentially. A good paranoia to back comm off. Judge is in, but it's shut down.
It's shut down, and he doesn't even find damage. Boostio still perfectly set there. Zest, however, going to be able to find one. RB getting another. It stacks. Back-to-back shots. Takes out Ethan as well. And suddenly, it is just Joggable all on his lonesome. We'll have to watch that one back in the replay, win or lose, but good lord. What
Imagine he turns his corner and just gets all 3.
They absolutely need this force buy to pay off. Dax tagged up quite a bit there by the paint
Oh,
shot. The first
shut
scope bitch finds
No
Mako the
way.
over to the frenzy. Talking about one
No
of these
way.
out of their hands and take them. He shall. Says forced away.
He can actually still go and force
On the
this.
floor, it's Jogamo just wants to bait him in. He
Shut
wants the first
up.
shot. Down to 55. The first tap comes across Zest. Does he swing it? Yes, he
Damn.
does. He finds the kill. But it's still, again, just one player left here from the side of DRX.
It's so costly to get this round win. All of your economy pumped into it, and you're going to be able to squeeze some rifles out into this next round, certainly, as DRX. But what looked like should be an easy win, and DRX just keeps giving EG these isolated fights where they're able to just dissect them one after another in these 1vx or 2vx scenarios. And you cannot give EG any space like that. You cannot give them opportunities because they are lightning.
What? Buzz just goes sprinting out into the open.
What is he doing? And then Mako gets 2 too.
Also picking
Holy
up
Jesus.
2 eliminations of his own. RB rotating now across. It's just calm left standing. And I mean, I don't even know what I just witnessed. But that is the magic that was missing from DRX so far on these first 2 maps. Come with this shorty. We'll see if he can get anything done. Either way, certainly needs to ensure that he goes down at least to the spike, but he's also got to break the door.
It's not going to be a lot of fun for Com. This is going to be a bit challenging. Turret here to check for him.
He just wants to die to the turret. This is an easier way, I guess.
Jesus.
One for the crowd, perhaps. Either way, another round on the board here for the side of DRX.
Booger.
Just accepted his fate.
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
All right, let's see this. Okay. Yes,
I
this
mean-
is the PLB I wanted.
Hey, Timmy's earning his paycheck today, all right?
You can see the team completely and utterly unfettered by the round loss there. Having fun with it. But that was the low buy. That was the attempt at a thrifty. This is now the cash invested. TP across here from Mako. Boombot going to be going out. Demon 1 and Ethan already going to be finding one apiece. Sets and Buzz end up falling. Stacks only able to get rid of one. It's Jogamo. Finds 2. Just holding down Rubble. And again, it's RB lurking so very far away, but finding nothing.
I mean, just the speed and intensity.
Look at the stack.
Yeah, there's no hope.
Still gets 1, sure. But Jogamo gets 3, and EG get themselves up to match point.
It's just incredible how on fire they are right now, and Mako just can't do anything about Jogamo on the side of Rubble. Stax tries to get up on the rocks to deal with him. No, sir. Again, it's isolated fights, and EG is winning them. You know, Jogamo doesn't take long to clear Stax and turn his attention. Hold the spray down right as he's expecting Mako to repeat. And they're just no stopping this EG train. A Guardian and Odin. DRX able to find 4 Vandals and a Bulldog. Stacks on the Nightfall. Only ult for DRX. EG's Jogamo. Still another showstopper. It feels like he has him almost every other round with how well he's been playing. Here he goes.
Jumping forward, spotting multiple delay. Pop here on the showstopper, sends it. It's gonna be a bit short, still get some damage across the Mako, but it's not the elimination he was looking for. Paint Shells buys them a little bit of space to be able to at least recover that. Oh, that spike.
Oh.
Zest is just plus boarding into Busio's
Well,
waiting
chat.
away at stairs.
Tonight's been real. It's been fun.
Where's he gonna go?
Can't say it's been real fun, but I think we're about wrapped up.
Check as RB tries pushing out of upper over.
I think DRX about to be losing this thing.
Cannot win the fight.
Oh, and Com's got this Odin.
They just got out drafted. The map draft just got him.
The spike is gonna be planted. Yes, Buzz does
SOL here.
But he's just got no hope in hell. A celebratory pet as the crowd goes wild. 13-4. EG take down DRX 2-0 once again. It happened in
Dude, EG just looks so good, bro.
And EG punched their way into a final showdown ahead of the grand final versus PRX.
All right, y'all.
Top 3 secured.
Y'all already know how we normally do over here. Especially tonight, man. I'm beat, bro, so I'm not gonna hang around much. Keep an eye on the Discord to see if we're gonna be either watching live over here or if we'll be watching live in the Discord. We might watch live in the Discord so I can get some work done. Not 100% sure. But keeping an eye on the Discord is the best way to see that. All right. I'm gonna go. Oh. All right, so I'm gonna go and get up on out of here, man. Appreciate y'all coming through, hanging out. Till we catch y'all back over here for the next one. Don't forget, with everything crazy going on in the world today, be true, be you, be sincere, game hard and love hard. All right, y'all. Oh, and next week, in the earlier part of the week, we'll be watching some scrims too. So if we're not over here tomorrow, feel free to pop by. We'll be watching some scrims, some scrams. Next week's gonna be busy. So catch y'all next week. Love you guys. Peace.